Well, that didn't go well. Hey there, welcome. Sorry, welcome on in the 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming in today. Thank you for putting in some wows in at Wow Time. Dom T Gaming even put some pizzas in. Thanks for some pizzas. Welcome aboard the C-47 and it's flying time. Hey, welcome on in today. Thank you for coming by. It is so nice to see you. Thank you for stopping on in. Happy Thursday to you. Almost Friday. Again, thank you for coming by here today. T-Bird putting in yellow and blue flags. Dom T Gaming has got pizzas. A lot of wows in there. Thank you for some extra wows. And it's so nice to see you. Thank you for coming by today. Today's flight's a little bit different. Yeah, Loose Cat, we are in Flight Sim 2020. The developer of the Whiskey 7 livery here, so the developer of the Whiskey 7 livery just posted an update for the Whiskey 7 for Flight Sim 2024. The thing that I could not get to work in 2024, I got the other liveries working, I could not get the Duckworks stuff to work. And the Duckworks stuff really, really makes this airplane super duper cool. So that's why I'm in Flight Sim 2020 for this flight. I'm probably going to stay that way tomorrow unless there's a real easy fix for putting it in 2024. We're also in multiplayer right now. This is a training mission. And I just feel like if a flock of C-47s take off in the southern UK about this time, we don't want ATC to have kittens and stuff like that. So kind of figured let's just do some multiplayer, especially for this. I actually don't have FSX anymore, Tim J. I don't have FSX anymore. In fact, I think I gave that to my dad like years and years ago. So it's been a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Apologies for all the coughing that I'm going to be doing here. It is wildfire smoke season here, and that's not the weather cam. There's the weather cam. And the gray tinge is out there, and for the first time today, I did actually notice the smoky smell. So I will apologize. It's going to sound like, you know, I'm going to be coughing a little bit more than usual. That's just the smoke, and I'm sure as the summer goes on, my voice will be getting extra sexy because of the wildfire smoke. That's just something we have to deal with here. But, so let me tell you a few things about today's flight. Pauliot went and figured this out for us. There was a flight a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away called the DDay flight. This is the Pathfinder flight. That's not what we're doing today. Pauliot said that what they did for training missions for the DDay flight that we're going to do tomorrow, which is the 81st anniversary, was this little route right here. We're departing from Dunkeswell Airport. Dunkeswell Airport, I'm going to guess. Excuse me. And so here at Dunkeswell Airport, there we are right there. And so what we do is we actually fly out over a little bit of water here, and then we actually go over the exit point. There's an exit point that all of the airplanes going across the channel would exit. This point, there's a lighthouse right there. And then you'll notice there's two waypoints really close together here. That is actually your drop zone, where you would actually drop down about 700 feet above the ground, I believe. So 700 feet above the ground is going to be about 2,000 feet, 1,500, something like that, because this is up a little bit higher. And then this is where you drop your speed to 110 miles an hour in this airplane. And then this is your drop zone, and then you basically go back here and land. And so that's what this flight is right here. And so this was the navigation that Pauliot did for us on this. So we've got all of these little waypoints and stuff here, these latitudes and longitudes, because there really isn't going to be some great, current day nav aids that we're going to be able to use. So what we'll do is you could take all of these little waypoints, Control C and Control V them, And what I'm going to do for the Sky Vector thing is I've copied all of this over into Discord. And if you need, I'll post some things over in chat. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go over and we're going to get Navigraph. Because what you can do is in Navigraph, you can go and take your flight and you can put the flight in here and use this as a live tracker. Since we don't fly this very often, you know, this kind of airplane and stuff very often, I just kind of felt like it might be a good idea to go ahead and we're going to use the Navigraph tool to help us navigate on these things. Tomorrow we'll do pretty much the same thing on all that. And if you'd like to see a little bit more of a briefing about how I came up with stuff, today and tomorrow, the Patreon videos that I usually do, the Patreon videos, I'm doing them free. I really appreciate the support over there, but like I said, I feel a little weird about, I just feel weird about monetizing, you know, events that we're flying in and stuff like that, where people got killed, essentially. So that's what we've got going on with that over there. We are in Flight Sim 2020 Sunjammer. I could not get the Duckworks mod to work in Flight Sim 2024. So that's why we're in 2020. The Whiskey 7 livery did get updated for 2024, but you really, really, really want the Duckworks mod for this particular airplane. It makes the airplane so much better. So there we go. That's what we've got going on right now. Let's see. I guess there's some other airplanes out here. And that airplane's a little bit too close. I think that was Dom T Gaming. So there's Dom T Gaming. Somebody said that Loviz is levitating around here. So we might see Loviz show up as well. There's Loviz levitating behind us. There was a scenery upgrade that you can get. It's free for that. So that's pretty good. It's known as the DC-3. But we're in the military configuration. So the military configurations it's the same airplane. But like Tim just said, Tim J, it's the C-47. Derek got the helicopter certs last night, so you're going to fly missions. Really? Good luck with that. I hope you enjoy. Thing about helicopters, though, is they just have their ups and downs and, you know, that sort of thing. Using the DDay doll livery. No, okay, so here's the thing. The only way that I would see it is if I downloaded the livery myself. In multiplayer, you have to not only have the airplane, but you have to have the livery to be able to see the correct liveries. That's the old rule about multiplayer, and that's kind of how that works. So this was Whiskey 7. Whiskey 7 was one of the first airplanes to take off. They took off about 10:30, 11:30 at night the day before. The day before, and then it's called the Pathfinder flights. And I'm going to post a couple of links for things throughout the live stream today about where you can go and find stuff. Dogs, this is a default airplane, but you need to go to flightsim.to and you need to get 2 files. The first thing you do, go into flightsim.to and search for something called Duckworks. Like duck, you know? Whack, whack, Duckworks. And that's the Duckworks mod. You want to put the mod into your community folder. And then, if you also go in there and you search for Whiskey 7, you'll find the livery, because this was one of the first airplanes to take off, and this was one of the airplanes that got back. Quite a few didn't get back. A lot did, but this is one that actually made it back, Whiskey 7. Hi, Espresso Kate. Welcome aboard. Yeah, this is a free airplane. So the DC-3 is free, but you really, really, really want to get the Duckworks mod and then, you know, an livery. Our next flight is São Paulo, Brazil to Rio de Janeiro. It's the Rio Air Bridge. We're going to take the DC-3 on that one. It's going to be a little bit slower. We can decide if we're going to put it on VATSIM or not. And Loviz found a really cool Santos Dumont livery for the DC-3. And then we've also got Thursdays in Toronto today, so we can just do Thursdays in Toronto like we usually do. So let's hop aboard the airplane. And let's see, Jalavsund, I totally mispronounced your name. Welcome aboard. So here we go. Let's come on over here. I've got some nice camera views that I've gone and started up, set up for the airplane. So we've got that. Yep, you need to be able to leave these. You need to be able to see those as well. These big handles and cranks and stuff. Also, one of the things that I put over on Discord is my spy flow. So yesterday I basically spent the day and watched like 3 different, not the whole things, but I did watch 3 videos, cold and dark videos on the C-47 with the Duckworks mod. The one that I selected for my flight is the one that was done by Into the Blue Sims, and this is basically a slightly annotated version of what Into the Blue Sim was doing. How many of these planes became reefs? Well, a lot of airplanes went into the channel. And then at the end of the war, they had so many of these airplanes that, what are they going to do with them? Let's talk a little bit about control settings here. So I've got my throttles right here. And basically we all mostly have got, the Thrustmaster TCA Airbus throttle. So we only got 2 levers, right? So what I've gone and done is for the right lever here is both throttles. The left lever is the props, the propeller, the RPMs, the propeller. And then the flap lever is my mixture. So there's the mixtures. Okay, so I've got control of the mixture as well too. And those are the controls. I don't have anything set up on the speed brake lever. And that's what we've got there. Now, there's another thing that I've got over near my joystick, my flight stick. One of the things that I've got is a button over here. It's the tail wheel lock. So we've got a tail wheel lock here. And I've got that set up as a button so that I can turn off the tail wheel. No reversers, I don't think, on this thing. And then I've got up and down buttons for flaps, and that's just about it. Oh, the landing gear and parking brake lever works too. So that's kind of what we've got going on for today's flight with this. So let's go ahead and do the flight. And the first thing that, we've got here outside the airplane is I've got chocks in place, and I've got my big cargo doors open. And Olimod says that the Stanley Cup is a good show right now. So that looks good too. Okay, I'm just going to go and hit the B button. The B button gave me the altimeter settings, which looks like it's 2963 is the altimeter. Oh, another thing about this airplane, if you take a look at the airspeed indicator, it's in miles per hour. Okay, miles per hour for this particular airplane. Okay, so doors, everybody's all loaded up and ready to go. And if you want your doors, you can control the door switches down here. So these 2 switches over here for the landing gear, those 2 close your doors. So now our doors are closed. So that's how we go ahead and do that. Next thing we've got to do is fuel. How are we going to do the fuel here today? So you basically, with this airplane, have to go to the anvil. And here in the anvil, you'll look at your flight plan. Be sure you get your flight plan in pounds and stuff. And we need 1,150 pounds fuel. Well, right now, my fuel, it says kgs over here in this thing. And, oh boy, I don't know how to turn off kilos on this one. So yeah, that was one of the things I was never able to figure out was my weight. So this thing is in kilos. Yay, Microsoft. Okay. Let's see here. One of the things that we could do if we want to go and rabbit hole this is come back here, edit the flight, and then what we could do is we can switch the unit to pounds, from pounds to kilograms, and just regenerate. And this should give us a bunch of other numbers that we can use to get our weight and balance right. So let's see. For in-road fuel burn, block fuel is 706 kilos, and our zero fuel weight is 10,675. So let's see. Our fuel right now, max, let's see. Fuel is at 1,094. We need, what did I say block fuel was? 706. So we can come up here and we can slide this up here and we can drop this down. So there's 9, 8, 722. So that's about as close as we're going to get on fuel. Come on over here. And what we'll do is I'm just going to go and bump it up 200 extra kilos on this one. And that's about the best we can do on that one. The flow for this, I've gone and put this over in Chit Chat on Discord. So you'll find the flow that I'm using over on Chit Chat and Discord. And our zero fuel weight is, payload says it's 154. And if I remember correctly, empty weight, fuel, payload. See, the other thing that I really didn't like about this is this doesn't give you a good zero fuel weight. So you know, trying to figure out what that's going to be is you've got to figure payload. Payload is 2,712 kg. So I'm at 154 kg. So we can go and slide this up to payload. There's 2,712. 2,700. That's about as close as we're going to get that. So I got this over off my sim brief, which Tim J just found. There was my block fuel, 706 kg, because you can't switch this over. And then payload goes over here. Again, this is really different from what we do, but now we've got the airplane apparently loaded the way it should be. So that's all pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and grab it, get out of this, and the airplane should be loaded as best it possibly can be. Okay? So over here on my checklist, and again, if you can't see this, the cold and dark, it's over on Chit Chat on Discord. Okay. So the next thing to do is fuel is set. Let's go and do ground power. Ground power is up here. And it says over here that you can go and you could add a battery cart. So I'm going to turn on the battery cart. And the battery cart is on. And then if you look over here, it says battery. And underneath the air hose up here, it says battery cart. So we got the battery cart on. Okay. And now with that, airplane sounds are pretty good in this bird too. They're actually pretty good. So then after that, we're going to come over here and we've got position lights. Position lights can go on. And there we go. That gets the airplane's, you know, power turned on. Now what we have to do is we got to look back over here. And let me figure out. Oh, there it is. So what we need to do is we've got hydraulics in this. And, you know, there's a hydraulic valve here. So we're going to go and turn it on. And this opens the hydraulic valve. And then we have to pump this thing 5 or 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now we'll close it and then look over at the hydraulics. And it doesn't stay pumped, but this gets us a little bit of hydraulic fluid. So now we got some hydraulic fluid in the system. Okay, now then what this does is this gives us with hydraulic, I think that means that we can now go and our cowl flaps need to be opened. Those are the flaps that are on the engines. So if you look over here, those are the little flaps around the engines. So cowl flaps. Flight controls. Now's a great time to check your flight controls. And if you can go ahead and move them. All of our flight controls look like they're pretty good. If you look down here, you can see that there is this little tab here. There's this little placard. That's how you turn off the yoke. If you don't want to see the yoke, is how you turn it off there. It's actually really helpful. Okay, carburetor heat. Carburetor heat, we've got carb heat for both engines, and then we're going to lock them in the full forward position. Carb heat is set. Propellers. Okay, props. That's this one right here. Props are going to be full forward. Props are full forward. Throttles open just a little bit, so about an inch or so. Mixture goes to auto rich. Auto rich, and there we go. So there's mixture, and then we have to do our fuel selectors. So we've got a little bit of fuel here, and the fuel selector is here. So we're going to go and put that fuel selector to left main. Then you have to kind of zip yourself over here to the other side, and the fuel selector here goes to right main. There we go, right main. And if you've got power on your airplane, you can also look at the fuel. We've got 90 gallons in the left main, 90 gallons in the right main. In the left aux, we've got 90, and in the right aux, we have 90. So we're going pretty good there, okay? And yep, we're going to have to change these. Little like that. Okay, we're ready to go. Everybody ready? Let's start up. How easy? Yeah, see, that's it. Our third flight today is in the Boeing 777 Toronto or something like that. So, Tim Brasco, welcome aboard. The Minion is here. Hi, Minion. You like to do long hauls to the States, to Europe, but you saw the States don't use normal Unicom. So what you're talking about is you're talking about CTAF. And CTAF, if you're on VATSIM and you've got vPilot going, in the place where you would type a message, type in a period, the letters CTAF, and then the airport you want. So if you want an airport like, you know, Dulles, dot CTAF space KIAD. And that is going to give you your CTAF frequency that you use. And you use that about, you know, 10 to 15 miles away from the airport. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. Doors are closed. Beacon is going to go on. Beacon is going on. Main ignition goes on. And we're all ready to start up some engines. Okay? So right engine first, apparently, on this airplane. Our fuel booster pumps are going on. Fuel boost pumps going on. And then what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go and energize the right engine. And the engine should start its spinning, I believe. Nope, we're energizing that. Then we have to go and do the mesh, and that's when it starts to spin. And you're supposed to count props. 2, that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Ignition goes on and boost it. And then if you go outside, I probably waited too late. There should be a bunch of smoke coming out of the back of the airplane. Yeah, it didn't work. So sometimes you have to do that a few times. Okay, let's try it again. So fuel booster is still on. Ignition is set to both. So ignition goes off. Let's do left and energize it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boost it. Uh-oh, I've forgotten something. Adding as much fuel as I can. Oh, didn't get it that time. Okay, let's check our checklist here. So, everything's good over here. Oh, I pushed it. Should have pulled it. I had the ignition off. You have to push it in, you pull it off, so the ignition was off. Let's try it again. Ready? Okay. Crack the throttles and energize, mesh, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, engine. All right, see what happens at one little switch. All right, we got that going there, and we want this to be about 1,000 RPM. So 1,000 RPM, throttle it down here. There's 1,000 RPM, or 1,100. You don't want to let it get too low, though. That's too low. Let's leave it there. Okay, let's go ahead and do it again. So here we come over here. Let's go ahead and fuel booster pump for the left engine. Energize, mesh, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that, and engine. And we got two big engines going up here now. And again, come back down here. And now, see, I've got my engines revved up again. This is the one problem in having both of my levers, my throttle levers, set to the same engine. It is alive. I know, no kidding. Low-vis is hovering, probably because low-vis might have a nicer airport than I do. This is the freeware edition that Pauliot linked to over in Chit Chat. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit smoky on us. Okay, so we got our engines on. Now then, let's come on up here. And we're going to come up here and generator reset and on. Generator reset and on. Generators are groovy. Now we're going to come up here and we're going to go to the onboard battery. Ship battery is now on. Battery cart is going to get disconnected. Battery cart is now gone. Avionics master going on. That looks really good. I don't have any avionics for us on this flight. So I didn't do any frequencies. So we're going to go just 2,000, squawk 2,000 for now. So that's really good. Radios are good. The altimeter, just hit the B button and we're good to go there. And that all looks really good. Now then, let's take a look down here. And I've got these up just a little bit too much. Let's go ahead and drop these down. Sunjammer is floating and loading into Exeter right now. Low-vis is in the default. That's why low-vis is hovering. The cabin was smoky too from cigarette smoke. Oh yeah. Olimod, are you doing a D-Day flight? Yes, this is all in preparation of our D-Day flight. All in preparation of our flight for D-Day. This is their training route. So let's come on over here to airports and let's just take a quick look. Now they of course didn't have really great charts. Fact is, we got no charts at all here. Okay, do we have anything resembling any weather? So we've got several runways here. Let's see. Weather. This is nearby. The weather is 250 at 7. So 250 at 7. We've got a runway 4, a runway 22. It looks like a runway 17 and a runway 35. So my guess is our best runway is going to be runway 22. So how about if we taxi forward and then we're going to come back around to runway 22, take off, and then we're going to make a left turn to a heading of 247 degrees. And that's going to, no, we take off and we do a left turn, but it's 142. We go south over the water first. 4,000 feet for today's flight, so that's good. So let's see, we've decided it's gonna be runway 22. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come over here and let's go and dial the gyro pilot just to 220 degrees. There's 24 and there's 220 degrees, okay? So we got that one there. No, we're not turning on the gyro pilot yet, but that's good. So, taxi straight ahead. Let's get ready to rumble. We can also do the run-up if we want to. but everything is good. Tail wheel is unlocked. Parking brakes and tow brakes of what we got to do. Ready? Parking brakes are unlocked. At about 1,000 RPM, the airplane is going to start taxiing. So taxiway here. Let's see. Hi, Thalo. Yep, we are doing the training run for tomorrow's flight. And this was the, and then after this, we're going to take the DC-3 and try and fly the Rio Air Bridge. What we have to do is we have to decide if we're smart enough to fly this airplane on VATSIM. I'll leave that up to you. I'll leave that idea up to you. Check your toe brakes. Gently does it with this airplane. Gently does it. Okay, we're looking pretty good. So the run-up would basically be 1,500 RPM. Check your props, check your carb heat. Let's try that on another flight. Let's see if we can't do just this flight. So pitot heat goes on. Pitot heat is on. Let's see. Autopilot heading is set. Landing lights on. Fuel boost pumps remain on. Trim should be 0 or up 1. Cowl flaps go to trail. Cowl flaps to trail. Everything is good to go there. Let's go. Trim's auto rich. It's flying time. Flaps, generally, you want to do flaps to quarter. I saw that one too. I guess that guy thinks he's a real gas. Either that or maybe it's a manager from Taco Bell. Okay, so after takeoff, and we've got our heading bugged here. And we're lined up. Looks like we're pretty well lined up. Okay, so for takeoff, props full forward, manifold pressure should be 46%. You rotate at 80 miles. Be sure and tap your brakes before you do your landing gear, right? We're set and ready to go. And remember, slight left turn. Slight left turn. Here we go. Parking brakes are off. And the other thing about this airplane is throttles up slowly. Apparently you really could flood out the engine or something. And tail wheel is locked. As the speed comes up, you're going to notice the nose drop. That's the tail coming up. There's the tail wheel coming up. 80 knots and up, up and away. Tap the brakes. Going outside the airplane is not suggested. Gear going up. Get a little speed. Gentle left turn. 100 knots, flaps going up. The flaps on this airplane act more like speed
Subscriber
brakes.
confirmed. Top clearance
They
granted,
really do
Agent.
act more like speed
Loyalty
brakes
noted.
than anything else, it seems. Quasar Core just did a very nice resub. Hi, Quasar Core. Thank you for coming by today. Oh, we're stalling. Okay, so we're looking pretty good coming on over. There's about 1,500 feet. All right, looking pretty good. Landing lights can go off. Now, we're obviously no longer on our runway heading, so go ahead and dial this over to match. Oh, I missed my turn. Hang on. Missed the turn. Nice gentle climb. Avoid using your speed brakes like flaps. No. But this airplane, like I said, just the way it behaves, it really does. It's like flaps. It's like you roll your flaps out. Okay, that's a little bit better. Now let's go ahead and get the gyro pilot going for us here, okay? So gyro pilot. So let's go and fine tune our heading. That looks good. Okay, look back here. Move that hydraulic forward. And autopilot on. Rudder. Now we're doing a nice little climb. And now your elevation is going to help manage your climb here. Okay, takeoff and climb. Climb power is 42 inches. So 42 inches on the throttle. There's 42 inches and 25,000 RPM. 2,500 RPM and 42 inches. That's climb power. And then you need to drop your little nose down here. Otherwise, it's going to get ugly. And we're coming up on 4,000 feet here. There we go. Okay, that looks really good. The gyro pilot's got us. And I'm sorry, I am missing a little bit of chat. Let's see. Let's name the plane Treebeard. Well, there are a couple of trees that we probably took out. Okay, coming close to cruise. So I'm going to keep pushing down. The lighthouse is modeled that we're going to fly over. Okay, so we're just gently climbing up here. And you can see I'm a little bit off my course heading right here as we come down here. So we're just slightly off our course heading. Now, as you're flying along with me, you got to figure out, are we going to be brave enough to fly this on VATSIM to Santos Dumont? I'm going to make a bunch of chicken sounds here, but there we're going. All right, there we up 4,000 feet. I'm over 4,000 feet. That's how fast this airplane works. Martin says yes. Loviz says no VATSIM for me. See, Loviz is being smart. I'm going to be a chicken too. Fine. You know, live to fight another day. Live to fight another day. Axel Has Fun is over on YouTube. Hi, Axel. Okay, this is looking good. I'm a touch high. Now, cruise power is going to be 2,000 RPM and 30 manifold pressure. So 2,000 RPM is cruise. And you want to do this because for D-Day, one of the things that you have to do, manifold pressure is going to be 30 inches. One of the things is you have to maintain a certain speed. It's 140 knots. It's 140 knots during D-Day. So we're at 180, not even close, and I'm way too high. So not even close to where I'm supposed to be. Okay, well, it's almost time for our next turn. And our next course is 113 degrees. Let's go ahead and make that right now. 113 left turn. That's 12. That's about 113 degrees. Okay. Loviz says that they flew this on the air bridge in the 40s and the 50s. Yeah. Okay, now let's see. Our speed is still up. That's because we're descending a little bit. Okay, now we're out over water, so this is sort of like part of your training on all this. Now, as you kind of come in, they had specific altitudes. So we probably should go down to 2,000 feet for the lighthouse at the end of the island. Looks like a cool little island that they went out over. So here we all are coming back in, and this is the exit point. This is the exit point that, you know, when you're going to head south over the channel on this particular flight. Okay, everything looks good here. We can turn off our booster pumps now.
Subscriber confirmed.
Somebody just did a sub.
Granted, Agent.
So Quasar
Loyalty
Core was
noted.
first today, and Cold Nebo was second. Hey, Cold Nebo, thank you for being here for 44 months. Quasar Core has been here for 45 months. Thank you both for being here. Some very nice support. Thank you. Okay, we're coming down to 4,000 feet. Now then, we said we wanted to go down to about 2,000 feet, right? So we're going to take the DC-3 on the Rio Air Bridge to see what happens with this. We're probably going to do it in. We're probably going to do this in multiplayer. This is not an easy flight to do in the real world, and I have no navigation set up whatsoever. We don't have waypoints. We don't have a McDo. Martin is gambling sheep, so. And Whiskey 7 is flying, and I don't have flames shooting out of the engines. How about that? We don't have flames shooting out of the engines here. So let's do a gentle descent to 2,000 feet. We're going to try and pass over the lighthouse at 2,000 feet. If you're kind of wondering a little bit about what the flight plan looks like for D-Day, this is what the flight plan is going to look like for D-Day. And I'm putting this over on Discord. In fact, it's already there, but I'll be reposting it. This is our flight plan. This is it. There's raw coordinates for SkyVector and Navigraph. And if you would like to do sort of like a YouTube video, this was an actual military video. It's called Drop Zone Normandy. And that is a really good video for, you'll see the flight plan. And it also talks about the flight that we're planning to take, which is the Pathfinder flight. These were the people, the first airplanes across the channel. First airplanes across the channel. Okay, we're about halfway to the lighthouse. And if you look up ahead, you can see there's low vis directly up ahead. The lighthouse is right out at the end of this island. So that's kind of what we have going on right there. I did some videos on this. I don't know if my D-Day videos are still over on YouTube or not. Sunjammer says for Americans. Did I misstate something, Sunjammer? I'm missing a ton of chat. I apologize. This airplane keeps you super duper busy. Wabi is here. Hi, Wabi. Welcome back in. Thank you for coming in. I think those videos are still on YouTube. I should go there. Yeah, some of them got demonetized or something like that. I don't think that the D-Day videos did. I don't think that the D-Day videos... Loviz, thank you for taking the time to look. If you find it, tell me. Hi, Thalo. Okay, so there is 3,000 feet. We're going to 2,000 feet. We need to do a little bit of a turn to the right. I'm a little off course. See, we want to head for right over here at the tip. The British 1st Airborne was the first to fly over Normandy, and that was at 12:05. So that was the actual... And were they using Dakotas 2 Sunjammer, or were they using Hurricanes, Spitfires, other things? I doubt they would have done Spitfires or anything. I did watch the old Christopher Plummer movie, Battle of Britain, yesterday. There was last year's video, so there's a video right there that'll give you all the information that you need. Oh yeah, those were all sorts of things that disappeared. That's a great one. Hang on. I'm going to go and copy that and put that over on the Drop Zone Normandy page. That's right, 777's over Normandy. I'm going to put that in there. Thank you, Loviz. I'm saving that now so that we can refer back to it. And file and save. And come back over here. Great. All right, how we doing here? There's the tip of the island right there. Loviz is right over it. After this, we make a turn to the left. Heading is going to be 030. And there's supposed to be a lighthouse down there. There's supposed to be a lighthouse down there. I don't see it in my scenery. Okay, 030. Left turn. And we need to continue. I'm at 2,000 feet. Let's go down to 1,500 feet now. Okay, all of this is looking good. Dogs, I see you asking a bunch of questions. I'm not trying to ignore you. I'm just keeping... The airplane keeps us busy. Okay, now there's 1,500 feet. Let's go ahead and we're going to stop the climb, stop the descent, I mean, at 1,500 feet. Sunjammer says that's Portland Head. And is that a good place for people who want to get ahead? Spy flying helmet. I don't really have any kind of helmets here. Captain NEA, welcome aboard. It's a great place for bird watching. So my guess is there's bird activity in the vicinity of their airport, right? Wigbill, thank you for taking the time to answer a question. Okay, there we go. Our climb is good, and our heading is good too. 1,500 feet for the drop zone, And I believe if my notes are right, over here on the actual mission orders say for altitudes, the drop zone is 700 feet mean sea level. So it's probably what, 100 feet up, so 700, maybe 600 feet, I guess, for the drop zone. Another thing for the drop zone, your speed is 110 knots. So let's call it, for this one, just because we don't know the altitude, let's make it 1,000 feet for the drop zone, and we have to slow to 110 knots. So we got that. And how's our speed right now? Really freaking fast. All right, so let's see. We can go 1,800 RPM. So 1,800 RPM. And map would be 28 inches. That's supposed to get me 140 knots. Do we know that the altitude they jumped at, according to the mission orders that I was researching, the mission orders say, no, it was according to the drop zone Normandy video, Loviz. It was drop zone Normandy, and that's where I got the altitudes for the mission. And they said it was 700 feet mean sea level. My guess is it was a pretty lowland area. It was a lowland area, so I'm guessing what? It was 600 feet? 3 Yogi, I do not use GSX. It's just a little too heavy on mine. Loviz actually has jumped out of military airplanes. So Loviz says, ouch. On the other hand, that was what? That was a different kind of technology, jumping technology than you were used to. So this was, hook up a wire and stand in the door. That's exiting the plane and hitting the ground. And pretty much, I think it was. Okay, now our speed is now down to 170. That's not nearly enough. So I'm going to go down to 25 inches. And let's go ahead down to about 1,500 RPM. And Loviz has actually jumped this style of parachute. So you stood in the door, hooked up a wire, and jumped out that way. Vinyl Rabbit says jumping has not changed that much. Okay, our altitude's coming down to 1,000 feet. Our speed is coming down to, Loviz calls it a T-10. You hit the ground damn hard. So my guess is there were a lot of sprained ankles and blown out knees for people that didn't do that right. All right, our speed is now down to 160. I'm going to go now to 1,500 RPM. So 1,500 RPM. And let's do manifold pressure down to 20. So we can get our speed right. That's part of the training. Hi, average Canadian. Welcome aboard. Okay, there's 160 going down, and we're coming down to 1,000 feet. So 1,000 feet. Let's see. This looks good. Thanks for asking, Wig Bill. Welcome on in. Okay. Uh-oh. Don't stop. And our speed's down to 150. There's also a climb and descend meter over off to the right. So you can kind of go and use that to help adjust. There's a big windmill around here. Okay, there we've stopped our descent at 1,100 feet. And look at that, my speed's now getting close to 140. We don't want to get it slower. United States Role Plays is over on YouTube. Hello, United States Role Plays. Welcome aboard. Okay, and here we are. This is our speed for the drop. We are slightly to the left of our course. So let's go 1-2 degrees to the left. Although really maybe needs a little bit more. Okay, so this looks good. Okay, our speed's now down way too much. So let's see. I'm going to go ahead and let's get the RPM to 15. And how about 22 inches of manifold pressure? Probably not enough there. How about up to 24? There's 1,524 inches of manifold pressure. Let's see what that does. Okay, speed is right a little under 140. Our altitude is coming down. We're still coming down here a bit, so let's go ahead and continue to get the gyro pilot moving us sort of not going down anymore. And I'm using this control over here. There's our climb and descend. Okay, so we're not descending. That's close enough. A little bit slow. So let's go do manifold pressure to 25 inches. And how about 1,600 on RPM? There's 1,600 RPM, 25 inches of manifold pressure, and our speed is 130. And you see a little yellow line there. That's not very good. I'm going to go ahead and get manifold pressure 1,700. We're way too slow. Loviz is having compassion and is going to let the jump happen at 1,200 feet. Okay, I'm at 1,200 and we're climbing now. So we'll push the nose down a little bit. Push the nose down, but by adding power, we're climbing. Don't want to do that. Let's be like Loviz and be nice to the jumpers. And I'm still pushing the elevators down. There's the elevators. That's too much. That's looking good. Our altitude, 1,200 feet like Loviz, and our speed's right around 145. So let's see. We'll just roll that RPM down just a touch. How about 1,650? So there's 1,650, and see what happens there. Hey Nebula, Wisecrack, good to see you. Thank you for coming by today. Okay, so we're going to be like Loviz, 1,200 feet. We're looking really good there. Push the nose down a click. We're basically halfway to our jump. Sunjammer says A Bridge Too Far is a very good video. The best creeping barrage ever filmed. So A Bridge Too Far is good for the jumps. Nebula, we're in the USA East server in Flight Sim 2020. When you stand in the door of an airplane at 1,200 feet, you will realize how close to the ground you really are. Well, that's how close to the ground we are. I mean, we're at 1,200 feet. That's right outside the window. And so the door is just right over there. So there you go. That's how close we are. And it looks like the ground is actually kind of coming up here a little bit too. Okay, my speed has now increased and I am descending. So let's climb a couple of clicks. Vinyl Rabbit says at this altitude, if your chute doesn't open, you're not going to have time to get your reserve chute open. Okay, so I got a little low and a little fast, so we're going to go ahead and readjust and do just a gentle climb back up to 1200. We're actually pretty darn low here. We're pretty low. Okay, there's closer to 145 and 1,000 feet. I still think we need to go up just a little bit. We're in a very slight climb. We're going to be going over a couple of very big roads here, and it looks like a few of them kind of meet that we're going to cross accord. Martin, this airplane does not have bomb bay doors. No bomb bay doors on this one. This was a workhorse. This was a cargo plane. The only bombs on this airplane were the comedians doing a bad job. Does have side doors, right? So here's a view looking out at the right wing, and if you look, you can see I've got some cargo aboard, and there's the doors. Those are the only doors you really had. Okay, we're still a little bit off to the side of our flight path. So let's go 5 degrees over.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
5 degrees to the left
noted.
to try and hit our drop point. Nebula just did a resub. Nebula, thank you for a resub today. Nebula's been here for 14 months. Thank you for the extra support, Nebula, and really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Okay, coming back up to 1,200 feet and right around 140 knots. That's pretty good. Mr. X, yeah, this has kind of been, this is there are all sorts of, military tribute flights that you could do. I like to do the first Pathfinder flight for D-Day, and then the other military tribute flight that I like to do is the Berlin airlift. That was an incredible effort done, during that big bad standoff. So those are the ones. Sunjammer says that this is Salisbury Plain Country. So these were the Salisbury Plains. There's 1,200 feet. Tom Sek just arrived in. Hi, Tom Sek. Welcome aboard. Now we're still climbing, so we're going to push the nose down a few clicks. Tom Sek, good evening to you and welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Since you have 2020, maybe the 737 or the MAX instead of the 747, we could do that. Tim J likes Canterbury Fancy Country. Dom T Gaming, yeah, so the first flights took off, overnight. A few of them took off before midnight. Okay, we're still climbing a little bit. So let's keep pushing the nose down. We're about 100 feet too high. Our speed, though, is right on. And this thing, you're constantly doing adjustments and stuff with this. So we're 145, a little bit too... Yeah, we're supposed to be... speed... Oh, it's 110 is the drop speed. 110 was our drop speed. Not 120. Not 140. 140 is our speed out. So let's go ahead and RPM to 1500. We're going way too fast. Manifold pressure to 25 inches. Tom Sek, we're flying a C-47 or a DC-3. We're doing kind of a little training mission right now. And I'm in 2020. To fly the DC-3 right now, I have to be in 2020. Our next flight is, you know how we do the Rio Air Bridge with jetliners and stuff? I'm going to try the Rio Air Bridge in the passenger version of this. Okay, there's 1200. We're going down just a bit, so let's do a click up on the nose. Still way too fast. So let's do manifold pressure down to 24 and 1500 to 1400. There we go. We're still going way too fast. Sunjammer says off to the right is the Salisbury Cathedral. Is the Salisbury Cathedral. They have a holy dipstick like for car. Oh my gosh, see, now we're climbing. Now we're climbing. So we're too high. The holy dipstick, really? That's right, Dom T Gaming. So I can't open them in flight, but I think you would go and open these over here. So this is the parachute exit. So you would open these. I could open the big doors. I can't open the parachute exit. And here we all are coming in. So this is near Boscombe Down Airport, and I'm guessing that this is what they did for training. And I think that they did this because this is supposed to be what the hedgerows of France look like. Check the water. Oh, it's to check the water under the building as it is built on a float. Really? Okay, I'm slightly left. According to the waypoint that Poliot gave us, it's this field right here on the other side. So it should be that field over there. But you can see the wind kind of blew us off to the side here. So let's make a slight left turn, see if we can't hit that field. We're at 1,100 feet, so we're still a little bit too low. And I'm way too fast. That's right. So after the jump, there we go right here. So what you would do is this would be the field. Yep, that's it. Maybe it's this one. This would be your jump field. So jump, jump, jump. As soon as everybody's cleared in the real flight that we do tomorrow, you're going to make a left turn, and your heading is going to be 247 degrees. So left turn to 247. 247, and then you pick up your speed again and climb. And for the flight out, for the flight back to England, you would go ahead and you would be doing 3,000 feet. So you climb back to 3,000 feet going out. Okay, there's a climb. And 140 miles an hour. 140 miles an hour. That's right, I think they used the red and green lights just like Sunjammer said. Okay, and climb power again is 2,400. So climb power would have been 2,400 RPM. So that's 2,400 there. 2,400 RPM and 35 inches of manifold pressure to make your climb to 3,000 feet and 140 knots. And this apparently was, according to Polyot, this would have been what the pilots would have trained on for that first flight. I didn't see the lighthouse. There's supposed to be a lighthouse that you look at. Sunjammer said you never heard the word green on go when you were going. Okay, so I'm climbing too fast. I'm at 130 knots. I need to be, this is supposed to be 140 knots going out. And then when you get to 3,000 feet, it's 3,000 feet and 150 knots going back to England. Back across the channel. So we're still climbing, and now my speed's getting closer. WSX Boy, no, there isn't an event. A few years ago, there was a really good event that they did. There was a really, really good event that they did that VATSIM Germany did for the Berlin airlift. And they literally had people taking off every 3 minutes. I mean, they had slots assigned, and you had to be ready to go. And there were no missed approaches going into Tempelhof on that flight. The pilots had to have so much skill. And people in Berlin, the citizens of Berlin, they were all standing by to help unload. Okay, coming up on 3,000 so that they could spin the other airplane. Loviz says we ought to do the flight and time to 1944, December 6, 1944. Not December. Okay. Level off. And speed 150. And so that's going to be 2,000 RPM. 2,000 RPM and 30 inches of manifold pressure. And that's how we'll hold our speed. Loviz says we could actually roll it back that far. Okay, we're still climbing. $19.90 is as far back as we can go. And my speed is still way up. So you can see just how hard it was to maintain your speed. To maintain your speed and your altitude in this airplane. It's really not easy. And my course heading is relatively good. Actually, I'm off course. We need to make a right turn. How about 5 degrees? Nebula says to hydrate. Hi, Nebula. Thank you for coming in. And reminding me to hydrate. Okay, now we're a little bit too low. So nose up a bit. And we're way too fast. There we go. Now we're holding altitude. And so let's go ahead and manifold pressure down to 25. And let's go ahead and do RPMs to 1,700 and see what that does for us. Danny VDW is here. Hi, Danny. Welcome aboard. We'll stretch a little bit today, too. Our next flight is going to be São Paulo to Rio de Janeiro in this old thing. Just Another is back in chat and says to posture check a little bit. Yeah, I'm kind of all over the chair today. Melvin Leroy, welcome aboard. Hey, thanks for coming on in. Doing good, but these airplanes, they're definitely a handful. So we're about at 4,000 feet. We're 160. We're supposed to be 150 miles an hour outbound. And the reason that they were so specific is they had planes taking off every few minutes, and they had to turn out the lights. Keep in mind, this was, a war zone. So you couldn't see the airplane in front of you, so you had to hold your speed so that your props don't end up in their tail. So there's 160. I'm still too fast. Let's do a little bit of nose up here. And there's a climb and descend meter over here, which is close enough to the gyro pilot to help you out. Okay, so that looks good. And now our speed is coming down. There's 155. Let's see if we can keep it at 3,000 feet, 150 knots. And then this would be our route back to the training airport, which is Dunkeswell. I don't know if that, and that was supposedly one of the airfields at that time. And you can see I'm a little bit south of my course right now. A little bit south. Tomorrow I'll put all the navigation in for what you'll need for tomorrow's event. And it's not an event. It's basically just the spy pilots. And we'll do it on multiplayer. Okay, there's 150 miles an hour and 3,000 feet. Our climb and descend is holding. There we go. Now we need to go a few degrees more to the right. So let's see if we can't get on our course. Melvin flies airplanes like this all the time. I do this. I fly this one once a year for the D-Day Memorial event, and then I fly the DC-6 once a year for the Berlin Airlift. And they had a very, very tight corridor too. I think that their air corridor was only 20 miles wide, which is big for an air and small for an airplane. But they also had airplanes stacked up at all sorts of different altitudes going in and going out, because based on speed. So if they took every airplane that they could get. So in my case, I'm a DC-3, so I would have a lower altitude because I would be going slower than the DC-4s. And Sunjammer has told us that it wasn't just DC-3s and DC-4s. The UK had a bunch of their repurposed bombers, and a bunch of their cargo airplanes flying in the airlift too. WSX boy, is that London airspace today? Okay, we're a little bit high. So I'm going to push the nose down a click and just see how we're doing here to hold our 3,000 feet. On the outbound flight, going out over the channel, you're at 500 feet above the water. Keep in mind, we're going out over the channel, right? So you descend to 500 feet for your outbound. That was flying below radar. So chances are that was a bumpy as hell flight going out. Really bumpy as hell flight going out. Okay, still about 100 feet too high. And I'm just pushing my elevators one little click here. I'm really not doing much. I doubt there were a lot of people sleeping on that flight. I doubt there was a lot of sleeping. Probably no in-flight entertainment system. And I would imagine, given the comfort of airplanes like this during the day, perhaps a couple of full barf bags. I would assume that they had barf bags back in the day. Okay, we're right at 155 miles an hour. Again, it's so hard to maintain your speed and everything here. And that's true. They did not, they didn't give you the classic Air Berlin chocolate heart as they shoved you out the airplane, which says that we live in such a nice time right now. The weather wasn't great. Yeah, I think people were sick at both ends. The weather was not great. And I will tomorrow yap just a little bit about the weather forecast. There was a whole book written about the weather forecast. And if you ask, one of my meteorological heroes and stuff like that from back in the day, it's this guy. It's Group Captain Stagg, who had primitive as hell weather gear and had to go up to Ike and say, let's go tomorrow. The weather forecast is going to be tomorrow. Didn't have computers, didn't have satellites, didn't have nothing. And basically said, hey, General Eisenhower, let's go tomorrow. That was a gutsy as hell call from a meteorological standpoint. I can't imagine. Okay, everything's looking good here. I'm a little bit fast and I'm a little bit high, but I'm not as high as I should be. How are we doing here? So let's see, my RPM, I was going to go at 1700. So there's 1700 and I'm at 26 inches. Probably could go to... I could probably, yeah, I'm still. There's closer to 17, I'm guessing. Those are visuals that you could have done without. What? People barfing their guts out? I don't think that they had, I don't think in the cargo planes, I don't think that there was a, an in-flight lavatory back here. Yeah, I don't think that you had an in-flight lavatory back here. Maybe they had some sort of a pot or something, but probably not. Probably not. You can see we've got cargo on this one. Not as high as you would like to be. Such a cool airplane. Okay, I'm a little bit low now, so nose goes up a couple clicks. Loviz says once you get rigged up, so once you're in your uniform and you've got all of your clothes on, your parachute and stuff, you don't have time to go after that. So you have to plan your trip to the lavatory in advance. Flight Sim with Elliot is over on YouTube. Welcome aboard, Flight Sim with Elliot. Sphinx Music just came back in with some nice cheers. Hi, Sphinx Music. That was before Depends Diapers, too. Up, now we're climbing again. Push the nose down a bit. And this gyro pilot, this was high tech in the day. This gyro pilot and stuff. This is Captain Kirk stuff. This is Starship Enterprise back in the day. Dom T Gaming says they now use something called piddle packs. We're kind of doing a serious flight, so I'm gonna try really, really hard to not be so tacky. because my jokes could get really bad. You know what we need to do? I know, we're back to the starfighters. Okay, so we're looking a little low on our fuel here. It's time, I think, to go to our auxiliaries. Right auxiliary, left auxiliary. But yeah, I'm afraid it's the starfighters, and in the starfighters, they called them a poopy suit. Hey, Mr. Jazz, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. How's the airplane treating me? It's not bad. And 3,000 feet, right at 150 miles an hour, that's not bad so far. It will change almost immediately. Let's see, we are coming up over, let's see, Yeovil. So it's Yeovil to the south of us here. I'm guessing. So as we come in, Yeovil actually had an airport too. Actually, I think Yeovil is over here. There, oh, and there's Yeovil Airport. Yeovil, I'm guessing might be a better pronunciation. My guess is that was probably where they invented the yo-yo. Probably not. We could do another few degrees to the right. You think that was the better pronunciation? Yeovil? Generally with this airplane at these low altitudes, your descent is it's going to be 5 to 7 minutes or something. You've heard that town name before, Yeovil? And just to the north of that is the town of Somerton. Took half of our distance from the drop zone halfway back to the airport for me to go and get back here. We could go ahead and start a descent now to about 1,500 if we want. Well, I don't need to. I'm going to wait till I get a little bit closer. I'm barely halfway there. Barely halfway there. Murdinator is back. Our next flight, we're going to take this clunky old DC-3 and try and land it at Santos Dumont. We are not going to be on VATSIM. Unless you want to be on VATSIM, then you go right ahead. Me, I'm going to sit here and make chicken sounds. I'm going to do 5 degrees to the right. I'm off my course just a bit. All right, now we're tuned back in. So Loviz said maybe we could stay in Flight Sim 2020 for our flight into Toronto and take the 737 MAX today and do some MAX flying or something. It's been a long time since we've done that. I basically kind of rebuilt my Flight Sim 2020 on Tuesday. So I have 2020 pretty much totally rebuilt here. And it seems to be performing pretty good. I flew this airplane yesterday. I have not flown any of the jets. Loviz is going to wear his airborne shirt tomorrow. Oh, wow, you're going to wear your airborne shirt. Really? That's awesome, Loviz. Well, considering that's the event that we were doing, That really is it right there. That is a really nice shirt, Lovez. What we didn't see was Buster kind of looking up at the desk while Loviz was taking the picture, looking up and saying, I could grab that for a game of tug-of-war. There's an event at SDF tomorrow. So flights and stuff that we've got, we've been basically not doing all sorts of planning. We're doing a little bit these days, but not a ton of planning. So our first flight tomorrow, well, Barford St. John is our departure point, which is as close to what we might consider Archbury or not. And then after that, I think I saw I didn't put anything after that. That's going to be a long and grueling flight. And then Saturday, I've got Charlotte to JFK as our first flight. That is a VATSIM event for Kennedy Airport. And then there's Saturday Night Ops is Denver live. We've got a event on Sunday called Rotterdam Live. And then we've got Vectors to Copenhagen on Monday. So those are kind of the ones that I've got lined up at the moment. Hopefully that, sounds good to you. I'll get over on the right side. Tim Dog says that was tonight. Oh, okay. All right, we're a touch high. Let's go ahead and start descent stuff. So descent is fuel quantity. We did just check our fuel quantity and we shifted to the auxiliary tanks. Altimeters, I'm just going to cheat, hit the B button. That looks good. Mixture auto rich, gyro pilot, we're going down. So let's push that nose down just a little bit. And we will pick up a little bit of speed. I need to go 10 degrees to the left here. It's okay to be a little bit north of the airport. North of the airport is okay on this one because we're going to be our runway. You're going to be a little, as you get to the airport, you'll see it. You're going to have to do a short turn, left turn to final. Okay, and we decided to go down to, let's see, according to my notes, you basically want to start your descent and make it about 500 feet per minute, and we're going to stop at 1,200 feet. So Tim Dog said SDF. Is SDF to Toronto or Toronto to SDF too far? That way we could do Toronto Thursdays and the event that you're talking about at SDF. It shouldn't be. Let's see, we could do 737s. We could do a FedEx MD-11. I think I've got, I don't know if my MD-11 is updated in here, but we could do the MD-11. Start in Toronto. Tim Dog says start in Toronto and we're going to SDF. KSDF. Cool. I'll write that in. There's coming up on 2,000 feet. This next flight is going to be in multiplayer, so if you're new to this flight sim thing, You don't have to worry about ATC. You can fly whatever low and slow airplane you want, and it should be fine. Russ is here. Hi, Russ. Happy Thursday. Okay, here we are coming up on 2,000 feet. I'm going to start reducing my rate of descent. Hi, USMC Vet. Welcome aboard. There we go. That looks good. I would like to go another 10 degrees to the right, please. That looks good. There's an airport over there, but that's not our airport. Okay. Landing checklist. Fuel boost pumps on. Fuel boost pumps are going on. Landing lights on. Gyro pilot off soon. Hydraulic flow selector next, and speed down to 110. All right, so let's go ahead and do manifold pressure down to about 20, RPMs to 15. There is our airport, I believe. Okay, ready? Gyro pilot goes off. Gyro pilot is off. Hydraulic pump reverse. Landing gear going out. Props all the way forward. Landing speed comes down to 80. There's our runway. Gentle turn here. Okay, tail wheel is locked. Nice little turn to final. There's 100 knots. Flaps 1. Power back up, because those things that hang under this airplane, holy moly, it's like speed brakes. More flaps. There's 100 knots. So flaps are at half. Oh, no wonder I can't trim it. I have to take the trim switch off. We are a little crabby on our landing here. Oh wow, check out the really big solar farm here. Okay, it was a little crosswind. It changed a little bit since our departure. Okay, landing lights off. Auto brakes off. Ignite TV just landed. Low-vis is on the ground. Sunjammer made it. Nebula is here. And then we'll come on over here. And join the lineup of airplanes. Parking brakes go on. Parking brake is on. Okay. Taxi. I should have done the pitot heat off while taxiing. Boost pumps go off during taxiing. And that looks good. Parking brake is on. Elevator trims 0. Cowl flaps goes to closed and then off. So cowl flaps are over here. So you go closed and off. There's closed and then off. Cowl flaps are off. Aviation master off. Avionics master is off. Generators off. Generators going off. Mixture to idle cutoff. And that takes care of our engines. Engines are looking good. After that, we would do magneto. The mags go off. Magnetos are now off. Ignition goes off. Ignition is now off. Ground crew is going to plug in the ground cart, at which point we can then do battery. Beacon goes off. Position lights are on. And then if you look over here, we can do these two switches. And our door is now open. And we made it. And there we go. Training flight is over. And that's it. Again, my cold and dark list is over on Discord if you want it. It works really, really well. Seems to be working. Also, navigation for our flight plan should be good for tomorrow too. Shall we go and try and stuff this airplane into Santos Dumont? No fear here, right? That's right. In just 57 steps, you can do it. The flight flow for this thing is a lot longer. It's a lot longer. So, holy moly. Let's go and unload and hide. And we'll go ahead and bail out on this one. And Low-vis, like I said, found a really great Brazil livery for us. So I'm going to recycle the sim here. And we've got that going. And we've got some nice Mr. Jazz wondering where the music is. We got some nice little Mr. Jazz music going on for us now too. Low-vis, gonna do family time. Happy family timing. See you when you get back. Have a great evening. And I've noticed that after this reinstall of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, I have to use Task Manager to exit out of 2020 now. I don't know what's going on. It's just being really, really weird. All right, ready to do Santos Dumont? All right. So I've already loaded in. This is our usual run from São Paulo, Brazil, over to Dumont in the DC-3. Okay, there we go. So, Thalo, you're having to, use Task Manager to get out of stuff? Okay. Let's go ahead and see what we get. Sort of more big bandy stuff compared to all of this. A little bit more of a big band flavor here. All right, so we don't have waypoints. We don't have waypoints. So what we need to do is we need to go to SkyVector and do this. So let's go ahead and start SkyVector. We're departing out of São Paulo, SBSP. And we're going to SBRJ, Santos Dumont. All right, let's see, what do we have here? Well, after we take off, we've got a VOR over here. We've got the main VOR here. So let's say we take off heading south and come up over here. Now, usually they have us go off the coast. They usually have us go off the coast. We've got a VOR up here that we could use. Nothing really at Dumont. Hi, GT boy, welcome aboard. Tim Dog had to use a batch file now. Here's one right here. Here is the Santa Cruz VOR. What do you say we use the Santa Cruz VOR? SCR. SCR. So there's Santa Cruz. And how many, what do we have here for mileage? 167 miles. So we take off on a heading of 167 degrees to get to Santa Cruz. By this time, we should be able to be visual with the roadway. We should be able to be visual with the roadway, and we could do this. Well, this is going to take a little bit of time, Tim Dog. I mean, yeah, we're a little early, but this will take a little bit of time. Okay, so why don't we just plan on the Santa Cruz VOR, and that'll work. Okay, so we got a passenger airplane this time. So let's go and do a new flight. And I don't know what the airline is, so we'll just give ourselves a number. But it's going to be SBSP SBRJ. Okay. Now let's come on down and get a DC-3. What could possibly go wrong? Douglas DC-3. And I only have Air Force configurations in here right now, so I don't have the airliner set up. I'm going to leave this in kilos to put everything in the airplane, because Microsoft Flight Simulator does kilos. Let's see. Santos Dumont weather right now. Dumont says winds are 340 at 3, and they're using 20 left. That's our favorite runway, right? That's the runway that we like to use. And 17 right. So we've got those there. I'm going to go and do an extra, even though we're not on VATSIM, I'm going to board 15 minutes of extra fuel. Now then, here's where we got to get rid of this. So it's VOR to VOR, so we're going to put in SCR. So I'm going to put in SCR and analyze our route. There it is. One VOR, that's what we got. And it says our route's valid, so okay, what could possibly go wrong? Okay, this looks good. So let's go ahead and we're going to go and generate this flight. And we're going to turn off the old PDF file. We're going to view it and save it. And this goes on the desktop. And there we go. There's our desktop PDF file. And I'm going to make a copy of my PDF file for you and put that in chat over on Twitch. Control V. Okay. I'm going to change the title and get you my flight plan. Hang on just a second. Farron just checked in and said hello. Hi, Farron. Welcome aboard. Okay, almost done. There we go. My flight plan's over, so you should be able to click on that if you'd like to get this PDF file. And here we go. So we're going to just stay in multiplayer. But if you don't remember how to set up multiplayer, before you do this, you have to go to Options. You have to go to General. And you have to go down to Data. And hit multiplayer. Turn it on. So you got to do that first in the old sim. Then go to the airplane. Let's go and get the really cool livery that Loviz found for our Brazil flight. And this is our Santos Dumont livery. And we're going to SBSP. SBSP. And that's São Paulo, Brazil. The E-Jets have an update. Really? Okay, now before you hit anything else, go to flight conditions. Make sure that your air traffic is off. All players are on. So make sure that those two are set. Otherwise, you won't see people. All right, I see B-Boy McGinn is already there. So how about if we snag... I'm going to come in next to B-Boy McGinn right here. And let's hit the fly button. And there we go. So we got all sorts of our jazzy stuff for tomorrow. Let's go and get the spy playlist for today. So Ant Malt, that's just for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. It's not working in 2024, right? Open folder. And we need to do epidemic sound and select it. And we'll turn those off and turn these off. And there is the spy stuff. Okay, we got that. Ant Malt, can you... so the hard problem... I can't get... so all the lights in the autopilot are on. I can't select anything in the autopilot. And I can't turn on ground power. Can you do that with the new airplane in 2024, Ant Malt? Because I haven't been able to do that yet. All right, let's see here. We've got our flight plan. We're all ready to go here. And we don't need to change this quite so much since we're not on VATSIM, but we'll just have that over there. And there's our airplane. And by the way, it's in a passenger configuration now. So you see we've got seats aboard. Some nice comfy seats in here. And we've got a toilet and we've got a galley. And we've got a nice door here too. I mean, that's a nice galley. So there's no flushable toilet there. So we got all sorts of cool stuff in the airplane. Make sure you have the 2024. I didn't know there was a 2024 version. Okay, let's go and get Volanta going. So that way we can be humiliated when it's landing time. All right. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and start the plane and do airplane things. So I think we do have a door. And there's our door open. Oh, wait, there's a cargo door. We actually have two doors. So we also have the second door. And so there's a big cargo area. I do have it on Contrail. That's how I get these things done, Ant Malt. So we'll look for that. I will go and look for that. Okay, so look at that. There is cargo. And we even have stairs out for our passengers. That's pretty cool. They did that. Okay, looking pretty good. Santos Dumont. Pretty cool looking airplane. Okay. Let's see if we can do this. All right, so let's also go and do charts. Let's see what we can get out of charts for this one.
Subscriber confirmed.
Hey,
Top
FNL
clearance granted,
Aviator.
Agent.
FNL Aviator
Loyalty
just did a
noted.
nice resub for 38 months. Thank you for some great support, FNL Aviator, and some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. Okay, here is our route. Now we can also get just a couple of charts here because we actually have them for this airport. SBSP and taxi, airport, and we're not going to bother with a sit or a start. Taking off on 17 right, and then it's going to be a left turn to go to our VOR. Over here at SBRJ, we're expecting runway 20 left, and we'll come in over the bridge. And that's it. If you look at the approach, all it is our nav. They don't have anything else, so we're gonna die on that, obviously. Let's try and load the airplane now. So come over here to the wait and... Oh, let's also do real weather, real time. Aunt Malt, I will try and uninstall it, and maybe we can fly the E-Jet in Flight Sim 2024. Okay, so go to the weight, the anvil. According to the flight plan, which we got in kilos, I need for block fuel 829 kilos of fuel. So let's turn off the two auxiliaries. The two auxiliaries can go off. Now then, oh, it didn't like that at all. It didn't like that at all. So let's go ahead and move them all up to 829. 6, 7, 8. Let's go to about 920. How about 919? So that's 100 pounds more fuel than we need. FNL Aviator, thank you for the nice resub. Thanks for always coming in with the cool United emotes too. Now then, payload for today. So our payload, do we get that on page 3? Payload is 2,087. So right now our payload is at 154. So we're going to move that all the way up here. There's 2087. 2094 is as close as we're going to get. And there's our weight and balance. So there's our fuel and there's our weight. So that's good, right? Let's go ahead and click that off, and our airplane should be loaded correctly according to this. Famous last words, right? All right, let's go over here and we're gonna follow the same flow and see if it works. So our passengers are aboard. The doors are open. Let's go and do fuel is done. So let's do ground power. So the ground power is now on, and battery cart is listed. So that should be good. Next is position lights. Position lights are good. Now we need a little bit of hydraulic pressure here. So what we have to do is turn on the hydraulic pump valve, and we can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then close that, and then look over here, and you see that we have hydraulic pressure. It's not going to stay up there, but it'll stick around long enough for us to get what we need done. Okay, also I believe that with the battery, we should be able to open up the cowl flaps. So cowl flaps, open, and the little flaps are open there, so that's good. Cowl flaps are open. Flight controls. I generally keep my flight controls hidden because it's too much, but you can turn it on and you can do your flight controls, and all of our flight controls are good, and then take care of that. Okay, carb heat. Both carb heat is forward and it's locked. Propellers. Propellers go forward. Propellers are forward. Throttles slightly open. Mixture is auto rich. Okay, now we have to do our fuel selectors. Fuel selectors are over here. Let's do left main. That's good. And right main. There we go. Fuel selectors are good. Passengers are aboard. Are we ready to try and pop out of here? So come over here and close the doors. Doors are closed. Now, I don't know if pushback helper will work with this airplane, so we'll probably just have to taxi out. So we'll start here and try and taxi out of here. Food time. See you in Toronto. See you in Toronto. I'm just going to hit the B button for my altimeter. Just going to hit the B button. Okay, we ready to give this a shot? Okay, passengers are aboard. Beacon is going on. Ignition is going on. Ignition is now on. Fuel pumps are now on. Shall we try and start a propeller? All right. Fuel booster pumps. Right engine going on. Right engine starter. Energize. I'm going to hit the mesh button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and on. Hey, look at that. We've got an engine spinning. All right, way too high. So we're going to push this back, the throttle back down to about 1100 RPM. Okay, that looks good right there. There's about 1100 RPM. Don't let it go too low. We got an engine started. Shall we try and do the other one? All right. So fuel booster pump going on. Fuel booster pump is on. And let's go ahead and energize. Transporter and mesh. 1, 2. You're supposed to be counting prop blades. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and on. And there goes another engine. Might need to goose that up a little bit. Just a bit. Your throttle a bit. We got them both going. And throttle back down to around 1100 RPM. Not below 10, otherwise that's too slow and the engine's not happy. Okay. We got it going. Boost pumps can go off for now. Booster pumps off. Boost pumps are off. Engine generator reset and on. Reset and on. Generator is good. Battery is over here. Ship battery now. And we can disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. Avionics can go on. Avionics, we're going to need 1 VOR. Okay, so the VOR that we need is going to be, it's the Santa Cruz VOR. It's 113.6.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted. Agent.
Somebody just did something
Loyalty
nice.
Noted.
It was Dusty. Hey, Dusty, thank you for a nice resub. Welcome back in, and thanks for some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan, Dusty. Dusty's been here for 25 months. And 25 months of really nice support. Thank you. 113.6. Make that active. So now we should have a VOR. How about if we squawk 2000? Squawking 2000. Axel has fun is back
confirmed.
over on.
Top clearance granted.
Axel is back on
Loyalty
YouTube. Hey,
noted.
Axel, welcome aboard. Cryogram just did a resub. Thank you for the resubs today. Thank you for 10 months of awesome support. Hello back to you, and thank you again for helping me to keep all my lights on. Could not do this without you at all. All right, our runway heading is going to be 169 degrees. So let's put 169 in here. There's 12, 15. There's 18. There is 16. There's 17 and back one. That should be our runway heading. The A380, there is one that does work over there. Yes. Okay, so we got all those looking good. And we've got that. Okay, so let's see. Everything's good over there. We need the tail wheel unlocked. Oh, everything. So let's see. No seatbelt signs or anything on this one. So we'll do landing lights, which is our taxi light, I guess. Parking brakes are going to go off. Parking brakes are off. All right, let's do unlock the tail wheel going forward. Got to get it rolling forward here. I don't think I'm getting out of here. Hey, there we go. I don't think I'm getting out of this mess. When all else fails, just hit the slew button. That was my pushback. Let's try this. This is the default DC-3, yes, but it's got the Duckworth mod in it. Come on. I don't know if I've got reverse props on this or not. Okay, here we go. There's our taxi. All right. So taxi, tail wheel is unlocked, parking brakes, toe brakes. Toe brakes are tested. And it does take a little bit of work to get your toe brakes on this one. And there's 1100. Flaps to 1/4. And parking brakes on. Now then, we're going to need some lights. There we go. Got a little bit of lighting there. That looks good too. Okay, now we can at least see what we're doing. All right, let's see. We're not going to do a run-up. Parking brake, throttles, carbs, magnetos. We're going to assume all that's good. Pitot tube, pitot heat is on. Autopilot setting is set. Landing lights are already on. Fuel boost pumps are going on. Trim is set to, right now trim is set to 0. That's going to be good. Cowl flaps go to trail. Cowl flaps to trail. Mixture is rich. Let's go. Parking brake is off, and we're going to follow that little airplane up there. We'll follow that little airplane. I don't know if they called it toga or not. We'll just say, may fortune favor the foolish. May fortune favor the foolish. Foolish, not foolish. Brakes. There goes Ignite TV. That's right. Whoever dares wins. BTG 007 is over with us. And around we go. Okay, so after takeoff, it is a gentle right turn. Gentle right turn. To a heading of 167 degrees. There we go. All lined up. Looking good. Let's go. Throttles up slowly with this airplane. Apparently you can flood it or stall it or something like that. Lined up down the runway. Tail wheel is locked. Tail comes up and the wind pushes us around. And there is 80 knots. Up, up, and away. Does not climb like a jet. Gear going up. Get a little speed. Out we go. So far, so good. Tail draggers are not easy. Gentle turn to a heading of 167 degrees. Flaps up. Flaps are going up. And there's a nice climb. And there's our turn. All right. Now then, let's sync some stuff up here. So get our heading set. There's the heading. Up, we're going down. Don't want to do that. And hydraulic lever forward. Hydraulic lever is forward. AP or gyropilot. Gyropilot has got us. There is our heading. And we're climbing fairly nice at about 140 knots and 167 degrees. This is, I believe, how you dial in your heading in the VOR. So you dial this thing, there's 12, 15, there's 15, 155, 16, 165, 67. That should be our heading, I hope. Okay, so I should have checked our cruise altitude. We're going to 9,000 feet. So 9,000 feet, climb power. So climb power is 2,500 RPM. So that's the props to 2,500 RPM. And climb power is 42 inches of manifold pressure. There is our climb power set. That's good. And we're going to 9,000 feet. Hi, Captain. Captain Edward is in chat. Hi, Captain Edward.
Subscriber confirmed.
Captain Edward is over on YouTube. Welcome aboard.
Loyalty noted.
And Rope 1989 just came in with a very nice resub, and thank you for your resub today. And some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for coming in. Okay, there's our nice climb at about 140, I think, is what I think we generally do. And so far, so good. After takeoff, landing lights can go off. Pitot heat, I thought I turned that on. Whoops. And then the booster pumps can go off after your takeoff. Now we're just waiting to pick up our VOR and hope that we're lucky. Not the best view today of Brazil. I guess we probably should have checked the weather and see what it was like. I thought it was going to be pretty nice today, though. Okay, fuel in the left tank looks like about 80, 80, 90, and 90. So we're doing really good there. Dad, game time. I don't know. Usually I don't really know why it wouldn't tell you that. I actually kind of thought that it did. But maybe it's something you have to check when you originally sign up for it, maybe. Strange and wonderful is the way that Twitch works, right? You find out when you see an ad. Well, you should also not be able to do a, you should also not be able to do, I would think that you also wouldn't be able to do emotes. I'm just going to look at Contrail and see if I could do like, check the E-Jet in 2025. Climbing at about 500 feet per minute, that's good. So Flight Sim 2024. I have CRJs, I have E-Jets. Oh, I gotta do serial numbers on that. I'll do that later. I was gonna do maybe 737, the 737, the 737 MAX today. Hello, Hydrospace. Welcome back in. Dusty, yeah, you can also set your, you can also set these to auto renew too. I did. I need to go and get my activation codes for it. I can do that. It's just I'll need to do that later. Okay, this is for 167 miles. This airplane does not go very fast. There's 6,000 feet. Okay, everything's good here. Generators are on. We're not draining the battery. Passengers are happy. Engines are still good. There's no fire coming out of the airplane. That's kind of a good thing too, right? Aunt Malt says I have to uninstall the 2020 versions. Okay. That sounds like something to do at another time during, when we're not in a live stream. So I'll try it. Let's just see if Flight 1 is... Nope, not Flight 1. I was going to just look and see if the Maxes had an update. The Maxes are currently version 1.0.3.1. I'm going to guess that's good for our flight today. Oh, unless we want to take a MD-11. Let's see if the MD-11's got an update. We haven't done the MD-11. Still waiting for... Now, this airplane does not have DME. So it just tells you we're going in this direction. The way you know if you've gone over the DME is the little needle flips to the other direction. It flips around to the other direction. Nope, it isn't there. What happened to...
Subscriber confirmed.
Somebody just did another
granted,
resub.
Ah,
there we go.
Noted.
There's TFDI. And I've got the current TFDI, so we can do that. Flying Eli just did a nice resub. Flying Eli, thank you for your resub today. Flying Eli has been here for 34 months. We were thinking about, there's 2 VATSIM events. There's one in Toronto, there's also one at KSDF. That's why I was thinking about updating my MD-11 for that, Russ. Thunder Bay is a fun airport too, and I think we've all got a nice payware for that. Now, and I think we decided we were going to go out of Toronto down to KSDF, right? And that's Louisville, Kentucky. It's a 430-mile flight. All right, how's our climb doing? There's 7,000 feet. We're not climbing very fast, are we? All right, how we doing here? For climb power, it's supposed to be 2,500 RPM and 42 inches. Oh, look at that. That's probably part of the problem. Manifold pressure's way low. How? I can't even get 42 inches of manifold pressure right now. I think we're gonna die. There's like 130 knots. Let's get the gyro pilot to see if we can't close the gap here for 1,500 feet. This livery for this airline actually, I think, flew into, obviously, Santos Dumont too back in the day. No sign of the VOR. How are we doing? Let's cheat for a second. Okay, so we're actually doing pretty good. We're doing fairly decently here. And we're going right over here to this VOR. So we're slightly, you know, a degree or two off the turn. How about... let's come over here and do it with this. A slight right turn. Hey, look at that. We're actually getting to see some, see a little scenery outside the airplane too. We're flying a lot lower too, and we're not going out over the water. Usually they've got you going out over the water on this flight. It is a fun flight, especially in this one. The thing is, you don't get very far. You don't get there very fast. That's the thing. You can turn red lights on in the cabin, in the cockpit up here. So we've got our lights on. Passengers are back there behaving. Hi, passengers. And we've actually got some, looks like some nice lights in here too. Think that this airplane was in the day before they had seatbelt signs. No seatbelt signs here. In the back seats here, you actually got, 4 seats that faced each other. I don't know how much I'd enjoy, being, in the seats facing backwards. That seems a little weird. All right, so we're slowly inching our way up to 9,000 feet. That's supposed to be our cruise. The hard part of this is going to be coming in. So basically, we're going to be doing the visual version without any nav aids. So basically, come on down. I would say, 1,200 feet after you get past the hills of Rio. Then come down in over town. You're going to look off to the right, look for the Ferris wheel along the coast. Then look forward. You're looking for the bridge. The bridge, and then after you see the bridge, look for the island. You make your turn just beyond the island for landing. No problem.
Detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay
Anthony just did a follow. Hi, Anthony. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Thing is I think that these engines really vibrated, so this looks like it's a nice smooth ride and everything. My guess is that the ride bounced you all over the place. It was vibrations and stuff. Now the passenger version probably had some more heaters and stuff in the cabin, so it wasn't that uncomfortable, but still, you were getting bounced about quite a bit. I mean, we did have a small galley back here. So we do have a nice galley. So we have teacups. My guess is that's coffee. So coffee and tea and probably booze. Average EGLL, thank you for coming in. Happy Thursday. Oh, look at this. We've got a VOR. We've got a VOR pointing us there. And let's see. It's supposed to be 167. 167. Well, that's 167. But really, I bet it's, no, it's supposed to be 98. It's 167 nautical miles. It's 098. 098 is the heading. Aha, see, there we go. So there's 09, 095, 6, 7, 8. Now you can see we're on our beam. Look at that. Wow. We're right where we're supposed to be. Can't imagine that. So we're right on the beam, so we'll just kind of follow that right now. Maybe a degree or two to the right. Everything else is good. Definitely a different airplane than the jets that we usually fly. Dastinger is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Back when they used to make airplanes out of metal. Not a whole lot of composites on this one. Nothing from the 3D printer. Hi George, welcome to you and thank you for coming in today too. So we're right on our course heading and we're coming up on 9,000 feet, so we're gonna stop at 9,000 feet. It is a tin bird for sure. Let's see, Heinstein, welcome aboard. So this airplane is supposed to.
New recruits detected.
Himo just did a follow. Welcome aboard. Hi, Waterwell. Well, I wouldn't at the moment. I'd just leave it in there unless you need the space Waterwell. So as far as an engine failure, this airplane was developed. One of the things that the customers wanted is if you failed an engine, you could still fly. Because remember, this was the airplane back in the day. All the airplanes had 3 engines. They were all tri-motors. So you could lose one engine, but still had 2 engines to fly. So they had to make this more powerful. So we could turn that engine off, but it would just slow us way down. And we've got another flight to try and get to today. Trying to remember after all of this, flying the Boeing 737. Don't know how that's going to work. Oh wait, no, it's we're taking the MD-11. MD-11 time. Down to Louisville. But yeah, Heidstein, this airplane, that was the customers all wanted. Very, very specifically, they said, we want to be able to, we very much want to be able to fly on one engine in an emergency. And that was one of the criteria. Average EGL dropped your phone and you chipped the camera. Yeah, I tried to be helpful. We're stalling. This airplane does not, we're too heavy for 9,000 feet. We're too heavy. Let's go down to 7. We're just too heavy for 9,000 feet. And it didn't say step climb or anything, but no go. It was not a happy airplane. Because we need to get an altitude here so that we can kick that speed up. Otherwise, we're just going to be meandering around here at 140 miles an hour. That's not good. We've still got about 100 miles to go to the VOR and another 60 to 70 beyond that. No, only 30 miles to Dumont from there. Quadda Sim Pilot is doing a Super today. That is a big A380. So let's go ahead and instead of 9, let's go to 7,000. On the ground, 140 would be considered speeding, not meandering. No. Up here, we're just kind of floating about here. We should have our speed up to about 180. But yeah, average EGLL. We're still on our VOR? Yeah, we're right on the VOR. All right, everything else is good. Let's go ahead. And usually at this point in the flight, we start going and wanting to see what's going on VATSIM. Next flight is a VATSIM flight. We're going to try and do Toronto to Louisville. So let's see what's going on. KSDF right now. Visual approaches 17 left and right. 17 left and right. Okay. YYZ, got no idea. Don't see any airplanes in there, so let's see what's going on in the real world. Up in Toronto, at Pearson in the real world, and they don't have a digit latest there, but what we can do is we can kind of look in and see. Looks like Toronto is landing and departing to the north. So at YYZ, I'm going to guess that a FedEx is going to depart off of runway 05. So we'll plan on 05 unless you're going to do a passenger liner. And if you're a passenger plane, you'll probably get 6 left. You can't land on both runways simultaneously unless you, again, you're a very, very big airplane, right? Down here, my guess at Louisville, so I'm going to guess 17 right because FedEx parks over there. So I'm going to plan on the right side. And there we go. That's just, if you do it like that, that's how you can go and just generally be prepared for your flight. And if you use the right runways, the cool part about that is they are not going to really rewrite your flight plan for you. Heinstein, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. So over here, you found us on YouTube. Well, first of all, YouTube is basically free, so subscribers there are really good. We fly every day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and no, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Our new departure time is really kind of meandering to 1800 Zulu. Normally, we fly big jets between big airports on VATSIM with a whole lot of other people. The community that you're going to find here is really smart people. We've got a couple really nice airline pilots that come in and help us out every now and then, figure out the right way to do stuff. Mountain Man just came in. Hi, Mountain Man. Good afternoon. Welcome aboard, and thank you for coming in. Let's see. Being prepared is a very important. Tim J, yes. If you can be prepared, then you're going to probably do a good job of not crashing. And Kirill is back in saying Happy Pride Month. Hey, Kirill, welcome aboard. We're doing a DC-3 flight into Rio de Janeiro, then we're going to do Toronto to Louisville on VATSIM. We're not on VATSIM for these flights. And we're still just not descending that well. The gyro pilot is definitely not, it's not a really great autopilot, but it's doing okay. We're still on course. That's good. Oh no, I'm the only one that gets to be the village idiot here. Everybody else is totally cool and should be very, very happy and doing good. Kirill is doing helicopter flights today. There's 8,000 feet. We're going to try and level off at 7 and get our speed up to about 170 or so. Flash Duck is here with Wise Quacks. Welcome aboard, Flash Duck. Thank you for coming by today. We are not even to the halfway point here. Not even to the halfway point. We would be starting our descent right now. We would be starting our descent into Santos Dumont. I don't know, Tim J. I forget who came in, but they said we probably ought to do Toronto to Louisville, so that's what we're doing. I'm sorry, I don't remember. But that's kind of the way the plan worked out. Hey, speed's coming up. We're at warp factor 160 miles an hour now. Let me update the next command. Tomorrow we're taking this thing on the recreation flight of the very first Pathfinder flights for D-Day. All right. And the next command is updated. Flying Airmark is back in chat. From Janora, great to see you and welcome on in. Your wife is São Paulo. And you've done this in the Goal 737. The views are spectacular. Night mood, it's day. I'm flying real time, I thought. Let's see. Did I not check real time? I've got real time and live weather is what I've got right now, Fly Airmark. Hey, finally getting down to 7,000 feet. Well, no, not at all, Flying Airmark. Maybe the clock is off in the sim. Okay, we're looking really good here. Fly Airmark says it's wintertime. That's right. That's the difference. That's the difference is it's almost wintertime, and so it gets dark here sooner. Let's see. I need to load in Toronto and Louisville scenery for our next flight. Okay, 7,000 feet. All right, let's see. Toronto is loaded in. Now let's do KSDF. I don't have that. And feel there. Nope, that's St. Louis. I guess I don't have anything. I thought I had a scenery for that. Okay, there's 7,000 feet and we're still descending. So let's come on up here. Oh, Thomas, I'm sorry. Since I switched over to Streamlabs, the METAR commands don't work anymore. All right, there we go. We're going to meander around up there. Cruise power is 2,000 RPM and 30 inches of manifold pressure. I'm going to wait till our speed kicks up. How is fuel? So it's down here a little bit. So it's 50 gallons. It's 80 gallons there. What do you say we go off of the auxiliary tanks for a while? We're going to go off the auxiliary tanks here. And there's 7,000 feet, 165 miles an hour. So we'll see if we can't coax a little bit more speed out of this. We're slightly off to the side here. Yes, there's 4 tanks total on this airplane. 4 tanks total. And here we are. Basically, there is Santos Dumont. And we're doing actually pretty good on this. No DMEs on these airplanes. Man, those hills look a little bit high. I wonder if 7,000 feet's going to be enough. Though, well, looks like we're actually coming out of the hills, and most of those are off to the left. But yeah, Tim J, they put, there's 4 tanks total. And the only way to look at them is over here, your fuel gauge. You can look at one each time. So you had to switch between the 4. AvGeek Fozzie, good morning. Thank you for coming by today. There is 165, so that's about it. I did not get the FS Labs A321. Polyot did and really, really likes it. I've got enough Airbuses right now, so I just didn't feel like I needed another Airbus. Just didn't feel like I needed another Airbus today. Okay, we're a little low. Somebody just did something nice. Hang on. Let's do a little climb here. Frankie Stat is on a 7-stream streak right now. Thanks, Frankie. Mountain says the FS Labs Neo's going to come out soon. Tom Seck, thank you for coming in today. I hope you are having a really great evening tonight.
Top clearance granted.
I didn't check the weather in Frankfurt tonight, but I hope that it's a nice night and there's tasty food and good friends. And see you when you are done, and we'll see you tomorrow, or the day after, or the day after. Lucidity just did a really nice resub. Hey, Lucidity, thanks for the resub. 28 months. Thank you for being here. Almost Tom Selleck. Almost. Just needs a red Ferrari. Now we're climbing a little bit. So we'll push the nose down a couple of clicks. AvGeek, the engine's randomly shut off. Are you putting the right amount of fuel in it? You do have to fuel the airplane. That's right, the red Ferrari does belong to Robin Masters. Okay, about 160 miles an hour. This airplane does not move fast. I don't really think it is a problem in this airplane. What do you say we roll the clock back to daylight? I think it'd be more fun to look outside. Holy moly, those hills look big. This was supposed to the hills were supposed to go down. I got a bad feeling about this. Boy, am I glad I changed the clock. We were about to go splat. I think we need to climb a little bit. Those hills are right in the way. We need to take evasive action. The hills are coming to get us. Maybe even the walking trees. They are alive, possibly with the sound if you're going to go splat. Fly Airmark, yeah, great decision to go to. I just didn't want to sit here and fly at night. It's like, yeah. I mean, we're at 7,000 feet right now. Those were getting a little bit close. A little bit close. Then we're going to go out over the water. Yeah, Tim J. Tomorrow, so we can either be authentic, and the Pathfinder flight took off at about, it was either 10:30 or 11:30 or thereabouts at night the day before. So we can change the clock. I think that's going to be an awfully long flight. It really is going to be a long one. So we could go ahead and start looking at some of that right now. And one of the ways to do this is I've got the notes over here. And we could use, we could go ahead and do, Sky Vector. So for Sky Vector, we're going to be departing from Barford St. John, EGBT. So EGBT and EGBT. There's our departure and our arrival airport. EGBT. It doesn't know Barford. Really? EGBT, that's what it is. It doesn't have it. I guess that was an inactive airport. It doesn't know Barford? Okay. EGBT, I spelled it right. All right. Well, let's just go and delete these. And what we'll do is we'll put the route in. So the route is down here. These are raw coordinates for our route. And then I'm going to make that text file available. Yeah, it's already over on Discord for you. Okay, there's our flight route right there. So the real airplanes took off from the mid part of the UK and down we go. Now let's go ahead, and we're supposed to fly this at 140. This is still 3 hours and 15 minutes worth of flying. EGBT is an airport. I guess SkyVector doesn't know it, Tim. Navigraph knows about it, but this doesn't. Avgeek Fozzie, that was the name that they gave to the first flights that took off, which is what we're doing tomorrow. The first flights that they took off, they were called the Pathfinder flights. And if you go online, here are the original mission orders for D-Day. These are some of the original orders. This was the field order, the first thing that came out. It's only 8 pages, but this tells you, what your job is, what you're going to fly, what you're going to do. And if you want, all of that information is available online. So one of the things that I'll do is I'll put links in for you right now into chat to go and get all of those documents. They're all there. Also, if you would like, there is this was an Army video movie that they did years ago after all of that. And then a few years ago, I did a tutorial video on it. And that's what that other video is that you see right there.
Subscriber confirmed.
That is the
Top
flight
clearance
that we're
granted,
doing.
Agent. Loyalty noted.
Okay, we can probably go back to 7,000 feet now. Let's get our speed up. Let's get our speed back up. Dad Game Time just did a really nice resub. Hi, Dad Game Time. Welcome aboard, and thank you for coming in today. Okay, back down to 7,000 feet. Those were some big hills. Maybe we wouldn't have gone splat, but we would have been close. There are some navigation aids that you can dial in. And if you look here in the flight plan, so after your departure, to get to checkpoint Austin, they had names. And if you're dialed into the Southampton VOR and dial your radial to 137 degrees. When you're 16 miles away and it's centered up, you're in the right spot. We could have navigated between the hills, but I don't think I did a good job there. Okay, back to 7,000 feet, and that should be good. Fuel is good. Dad game time. So yes, the C47 or DC3 in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, and this is the Duckworks mod. So the Duckworks mod really makes the DC3 a lot more fun, a much better airplane. Yeah, we're mostly over water here and then over the city, so we should be good. Okay, coming up on 7,000 feet. There's 100 feet to go. We're just descending at about 100, 200 feet per minute. Still more or less centered up here. I'm going to go a couple of clicks off to the right here. There's 7,000 feet. So let's take the climb off. And there it goes up to 0. And it doesn't just stay there. It's not all clean. It wobbles a little bit like that. But that should take the climb off. And we're just 200 feet up, so we'll settle into that. And no more big scary mountains ahead. Next though, we're going to trade our 2 props for 3 big jet engines and the MD-11. See if I can remember how that airplane works. To give you an idea of where we're at, if you're thinking about flying with us on our next flight, we're just over the water here, and there is our airport. And I've got Navigraph is set to VFR for the D-Day flights here. Who made the MD-11? TFDI. TFDI made the MD-11. And it's pretty good. The real manufacturer is McDonnell Douglas. But TFDI made our simulated version, and it's not bad. Okay, the biggest thing is watch my speed on the turn. Am I going into X-Plane? X-Plane, so that one was made by Rotate Sim, and the Rotate Sim MD-11 is a very good MD-11. I don't have a working version of X-Plane right now. It's just way, way, way too heavy on my frame rates for me. I'm going to do another click of nose up here because we're getting just a touch low. That's right, I'll be in 2020. I'm staying in 2020 today. Let's see. Dogs has a birthday flight that you put over in suggested flights on Discord. I think so. I think Saturday we're going to have plenty of time for things like that, Dogs. Absolutely. Right now, what we're starting off with is Charlotte to JFK, LaGuardia, or Newark for New York Live, then I don't have anything in the middle flight, so we'll just put that in there for your flight. And then we've got the Denver Live Saturday Night Ops is what we have on Saturday. I'm just looking over. I did see it. I just want to make sure that I could see that. Mesa Gateway to Colorado Regional. Okay. Mesa Gateway. That's where all the rattlesnakes hang out. Are you sure you want to go to Mesa? There's rattlesnakes and all sorts of stuff there. Let's see. Dad Game Time. Orbix is making us pay full price to add our 2020 sceneries to 2024. You shouldn't have to do that. Koza says to stretch. Let's do a little stretch right now. Yeah, you've got to do that in this airplane. You've really got to stretch and move around. Oh, so we're not supposed to worry about rattlesnakes. And we got all sorts of really cool scenery to look at out here. Avgeek Fozzie also said to hydrate too. So 7,000 feet, about 160 miles an hour. That's about as good as it's going to get. That's about as good as I think we're going to get here. Dad Game Time. I don't think that you should. I don't think you should have to pay. Now, maybe some individual developers are. But I thought that they were all going to basically do... I really thought that what they were going to do is they were going to maybe charge a $5. Some were going to charge a $5 upgrade fee, not everybody. So you should still be able to do that. So something must be wrong. Did you log in with the account that you bought all those original airports with? That might be it. Check that out. Let's see. What else do we need to do? I think we're good. We've already figured out our flight. We got our runways. We checked the airports. Let's see. Brent Canting. I'm gonna guess. Well, let's see. Usually, Volanta gives you good ETAs, right? Volanta got a nice ETA here. So here we are on Volanta. You can see we're way over halfway. 22 minutes remaining. At our present speed, about 22 minutes before we land. Avgeek Fozzie, we are not on VATSIM. So what we're on right now is we're on multiplayer, and that's where you get those big names up there. That's where the big names come from. So really not so bad here. All right, let's come over here and start clearing out. I've got far too many tabs open here, so let me close that. Okay, we don't need that map until tomorrow. Let's turn off Sky Vector. Sky Vector is off. I don't need the weather map. Oh, I know why. They had a couple of scattered showers and thunderstorms. Let's come over here. Yeah, it's 20% still. I don't think there's going to be anything. Nah. We don't have to worry about thunderstorms today. Okay, we don't need that. We don't need that. I think that closes off all the tabs. Except for one. Cool. Let's see. Mighty Morph is back. Hey, Mighty Morph. Toronto to Louisville. Since we're in Flight Sim 2020, we're going to take the MD-11. No fear. Okay, now we're starting to get off course a little bit. We need to turn to the left a bit. To the right. Let's go to 090 degrees. Britt Canting, you did the MD-11 and it's working good for you right now? Actually, I really think we should have gone right. Okay, we're really good. AvGeek Fozzie likes the MD-11. And AvGeek Fozzie saw one in Hawaii. Yeah, they're pretty majestic airplanes with that really big engine up in the tail. It's just a really big, amazing airplane. Kirill, I really don't know that much about helicopters. I'm just not that good at them. Koza, you had a strong thunderstorm in Munchen. Departures were on hold for 30 to 60 minutes. Yeah, when you get really big thunderstorms like that, that becomes a problem for sure. Okay, we need to push the nose down a few clicks. We're a touch high. I would imagine that that was probably during the busiest part of the day, Koza. And that would have been, I mean, you're running a lot of airports in and out of Munich as well, so. All right, so let's see here. Traffic, what's a good traffic pattern altitude for us on this one? Let's see, the airplane's 10 feet above sea level. I'm gonna go down to, how about 1,000 feet? Let's do 1,000 feet and then be visual. So 1,000 feet up, and then we should be able to make this work. Again, my strategy is going to be come in over the city. So there's the VOR, and then we'll basically just 090, or how about 070? Come in over here, we're going to look for the bridge. So we'll look for the bridge and look for the island and make the turn. And hopefully it'll work. Koza says they're 1.5 hours for pushback. Man, can you imagine spending a 1.5 hours sitting at the gate waiting for pushback? Seriously, to get to some places out of Frankfurt, some places in Germany, you really could have just, you know, taken a train. We're back on, heading right for the VOR. So let's correct our course back here just a little bit. AvGeek Fozzie, you had to wait an hour to park at the gate at LAX? Really? An hour to park at the gate? There was a day I was flying into Denver. We were in probably like an A320. It was the middle of winter. And so, you know, Denver, in between the A and B concourse, there's actually 3 taxi lanes. And so one of the things that they did is they had a big 747 sitting in the middle of it. And they had us move off to the side, go around the 747, go back to the center, go all the way to the end, go all the way around the Bravo concourse to come back in because our gate wasn't ready. So they basically had us go all the way around the Bravo concourse there. It's kind of ridiculous. Really crazy. Brick Canting, my private pilot happened a long time ago. It was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. So really, I mean, I would have to look up the numbers to remind myself what it cost. But it was such a long time ago, and it wouldn't even come close today. Oh, and we did that little loop-de-loop around the Bravo concourse in the middle of a big nasty snowstorm. A really nasty snowstorm come in Denver that day. It was so snowy out there, they were making Sim Caesar. They were making Sim Caesar snow bunnies or snow pizzas. AZ, yeah, we're getting frosty with the DC-3 so that we can do the D-Day memorial flight tomorrow. Hi, Nitty Gritty, welcome aboard. You're getting into the game, really? What do I recommend? Nitty Gritty, so you want to do something with this. Okay, first question, Nitty Gritty. Tell me about your flying background. Do you know how to fly a plane? I know, that's ridiculous, but it's important in this game, right? Heidstein, no, I'm actually a broadcaster. Okay, so Nitty Gritty doesn't know how to fly an airplane. Guess what? You are in luck. So when you get this game, when you originally started off, you're going to go to the main screen, and if you look, one of the options is basically flying lessons. And to get started, you don't have to go and buy a whole lot of extra. You don't have to buy a whole lot of extra add-ons, you know, like a flight stick and throttles and rudder pedals. You can start your flying lessons if all you got is an Xbox controller. That's a really good way to be able to start doing a little bit of flying. Do the flying lessons. You're gonna want to do the flying lessons for sure, and do that. So you really need to do that. Here's the thing about flight simulator, okay? A typical computer game, like Assassin's Creed, takes you 10 to 15 minutes to learn how to play the game, right? Move forward, backward, get your sword, hack and slash, kill, put your sword away, and walk away. It takes 10 to 15 minutes, and then you just play, right? The thing is Flight Simulator, the learning curve on this is a lot higher. Now, this is a pretty accurate representation of the way this airplane works. It really is. But here's the deal. You have to learn about these airplanes. So like one of the things that I've got to control is not just my throttles, but I also have to control the manifold pressure on this old thing as well. So, and Dastinger is right. I can't tell you the number of times that I crashed my Flight Factor 757 into the ground trying to learn how to land that thing. I'm not kidding. It was terribly embarrassing. I hated doing it, but eventually you learn. And you'll start to learn how to fly not just the Cessna 150, which is what you'll start in with flying lessons, but then you could also learn this, you know, old DC-3. Or you can see, if I don't know how long you're going to be here, Nitty Gritty, but our next flight is in a very, very big jet. It's a very big cargo jet. And we're going to be on the air traffic control network with a bunch of other really big jets. So, this is the beginning of not just 10 to 15 minutes to learn how to play for a few months and then get rid of it. Some of us have been flying Flight Simulator for years and years and years. And it's a game that doesn't go away. Yeah, right now, so there's basically 3 ways you can fly. All by yourself, nobody else. Nobody. Second way to fly is what we're doing right now. We are in what is called, multiplayer. And so here's other people on the same Microsoft server as us just flying around. This is like a sandbox. We're all just playing around, no rules whatsoever. The next flight, we're going to be on the VATSIM network. That means there's ATC. Oh, look at this. We're going over the VOR. See, there goes the VOR. We're going to flip it around, flying over that. And there's the VOR. Cool. So let's go ahead and we're going to continue our course. We're doing pretty good. Let's go right over Rio de Janeiro. We'll start our descent in just a little bit. We got a couple of hills here that we got to get past. Let's get past these hills and it should be good. So the next event, and I'll show you a little bit of the network that we're going on, okay? Here is VATSIM map. And I'm going to go and make you a copy of the VATSIM map web address so you can look it up on your own web browser. There it is. And so here we are. This is the VATSIM world. All of those little blue airplanes are somebody flying around a simulator just like I am, like you're seeing on Twitch right now, okay? All of these blue airplanes, somebody's flying an airplane. Right now there's 1,095 planes. There's 84 people doing air traffic control. And you've got to fly your airplane according to the rules. The real rules of the air, with real weather and stuff. So what we're going to do for our next flight is they're not on yet, but we're going to depart out of Toronto. And we're going to go down here to Louisville. We're going to do a cargo flight. Louisville is a very, very big terminal for a really big terminal for cargo. So we're going to take a big cargo liner down there. Yeah, a lot of people are doing this. A lot of people are doing this. Okay, we're looking really good. It's time to start our descent. So let's go ahead and push the nose down, and we're going to start descending at about 600, 700 feet per minute. That's right. One of the things we're trying to do is they've modeled these airplanes to be pretty accurate. And so our flying time is real, our weather is real. Now, I've changed this right now. Yeah, I like to say that this is as real as it gets without you having to take off your shoes and go through security. You don't have to buy an airline ticket, but you can make it that real if you want. And you'll see all the buttons in the next airplane that I'm going to be flying have all sorts of really great, really, really good buttons and stuff. And they all work well. Okay, we are coming down. We're going to go to 1,500 feet here. Nitty gritty. It is a little tough, especially getting started. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. You're going to get a little frustrated. There is a huge learning curve, but if you promise yourself that you're going to give yourself time to learn, it'll work out. It really will. Okay, coming down there, 6,000 feet. We're looking pretty good there. Speed is up a little bit, so let's go ahead and take a look at the cheat sheet here. Okay, descent. Descent power is 2,000 RPM and 20 to 30 inches. So RPM is down to 2,000 and 20 to 30 inches. Let's go to 25 of manifold pressure, because we were just getting way too fast here. Okay, that's all good. Let's just hit the B button to set the altimeter. Altimeter's checked and set. Fuel boost pumps go on. Fuel booster pumps are on. Landing lights going on. Everything else looks really good. Fuel. How is fuel? Fuel's looking pretty good. Okay, all of that looks good. We'll just stay on the auxiliaries for now. That looks good. All right, fuel booster, landing lights, gyro pilot. We're going to leave the gyro pilot on for a little bit more here. And we're going to keep going. I'm going to let the gyro pilot descend us Let's go ahead and I'm going to make a turn to 090 degrees, basically east now. What we're looking for is the shoreline, the downtown area, and the bridge, and my cute little island for the turn. This is one of the more difficult airports to arrive in. It's got a last-minute turn to final. There are no radio aids to navigation. You basically, the best way to do this is visual. Okay, this is all looking good. We're at 5,000 feet. We're stopping at 1,500. I see water up here. That is pretty good. And let's continue. I'm going to make a little bit of a right turn here. I see the big airport. We're going to the small downtown airport on this one. There is 5,000 feet. We need to push our descent down a little bit faster. I'm going to roll my manifold pressure back to 20. We're going a touch fast and we don't have speed brakes here. Okay, hydraulic flow selector. We'll turn that off as soon as we are done. Okay, there is the bridge. Let's continue our turn around here a bit. There's the bridge. That's right, Luke, use your flaps. Well, I'm way too fast for flaps right now. Way too fast to start rolling those out. Do not lower landing flaps when the airspeed exceeds 112. We're almost 200 knots right now. But I'm also a little high. Okay, there's the big airport. We are headed right for the bridge. I see the bridge. I'd like a little... It's really hard to see. The bridge is right in the middle of our screen there. There's 4,000 feet, looking pretty good. There's the big international airport. The other thing we need to do is avoid bumping into the big concrete statue. I hear people get kind of religiously irate with you if you bump into the big concrete statue here in Rio de Janeiro. Also, be sure when in Rio de Janeiro, bring your Gamma Scout because the beaches are a little bit radioactive here. All right. Almost time to do airplane things. Autopilot going off. Autopilot is off. Hydraulic back to normal. Captain's got the airplane. There's my bridge. Let's turn out just a touch. Avgeek Fozzie says it's also a little dark right now. Yeah, I didn't want to fly it at night on this one. Not in this airplane. There's 2,500. Props all the way forward. Do I know how to fly the SR-22? Captain Edward, I don't. Okay, we're going to bring the nose up a little bit. Here's 1,000. There's 2,000. Let's bring the throttles all the way back to the horn status. Now we're bleeding off our speed. There we go. All right, we got to look over there. There's the airport. There's our bridge. Can't see the Ferris wheel. It's not dark. There's 1,500. Bring the nose up just a little bit, stop our descent. That's going to bleed off even more speed. 120. I'm going to go, let's see. Pranoia is back in chat. Welcome back in. Bleeding off, there's 120. Flaps 1. Flaps are 1. Gear going down. Here comes the gear. Gear down and locked. Tail wheel is locked. Throttle going up. All right, looking good there. There's the runway off to the right. There comes the island. It's just on the other side. We're not in a jet. Pranoia, I hope you'll join us. Yes, our next flight is Toronto to Louisville. All right, let's go ahead and start a gentle descent now. There's about 1,000 feet per minute. That's too much. There's my island. I'm going to start my gentle turn. Now, if we were on VATSIM, we have to watch out for bumping into other airplanes. On this, in multiplayer, we don't have to. We just get to do whatever we want. Much tighter. It absolutely is a much tighter arrival. We've done that a few times, and boy, is it scary. Okay, we're at about 110. We're going to slow our speed just a bit, land about 90. And of course, the runway is right behind our little magnetic compass there. So you kind of have to look around. There's our runway. Don't want to come in too hot here. It's a tail dragger. Tail draggers do not like brakes. You could stand the airplane on the nose. And there's our runway. These kind of turns to final are so much fun. There's 95. That's pretty good. Looks like we got a little bit of a wind here, a bit crabby. Rio looks really nice. A touch high. So we're definitely coming in a little on the crabby side on this arrival. Catching up with our descent now. Over the mini checkerboards. Was that a taxiway? I don't think was that my taxiway? I can't tell. The hard part is with the nose high. That was a taxiway, right? Oh, yep, I missed it. It was a taxiway. I was a little bit off to the side. There it is. I never make that taxiway over in the other one. Okay, flaps up. Flaps going up. And boost pumps going off. Boost pumps are off. I cut the grass. I did. I know I ran into the windsock. Sunjammer's over there. And then we'll just kind of come in here. And let's come straight for the jetway. And then hard over. There we go. And we're going to park like that because the passengers get off the back way. And that jet over there, Captain Aldi is looking at, what is this person doing? What is this airplane doing like this? All right. Parking brakes on. Parking brakes are set. Props back. Throttle back. Idle cutoff. Idle cutoff. Props are good. Let's come on up here. Landing lights going off. That looks great. Battery cart. The ground cart can go on. Let's turn off the magnetos. Magnetos are going off. Generators go off. Jennies are off now. Ignition goes off. Avionics master goes off. Let's do the battery off the ship battery. That looks good over there. Battery card is out. Pitot tube heat. Position lights stay on. Beacon can go off. And then we'll come over here and we can turn these guys on. And that means now we've got the door open. And the Firefly is now saying, oh, okay, that's what that airplane's doing. And so now the passengers don't have to walk around the wings. They can just get straight off the airplane like this. We're within the flight area here. So you can see the airplane is right where we're supposed to park. But at least we've got our passengers walking over to the stairs. Let's see. Oh, that's right. They got to turn the Dr. Xavier over to Magneto. I thought it was the other way around. Holy moly, what an airplane. So we got that. Let's get ready to do a standard spy flight, jet flight. Now remember, there's a couple things we got to do here because we're right now in multiplayer and we don't want to be in multiplayer. So it's time to escape and we're going to go to the main menu and then bail on the sim. Let's also start taking another fast look at VATSIM and see what's going on in VATSIM. So let's see, hit refresh. Let's see if any ATCs popped off. Tim J is going to call it. Good night, Tim J. Thank you for coming in. See you next time. Okay, so it looks like a lot of SDF is not on. Toronto is not on right now. We must be a little early. Do we have... let's see here. Volanta's got a Zulu clock. It's 21:32. It's a little bit early. So it's a little bit early. Do we want to go ahead and do this flight anyway? I mean, we've kind of gotten our butts kicked a little bit with the DC-3. Shall we just do a flight in VATSIM and announce intentions? I am not going to do another DC-3 flight. This airplane is hard. It's a harder airplane. Let's see. I'm going to set my engines over to the MD-11. Ford Trimotor, TCA, MD-11. So we got that. Now, the pilots that were flying these old airplanes, they earned their paychecks. These were very hard to fly. Yeah, I've got, well, it was the only way to get the, oh, look at that. It stopped. Holy moly. It actually seems to have cleared itself out there. Usually it freezes. Usually it freezes. Okay, let's also just go ahead and zoom out and see. I think Europe's probably going to bed. It's getting too late for Europe. We're doing that flight tomorrow, Mikey. We're doing the D-Day flight tomorrow is our first flight. Okay, so it looks like Scotland is up. We've got Aberdeen is up here. We've got Edinburgh. We've got Dublin. Shall we do a beer run down to Dublin instead? We could take the a Ryanair 737 MAX. Fly Air Mark, that livery, the Santos Dumont livery, if you go to flightsim.to and just put search for Santos Dumont, you'll find the livery. It looks really good. Heinzen is in Scotland, so we could do Aberdeen or Edinburgh, Glasgow. We could go down to Arts Tavern and do that. Are there spies already in Toronto? Let's see, what time is it? It's actually really early. We could probably do both. We could do Edinburgh down to Dublin and then take the MD-11 out. We can do both. It's early enough. Why don't we do that? I think that would be a lot more fun than just not. And there's also some new people in chat who want to see what VATSIM's all about. Let's do that. So Edinburgh, runway is 24 for departure. Runway 24 for departure. Let's see what's going on in Dublin. Dublin is landing runway is 28 left. So 28 left. Okay, let me go and make sure I don't have any sceneries. The event probably starts at 2300. And it's just like I said, it's too early. Let me just go and see if I've got, okay. EGPH, right? That's Edinburgh. EIDW. Do I have Edinburgh that way? All right. Dublin. Yeah, I do have a Dublin. Yeah, MK Studios for Dublin. And Edinburgh. I don't know where that is. So we'll just go with what we've got. Okay, we got that set. So let's come on up to EGPH. And what we want to do is make sure that we don't spawn on anybody. So we'll get one of these gates. Let's go. All right, I need parking brakes off, gear down, full throttles. Let's start the sim. Here we go. This is a Boeing 737 MAX. And it'll be a Ryanair, so we can go ahead and start doing our flight plan. So new flight. It's RYR Ryanair. We're going to be EGPH, EIDW. We're going to be in a 737 MAX. Okay, the 737, it's a MAX 8 is what we want. And let's go. And do I have Ryanair? I sure do. That looks good. What airport? Okay, so 24, they got that right. 28, they've got us landing on 28 right. The 8 says 28 left. Let's flip that over there. We're going to be on VATSIM. It's the UK. It's busy. I want 30 minutes of extra fuel. Just cuz. Okay, our flight plan looks great. All that looks good. It's going to be kilos. I'm going to assume that the airplane's in kilos too, but we may have to go and regenerate. Build the flight plan. All right, let's go and view it. And we're going to save a copy of the flight plan to the desktop. Now we're going to file our flight plan on VATSIM. Here we go. Oh, we got to re-sign in. I was gone for 2 days. Okay, we're going to go to flight 22,000 feet for today's flight to Edinburgh. 22,000 feet. It's about 50 minutes. Perfect time. This looks good. Filed. Chickening out is not an answer. Kirill, I'm sorry. I saw that you mentioned that, and I'm sorry I didn't answer that. I'm sorry we didn't do the quick GA flight. We were in the DC-3. I have a need for speed right now. We got to get a jet going here. I'm sorry about that. Too busy getting the airplane going here. Okay. All this looks good. We're also going to need to get on VATSIM. Let's hit refresh over on the VATSIM map. And it looks like we got an airplane taxiing in. This sim always takes a little bit longer to load. Always takes a little longer to load than the new one. But we get to play with some fun airplanes. Oh, also be sure and turn off your multiplayer stuff now. We gotta remember to do that. Gotta remember to do that. Come on, Microsoft. Don't be sitting there. It's not frozen, but boy, does it take forever to load. Always takes extra time. Oh, I could go and do a flight plan here. Okay, so this is a Boeing 737 MAX. We're doing EGPH, BIDW, and this is going to be all right, let's see if I can set the title over here on Twitch. Title is good. Let's see if I can get you a copy of the flight plan on Twitch. And that way you could download that whole packet if you've never seen one before. This is on almost exact replica of what the real pilots are going to get. Okay, got both of those in there. And looks like there is an airplane taxiing in. They're not going to our gate. And the blue line is slowly moving. Oh, now it's moving a lot faster. I didn't get the now playing bug working. View and now playing. There we go. Okay, first step, turn off multiplayer. Second step, get control configurations. Third, load the airplane. We should be able to do that. If you're also new, we generally spend more time in big jets like this than other airplanes. Okay, step one, options. We're going to go to general options. We're going to go to data, and we're going to turn off multiplayer. And we're going to apply and save. Now we're going to go back, and now we need to go to options again and do controls. And I need to get the controls. The old sim, this one, you do have to constantly change your control configurations and stuff. It's more automatic in the new sim. And I'm looking for my 737 MAX. ATR, PMDG, Cessna 152, BAE, DC-6, Antonov, Kodiak, 747, engines, Phoenix, E175, DC-3, iFly throttle, there we go. Apply and save. Go back. Let's get our airplane. So now what we're going to do is the iFly is all the way at the bottom of the list. And this is a really good quality 737 MAX. We're going to fly as Ryanair, and we're going to EGPH, Edinburgh. It's going to be a little dark here. Let's see. Nobody is at our gate. Let's go to gate 7, as in 007. Hey, Apocalypse, please. Welcome aboard. All right, there we go. Oh, we got to come over here. So we need to do off and make sure AI is off. And that's good. And now we can go. I have heard there is a new James Bond game. Pauliot sent me a link to the video. I watched it last night just before I went to sleep and don't remember it. I was a tuckered camper, so I need to watch it again. I'm not sure. I don't know. I've never really played James Bond games. The kind of espionage things that I am move a lot slower. AvGeek Fozzie, for some reason, I always have to turn on my live weather and live time after the airplane loads. If I try and do it before, it blows up in my face. I don't know what the reason is. It's really weird. Okay, we'll have to get on VATSIM, and then we can go. And let's rehydrate. The thing about the older flight sim, the one that we've been into today, it's still quirky. It's in pretty good shape, but it's still quirky. Just a little quirky. The sounds on the airplane are really good. There's people that have flown 737 Maxes and they say it's really good. Fidelicor, ciao ciao. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming in. Almost done with this stuff and we get to do fly stuff. Now I got to remember all the things. It's been a while since we've been in this airplane. It's got the ancient old Boeing. Oh, there we go. How about that? I have a really nice Edinburgh. How come it's not showing up? Yeah, this isn't my nice Edinburgh scenery. I don't know why it's not working. Well, let's just fly. We've got a nice Dublin. Okay, let's go and do Volanta. There goes Volanta. Let's get on VATSIM. So if you're new to all this flight sim stuff, VATSIM. This is how you get on VATSIM. This is called vPilot. If you're on X-Plane, it's called X-Pilot, and they both look the same. And so what this is going to do is scan all your models, and now we're going to connect. And you connect with your flight number, RYR 441, and we're a Boeing 737 MAX 8. Connect. And we're on VATSIM. And you can see now there's another airplane over there. That airplane over there is an airplane that just came in. All right, let's see if I can remember all the things we do with this airplane. First of all, let's hit the enter button. Let's hit the power button, then we do that. Okay, there we go. And let it pop up here. We're gonna go to the initialize flight. Let's do system page first. I put everything in kilos, so application preferences. This is gonna be kilograms, degrees Celsius, knots, feet, and feet. Okay, that's good. Now we go back a page and we do performance. How about system page here? No, it's not this one. And maybe it's sim menu. Yeah, there we go. Panel style, general, and it's metric. That's good. All that's good. Okay, I think that's in pretty good shape. Let's go back a page. Let's go to ground support. Let's see. We need an electrical cart. And let's turn on the electrical cart. There's no jetway here. So I need a forward air stair. And set the forward air stairs. And back up here. Nope, page down. Where's doors? Potable water, galley trucks. No, you don't do it this one. You have to go to the doors page. Of course you do. Left forward entry. Open that door. And now if we go outside, hey, look at that. We've got stairs and a door. That looks pretty good. Ashley. Hi, Ashley. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. A Mars bar and an iron brew. Okay, all that looks good. Off to the menu. Initialize the flight from here. Systems page. Failures, save and load, panel, pushback, ground support, refuel. I haven't been in this. Ashley is running up steps right now. Performance and payload. I don't think we load in anything from this page. Let's turn the airplane on. So let's see. With apologies to Mr. Jazz, let's go ahead and just hit pause on the player for a while because the airplane startup sounds are pretty cool on this airplane. So up here we go. The first thing we have to do is there's no key. You come up here and turn on the battery and guard it. And then with that, we're also going to click on ground power. Here comes ground power. Come over here real fast. We're going to go ahead and arm and guard the emergency exit lights. And no smoking signs are just on. Let's go ahead and we're going to turn on position lights, the logo light, and our airplane is starting to come to life. Now then, I need some backlighting up here. So let's get panel backlighting turned on so I can see what I'm doing. That looks really good. We do need to come up here and start doing a few things. So we're going to do windshield heaters on.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
Olivance
Noted.
just did a nice resub today. Olivance, thank you so much for a resub. It's been 2 months. Olivance, thank you for some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. And thank you for helping me to keep my lights on. I could not do this without you. Thank you. We're going to come down here and I'm going to get backlighting on the lower panel and 1 click of floodlight. And all of that looks good. We don't need the caution. And if I remember, backlighting. Oh, it's down here. It's down here. There we go. Main panel. Okay, so let's come on over here and turn that up about halfway. And I want 1 bit of flood, 1 bit of background, and auto flight about 1/4 of the way up. AFD. Okay, all that looks really good. Fidelicor remembers when you first went to Glasgow, what local deep fried pizza? Actually, I heard that Glasgow, it was the deep fried Mars bars that were the best in Glasgow. That's where you go there. Okay, flight management computer. Navigation database, April 1st through May 15th. That's not right. Let's just go with it. I think we'll probably be okay with this flight. Let's do position in Ed. We are at Edinburgh. EGPH, Edinburgh. Invalid entry. EGP, you got to hit the H. Edinburgh, Scotland. We're at gate 007. Looks good. Now then, we got to come up here. If there's no ATC, who publishes the ATIS? You just go with local weather. Okay, let's go to nav. And nav. And then we can come up here and go to heading and status, and that will tell us that it's coming up here. Hi, Lion Drummer. Trying to remember how this airplane works. And now we're going to go and get page 2. We've got GPS aboard now. Page 1, compare this with your gate number. They're identical, and pop that in. Now we'll do our route. So let's see if we can flight plan request today. No, we were in the DC-3 today, Lion Drummer. And we're going to do an MD-11 flight because we're flying the old sim today. Route uplink is ready. So clear it and load it. And this goes to our flight plan over at that website called SimBrief. And there it is, EGPH EIDW. And this looks good. We are flying as a Ryanair flight 441. Uh-oh. Hang on. RYR flight 441. Let's look at page 2. Gossam, Blanca, and Nitwit. It's not Nitwit. I'm having fun. Amagarosa is out of blue juice. Sounds like a personal problem to me. I'd call ground support if I were you. That's a problem. Okay, just checking my route here. Gossam, P600, Blanca, and Nemat. That's a correct flight plan. I'm going to hit activate and execute. Now then, we got to talk to VATSIM. EGPH ATIS, information Bravo is current. Data link clearances are available. Really? I don't know. ACARS doesn't work on this airplane, does it? Yeah, I don't think I can use a data link. Let's just do it the old-fashioned way. Let's see. Scottish control, I believe, 135. I think Scottish just went off. I think Scottish just went off. So they're done. 122.8. 1228. Yeah, I think Scottish just called it a night. Oh well. We can still fly, right? They said the captain filled the cart with Colombian coffee. Eek. Okay, flight plan looks good. Let's do APU. So left forward fuel tank. APU. And that looks good. That's going to get some air conditioning flowing through the airplane. So all of that looks good. Departure is still going to be runway 24. So we'll do departure and arrival and then start doing the other numbers. Runway 24, it's going to be the Gotham 1 Charlie departure and execute that. Coming into Dublin, we are expecting ILS runway 28 left. 28 left, it's going to be the NIMTA for Lima arrival. NIMA for Lima. We are coming in via NIMAT. And I think it's Abanu, but I don't remember. Do we get charts over here? Connecting to the Navigraph server. Okay. Update airports. Hey, there we go. Let's see. So that looked good. And use airport, show alternate, complete that. Okay, there's terminal charts. EIDW. There's Dublin. That's the airport. I don't think that's yeah, there's the terminal chart. I don't think that it actually does the approaches on this though. I think that's just terminal charts. That's not anything else. I need Navigraph. We're going to need Navigraph for this one. I did forget to, didn't I? I forgot to do weather. So real time, real weather. Thank you. You're absolutely right. I did forget that. Yeah, we're going to have to use this. Lion Drummer, you got the CRJ a few nights ago. The autopilot would not engage. So that airplane's kind of cranky. You've got to actually be on your... You've actually got to be on your approach for all that. Yeah, you've got to be on an intercept course to your first waypoint. That's why with the autopilot in heading mode, I will go and point towards the airport, towards my waypoint, and do that. I didn't explain that very well, did I? Import from file. No, from SimBrief. Here's our flight route. Okay, that looks good. Let's go to nighttime. That's a little easier on the eyes. EGPH, charts, taxi, stands, airport, departure, Gotham 1 Charlie. There's the Gotham 1 Charlie departure. There's an initial cruise altitude here. You do not want to burst through that 6,000 feet. Otherwise, ATC will yell at you. And they have a very special way of yelling at you here in Edinburgh that makes you really feel stupid. So, let's see. Coming in, it's the NIMAT for Lima arrival. So, NIMAT for Lima. You know what? For Lima. There we go. See how easy it is when you use search? There's the arrival. It was Abanu. Okay, they're expecting 28 left. I'm going to get for 28 right in case ATC flips the runways on us. There's the airport. Parking stands east. Okay, so it was Abanu. So Abanu goes down there and execute that. Now we got a flight plan. Zonorous is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Thank you for answering that question. How long is the flight? It's never 28 right. It's always 28 left. They never flip it. Sim Murray. This flight is an hour and 10 minutes gate to gate, so probably 50 minutes now. Performance and payload. And let's go to weight and balance and put the airplane in. So here's weight and balance. Okay. So, passengers, 164. We have 164 passengers. There we go. That looks good. Cargo. 3.3 divided by 2 is too much math. So let's divide that. 3.3 divided by 2 is 1.65. 1.65 up front. That data is not good. Which gives me a new zero fuel weight of 59914. It's supposed to be 6271. As I recall, this airplane is never going to be that on. So that our zero fuel weight is correct. Wolfie has yet to fly the CRJ since the update. It's actually pretty good. I like the update. Fuel. Our total fuel today is 5813. These are all in kilograms. Taxi fuel is 143. And trip fuel is 1917. And all that looks good. So let's set the payload. Passengers are loaded. Set the fuel. Fuel is loaded. The airplane is set. Let's go to performance and we'll complete that page. Now then, let's get the APU bleed on. Get the air conditioning on. Make sure the passengers are comfy. And if we come over here and open the door, we can say, hey, you guys, get aboard. It's time to leave. All right, let's see what we got here. Now then, ATC did call it a day, but we can go into Navigraph. We can go to airports. We can go to Edinburgh. We can go to weather, and we have our weather right here. So if you're flying with me, I'm going to put this into chat. There we go. There is the weather. Let's also put this in over here. So winds are 250 at 4, 8 degrees. The altimeter is 0998. So let's go and see how this is going. We're expecting runway 24 for departure, right? So runway 24 for departure. If you are new to flight sim, and I know some are, and you're seeing me jump through all these hoops, trust me, you will figure out how to do this. We will show you how this works. You'll eventually learn. It just takes a little bit of time. Okay, so runway 24. Let's see. Why won't you? Oh, airports. Weight and balance. Copy FMC data. There we go. Cool. Runway 24. It's dry here. Our winds are 250 at 4 knots. 250 at 4 knots. The temperature is 8 degrees now, 8 degrees Celsius. And the altimeter is 0998. There we go. That looks good. Takeoff, we're going to try from -2 first. It's a Boeing. We love flaps 5. Aircraft, AC is going to be on. Anti-ice is going to be off. Let's calculate and see if we can take off. Hey, we can. Looks good. All right, so we've got the route in. Let's do our final weight and balance. So that looks good. Performance initialization. Flight level 220. Our winds are going to be 236 at 34. 236 degrees at 34 knots. Our temperature deviation is -3. Our reserve fuel is 2.04. 2.04 is our reserve. Didn't like that. How about 2.1? Zero fuel weight is 59.9. That's as close as it's going to get. So that looks good. 0998 on the altimeter. So hectopascals, we're in Europe. And our altimeter, really small. There we go. That looks good. N1 limits. So we're going to try, and it's going to be a -2 D rate to 31 degrees. -2 and 31 degrees. That means we'll use less fuel. Takeoff. Flaps, we already know it's going to be flaps 5. Takeoff center of gravity. Center of gravity is 24.2. 24.2 is our center of gravity. That means our trim is going to be 5.85. Speeds for takeoff, 139, 139, and 146. 139, 139, 146 looks good. Let's do 146 up here. 146 up here. That's our takeoff speed. Our takeoff heading is going to be over here. I'm missing a little chat. I will catch up in just a sec. So it's going to be runway 24, and it's going to be 240 degrees. So 240 is our heading, and 6,000 feet. If all of a sudden ATC pops back on and we don't want to go above that until it's time. 240 and 6,000 feet. Sound is gone. Is sound gone? Do you hear the blowing up? Are you ready to hit up Dublin? Almost ready. Okay, all that looks good. 6,000 feet. Cool. All right, let's come on up here. We're going to flip the generators over to the APU. APU's on the generators, disconnecting ground power. Ground power is disconnected. Power, passengers are aboard. Seatbelts can go on. Seatbelts are on. APU is on. We got ventilation in the airplane. So even if somebody went to Taco Bell, we're in good shape. Okay, all of our numbers here are good. Let's go to backup page, systems, sim menu. I'm going to close the door. Let's close that forward entry door. Forward entry door is closing. Forward entry door is closed. Back. Ground support. I'm going to go to page 2, and we're going to get rid of the forward air stairs. Forward air stairs are gone. Go to page 1. Let's make sure that the ground power is indeed disconnected. Otherwise, the guys pulling the plug are going to get shocked. Disconnect and set. I'm going to have them pull the left and right gear chocks, and those are good too. And looks like we've cleared most of our moorings here. We just have nose chocks in, and that's good. Pranoia, is that you over there? Wolfie, you hear everything, so that's good. All right, here we go. So, frequency is 122.8. Squawk code. I'm going to clear, 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 clear. And we're going to squawk 0007 because it's the spy flight. Let's go to transponder is going on. Seat belts are good too. Cabin call. Let's cabin know that we're going to start rolling the airplane about. And we need a pushback truck. Hey, John. Welcome aboard. That's right. John took care of Nebula's quack for us. So things like links and sounds are still a problem for making the sounds and stuff. And links, we're still not able to fix that. I think we're going to give up on links for a while. Sounds, we're still working that out too. I think that's something that'll work. Okay, I think we're ready to go here. Anti-collision lights are going on. Anti-collision lights are on. APU is on. We've cleared all of those moorings. Let's get the rest of our fuel pumps on. Fuel pumps are going on. And let's see. Let's go ahead and we're going to use the VATSIM map here. Runway 24, we're going to push back, tail to the west. Tail to the west. Beacons on. Hey, who closes their windows for pushback? Terrible. Is Dublin? You think Dublin's going to call it a night too? Oh, well. All right. Come on down here. Parking brakes off. Parking brakes are off. Pushback helper. And out we go. Out we go. Looking good. Now we don't want to bump into the other airplane, so we're going to turn tail opposite direction. So tail to the right. Let's go start some engines. APU bleed goes off. APU bleed is now off. Hydraulics on. Fuel pumps are on. Starting engine number 1. Ground start. Ground start for engine number 1. N2 is going up. Keep an eye on the oil. And there we are there. Straighten that out and stop the airplane. Nose wheels straightened out. Parking brakes back on. Parking brakes are on. Release the tug. And over here, we're still motoring. That's temperature, setting up the temperature on the airplane. And that looks good. And fuel. Fuel goes on. We're done with pushback helper. There goes engine number 1. Uh-oh, we just got mooned. And looking good there. And I think we got a good start on engine number 1. That's good. Starting ground start engine number 2. Oh, we forgot cabin utilities and in-flight entertainment. Although I'm guessing there's not a lot. The beacon lights are never that fast IRL. Really, are they flashing too fast, AvGeek Fozzie? And motoring basically means the fans are spinning around until they're all the same temperature. And then after that, you can go and do fuel. 1 to 2.8. Simbury, if they've been on for 3 hours, please don't ask them to stay on for our benefit. They've been on for a long time. We'll catch them sometime. If they've been on and they're tired, let's let them rest. Please. And we're getting a good start over here. Okay, that airplane just pushed back, so we're gonna have to loop and go the other way. But we can do that. Okay, all this looks good. Good starts. Let's turn on the packs. There's air conditioning. Happy passengers. Generators going over to the engines. That looks good. APU bleed can go off. Isolation valve can go to closed. Actually, it stays on auto, I believe. All that looks good. Yaw damper can go on. This is a Boeing 737 MAX. Probe heat stays on auto. Nothing to worry about here. And let's do engine, generator, monitor, engine 1, flight attendant seats, APU can go off. This has already sent our altitude and our landing altitude. That looks good. Taxi light can go on. Taxi light is on. I think we could scoot around over on the other side. Shall we go? Parking brake goes off. Let's see. Flaps are going to need to be... Flaps are 5. And auto brakes. RTO. And let's go ahead and do the takeoff check. Takeoff check is good. Okay, that airplane's getting ready to go. We're just going to follow behind this airplane.
Number 5 ACSP at 9124, we are like 15 miles for runway 24. Yeah,
okay, all this is really good. They're probably still doing some things. So parking brake, let's just go and make sure I got it all done here. Okay, we're not on TCAS yet. Oh, let's go ahead and do these. Airports, data, and traffic. Airport data, that's not traffic. Now I just reset the altimeter. The altimeter here is 0998. There we go. Which one is traffic? There's traffic. Parking brakes off. Let's follow that airplane. Takeoff check is good. This is going to be, let's see, flight directors could go on. We got to do flight directors. We're going to run the airplane from the left side. And VNAV, LNAV off the runway. And thrust idle taxi. Out we go. Minimum takeoff fuel is 4.5. Our current fuel is 5.7. So we're good to go there. Dublin traffic. There is a Ryanair 737 MAX coming out of the terminal, and we are taxiing runway taxiway Alpha to runway 24, Dublin. And there's our turn. Edinburgh, that's right. Did I say Dublin? We're going to Dublin. We're still in Edinburgh. Okay, so we're actually, the Ryanair is in Edinburgh. We're going to Dublin. See, we're already ready for that, Guinness. Taxi runway Alpha to runway 24, Dublin. Whoopsie. Edinburgh. Oh my gosh, we take 2 flights away from VATSIM and I don't have a clue as to what I'm doing. We're gonna die. It's gonna be bad. Okay, we got 1 airplane coming in. There is the airplane that's coming in. They're landing first, then we get to go. Sunjammer, I'm sorry. I screw. Yeah, I'm sorry. The links I've been trying to figure out and how to get it working. It's been a brat. Flying Rockfin. Welcome in, Flying Rockfin. Thanks for flying along. So our Ryanair 737 MAX is working really good. Yeah, I know. I don't get that either. I don't understand. It shouldn't be that way for Sunjammer. Parking brakes. Parking brakes are set. And now we're just doing a waiting game. See what happens, Wigbill. We didn't change any settings. I don't know. It's been, like I said, it's been a brat. There we go. That's what Sunjammer wanted us to see. I don't get it. Sorry, Sunjammer. Oh, music. What was that? Oh, the Desert Chase from Indiana Jones. I have to watch music really bad because of YouTube now. Gotta watch that for sure. Okay, the autopilot's set. We're waiting for traffic coming in, and we can use VATSIM to do our own ATC. There it is, Speedbird flight 9124 coming in from Heathrow. That's about it. So after that, then we can have the airplane ahead of us line up and wait, and then we get to go. Okay, everything good up here. APU is off. Bleeds are set. Probe heaters are auto on this airplane. Bleeds are on, packs are on. Cabin is probably secure, so we'll do that. Really don't need to do anything over here. Up. How did I forget those? Yeah, those were disconnected. Okay, that looks good. We don't need terminal charts. Performance and payload. We're going to go to the landing page. And we'll do en route when it's time. And now is a great chance to hydrate before we blast off. This airplane is going to be really, really nice as soon as it makes its way into Flight Sim 2024. Wigbill, this one is the iFly 737 MAX. I have a feeling that this will probably make its way into Flight Sim 2024 before the new one, before PMDG. My model matching is kind of off in 2020. Something's wrong with my model matching. Okay, this airplane can line up and wait. Okay. Parking brakes off, we'll go to the hold short line. Nobody over there. Lenny Bobbins is here. Hi, Lenny. We're in your neighborhood today. We're behaving. I think it's FSLTL, but something's weird. Lenny has finally got 5 minutes to yourself. Really? And my guess is that that's going to need to require a couple of special beverages. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. I hope all is well, that the mini bobbins are good. And Edinburgh, there is a Ryanair 737 MAX going to line up and wait on runway 24. Edinburgh. Oh, there's no need to behave. Okay, strobes going on. Strobes. Final cabin call. And TCAS goes to Tara for traffic. TARA. Have they given any hint? I have no idea. Haven't heard a word. Haven't heard a word about when it's going to make its way in here. Into 2024. So far, so good, Lenny. Got some big wildfires north of here in Canada. And because of that, the smoke's getting a little bit better. A little bit worse, I mean. So I do have to apologize. For the next few months, my voice is going to start getting really, really sexy.
5 Delta, 1 minute airborne and clear of runway 24, proceeding through the Gotham 1 Charlie departure.
Okay, it is 26:24 at 26:25. We can go. We're going to give ourselves about a minute or so, and then we can blast off. We'll do landing lights. Yeah, there's some pretty big ones there. Okay, everything's green. Nothing's yelling at us. Oh, you have to set this one. You gotta set the backup altimeter on this one. 0998, right? Anybody over there? I think I saw that you and Keela are still over on the hobbies page comparing stitching notes and stuff. I think it's about time for Keela to be going on her trip to Greece soon. Okay, I think that's probably pretty good. 2730, perfect. Throttle's up about halfway. Throttles are stable. I don't think the thrust is set. Oh, it's the top screw. Now thrust is set. Cool. Good. You've moved into gaming. Oh, with the new, not Twitch, Stitch thing.
V1.
Rotate. Positive climb gear. Gear going up. Up, up, and away. Good evening, Clatton TV. Flying the flight directors here. Both addicted to the original game and the new one now. So you're having, it's great that you're having so much fun with that. Auto throttle. AP, command. AP's got us. Climb thrust is set. Auto brakes off. Gear is up. Flaps 1. Speed's coming up nicely. And flaps up. Flaps are up. After takeoff items are groovy. Taxi light can go off. I forgot in a Boeing you do your starters to continuous for departure. Whoopsie. And it's a Boeing, we gotta update our heading. You're 48 hours into the new game, and you're not. It's cool when you're not even halfway through your game, right? Climb and maintain flight level 220. No ATC. We can't get in trouble now. At the beginning of May, they did share some iFly pictures, so there's no timeline yet. My guess is maybe a couple of months if we're lucky. And you can hear the sounds in this airplane are just spectacular. And 22,000 feet. Coming up on 6,000. Looks like we're good there. And it's going to stop us at 6,000 here. And I believe that that's transition altitude. So standard altimeter for us for now. And climb power is set. And out we go. Edinburgh, Dublin, here we come. Somebody call ahead to Art's place and have him start settling the Guinness and put some big burgers with steak fries on the grill. I don't have the Boris sounds for this airplane. I don't have the Boris sounds for this 737. And there's 6,000 feet there. And I'm going to keep my speed down because we're going the same airport. I think probably because maybe they did that. I don't know. I would imagine that they did, you know, the transition altitudes are different in different places. Like here in Dublin, transition is 6,000 feet. I'm sure that there's a very good reason why. I should get the infinite scroll mouse. I don't know. I've been able to squeak by with the mouse I've got now. Thank you. Haven't gotten to wasn't able to get a single dumb joke in flying the DC-3. I'm not kidding. Very good mental health game. It's wholesome and slow and immersive. It's worth checking out when you're feeling terrible. Oh, really? Shearthaker. Did I say that even close to right? Welcome aboard. Would have been practical if the transition was standard. The hard part about that is at some of the higher altitude airports, it would have been a problem. Dogs, we're still going to try and do Toronto to Louisville next. Flash Duck is here. Hi, Flash Duck. And so far, so good. Passengers enjoying a very nice view as we exit Edinburgh for Dublin. See, I remember where we're going. Lion Drummer, we're taking the DC-3 tomorrow, you know. DC-3 is, in fact, that's going to be probably a 3.5-hour flight in the DC-3. Dogs is in Toronto and has already ordered a box of Timbits. Okay, VNAV looks good progress. We're 204 miles out of Dublin, landing at 2316. I think there'll be ATC. Damn it, now Linny Bobbins wants Timbits. I could probably fix that for you. Chocolate chip vanilla, French vanilla chocolate chip ice cream. See, you're not thinking about Timbits anymore, right? Loviz, I'm surprised that I got this thing off the ground. It works great. My model matching is still messed up here in Flight Sim 2020, but everything else is going really good. Lion Drummer is going to be on the golf course. Really? Well, good luck on that golf course thing. Linny Bobbin, see, it worked, didn't it? It worked so good. And one more waypoint in 5 miles, and then we'll continue our climb. And there is our Ryanair cabin. I don't think that they've got a first class section, though. I don't think Mr. O'Leary said, yeah, let's have a first class section here. No, they don't. Let's see. Right now, Linny is totally susceptible to food suggestions. Just re-download it, Loviz, and that should do it. I wonder if maybe I don't have it linked, because I think I've downloaded it into another folder. Maybe I just haven't got it linked in the aircraft. Let me see if that's my problem. You know what? Look at that. FSLTL traffic base. It's not in there. That's why. I didn't have it linked, Loviz. Well, wait a minute. Oh, I've got it all. No, it's in there. They couldn't read the JSON file. So it is in my community folder. Maybe I just need to re-download it. How many models does it say in vPilot? No idea. So let's go to model matching in 2024. Here's model matching in 2024. They've scanned 1,087 models. Sim objects airplanes. There's all the airplanes. Well, my custom rules is missing. My custom rules is missing. Okay, that's weird. Let's go and get those. Those are going to be in the FSLTL folder. FSLTL. Traffic base. Oh, no, it's not in the rules folder. FSLTL full trimotor. I don't think that that's in there, and there's something weird. It didn't have that. It didn't have the file in there. In the traffic base. And it's not going to be down here. Is it in documents? My documents? Really? Documents, vPilot. I don't have anything in vPilot. I don't have anything in documents there in the vPilot files. Maybe that's the problem. That's normally in the main folder. I think I'll do what Loviz said, and I'll just re-download them again. I'll just re-download them. So let's see. We do have a new pilot, a new CRJ pilot. I may switch to the CRJ for a flight into Toronto, because we've got a new pilot with the CRJ. So maybe I'll fly that down to Louisville. AvGeek, I'm sorry if I missed your question. It's Flying Eli is back too. Flying Eli is driving from Texas to Virginia. That's going to be a long drive. Let's go ahead and let the flight attendants get up. So maybe instead of the, I'm going to do a CRJ9. I forget who just bought this CRJ. Carol is going to call it a day. Take care, Carol. See you next time. So I'm going to make it a CRJ9. And that's going to be Louisville is KSDF. KSDF. Okay. Tim J is back though, and Flying Eli has beer cheers. I was gonna switch. Somebody just announced in chat that they just bought the CRJ, and I was gonna fly the CRJ along with them. Seatbelts can go to auto. All right, EIDW ATIS information, India. Takeoff runway is 28 left. Landing is 28 left. Yeah, we were really early on the other flight, probably because the DC-3, the first DC-3 flight was so short. Avgeek Fozzie is over Prestwick right now. This is the 737 MAX. We're doing an impromptu flight to Dublin. Somebody in Edinburgh wanted to go to Arts Tavern. Oh, I'm over Prestwick right now. And that's a real party town. There's good pizza in Prestwick. Yep, there's Prestwick right there. Yep, whatever moving, you've got to make sure they have good pizza. And there's cruise power. We are 53 miles from top of descent. So let's see here. Dublin, information, India. Altimeter is 1001. And our altimeter is checked and set. ILS runway 28 left. You do have to put in your own ILS frequency in a 737 MAX. 111.35. 11135. Oh, you got to change it to an ILS. Make it active. There is a VOR. It's up north. I'm not going to set that. Inbound is 278 degrees. 278 degrees. I'm amazed that I've remembered this much about this airplane. Minimums are 402 feet, and that's going to be a Barrow. And minimums are going to be 402. Oh, this will take forever. Star Lugo just arrived back in. Welcome back in, Star Lugo. Trying the 737 MAX. This is the one thing I hate about the 737 MAX, is trying to dial these in. It takes forever. 150 feet. We got to go to 402. It's terrible going into Denver with one of these. Actually, the 777's not so bad. The 777's easier. You can click and drag that. You can't click and drag this one. At least I don't know how. It doesn't work for me. It always just resets. Avgeek Fozzie, that's why I need an infinite scroll mouse. Mouse. Well, click and drag, click and hold don't work on this particular dial. The only thing that works for me is just No, mouse wheel, the little mouse thumb wheel. 350, we got to go to 402 from minimums. Almost there. There we go, 402. Let's put in, let's see. Copy FMC data, that looks good. The winds right now in Dublin are 270 at 7. 270 at 7. The temperature in Dublin is 11 degrees. The altimeter is 1001. Oh, need an extra O. 1001. There we go. Reversers. We're going to call all in up, and we'll just do idle reverse. Flaps config is 30. Air conditioning is on. Anti-ice is off. Brakes are going to be auto brakes 2. There are no non-normals on this landing, and complete. And what did I miss? Condition. It's dry, except at Arts Tavern. So I've got an 8,000 foot runway. I need 6,000 feet to land. VREF 30 plus 5 is 145 knots. We should be good to land. All right, let's see here. If we're get cleared to do our descent, we need to go 3,000 feet at Avenue. We're 29 miles from top of descent. Where's that, Sim? It all of a sudden got quiet in Dublin. We're going to have to start our own descent here. And everything else is fine. There's top of descent. I think we're all set for landing. No abnormals either, just no non-normals. Nothing abnormal at all. Oh, I forgot to keep my heading bug straight up. In case the autopilot fails, it at least points me in the direction we're supposed to fly. Just going feet wet over the northern part of the Irish Sea. Let's see, ground speed is a whopping 327 knots. Boy, warp factor 10 here today.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents
Dr.
joining
Nasty
the spy
Toast
flight.
has just done a raid over on Twitch. Dr. Nasty Toast, welcome aboard. Maurice is in. Hi, Maurice. Thank you for coming in. We got our nice little Ryanair 737. A little dark out right now. We can go turn on the dome lights here. There's Dr. Nasty Toast. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We are just getting ready to start our descent. We're going into Dublin. Off to Art's Place for a pint and a burger and maybe some really big, tasty steak fries. Sadly, unfortunately, the food is simulated, as is our airplane. Can't go there for real. Okay, 20 miles to top of descent. We're going to have to start it ourselves. So, on the arrival, we're coming in at NIMAT, flight level 240. That's probably when we'll get beeped. So, I'm going to go to flight level... Oh! Nope, we're going to just let it go down to 3. And they can tell us to stop. 3,000 feet. Good night, Sunjammer. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for flying with us on the training mission today. See you in the unfriendly sim skies tomorrow. Okay, we're a good 20 miles behind our airplane up ahead, so we're good to go there. We don't need to worry about this, but I am going to switch now to below on the TCAS for our descent. We're doing the D-Day flight. We're going to fly that first, the Pathfinder flight in the DC-3 over Drop Zone Normandy. And 10 miles to top of descent. This is a Boeing. It'll start the descent all by itself. Everything's good there. Flying Eli, you got. You know what? Wigbill did that on a big long drive too, flying Eli. So you could probably, Wigbill can tell you how to do it if you don't know. Angry Wolf is in. Hi, Angry Wolf. Welcome aboard. We are 6 miles from top of descent. If we were in an Airbus, we would have to start the descent ourselves. But Mr. Boeing says you can go and do your own descent. You can let the airplane do it if you program it into the flight management computer. I will probably switch to Flight Sim 24 for the next flight in the CRJ. I'll have better model matching in there. Uh-oh. And Dublin says, talk to us before you descend. So Dublin says 134.26. That actually kind of scared me a little bit. I don't really get that anymore. 134.26. There we go. 134.26. Let's see. And this is going to be, let's clear out a few charts here. Edit. We don't need the Edinburgh charts anymore. Okay, we're going to be descending on NIMAT 4 Lima. NIMAT 4 Lima.
Speed 230 and we will contact approach 121.1, Shamrock 59 Lima Delta, good night.
2417, speed 230 knots, report the speed to approach 121.1, good night.
Speed 230 knots and monitor 121 decimal.
Uh-oh.
Actually, could you repeat that?
2417, speed 230 knots, report that speed to approach on 121.1, good night.
Oh, okay, so speed 230 knots and report that speed to 121.1 for approach. Thank you.
See ya.
Dublin, a very good evening from Ryanair Flight 441. We are currently descending on the NIMAT arrival with information India.
Ryanair 441, Shamrock Road, very good evening to you. India is correct. Cloud NIMAT 4 Lima arrival for runway 2 left, descend now, flight level 160.
Descend now, flight level 160. It's the NIMAT 4 Lima arrival for runway 28 left. And that was flight level 160 for Ryanair 441. So we're going to stop at 16,000 feet. The rest of our arrival is set. So 16,000. Okay, looks good. Everything else is set. We just fly the flight. Just fly the flight. India's aboard. All the data's done. Think of us a transition level 6.5. Transition level is 6.5 here. transition level is 6.5. And let's go ahead and get descent winds. Angry Wolf wants to know if anybody's having trouble with the A350. I'm shocked to hear that the A350's being a brat. Load them and execute our descent winds. That'll make our descent a little bit better. Back to VNAV. Wigbill is loading it in right now. Okay, everything's good. Almost like we know what we're doing here. Wow. I figured there'd be more people wanting to come into Dublin tonight. It's such a fun town. Nivek is checking in from Sweden tonight. Good evening, and I hope it's a beautiful evening in Sweden. Looking up north here, it looks like you're starting to get a little bit of the midnight sun now. Most of the European simmers are off to bed. But, well, I guess today is Thursday, and, you know, there's still, you got to get up and at least make an appearance at work on time before you can go into weekend mode, right? Drumma is here with pizza and beer. Hey, Drumma, thank you for coming in with pizza and beer. Angry Wolf says you need an FS base aircraft. I have not heard that one for the A350. I haven't heard that one.
441, descend flight level 100.
And continue down, flight level 100 for Ryanair 441. Flight level 100. There we go. Continuing the descent, all is right with the world. Our descent profile is very nice. I think we can sit back and relax. Okay, I need to go and we need to load in Louisville and Toronto into Flight Sim 2024. Okay, Toronto. I don't have CYYZ. That's weird. I don't have an SDF over there either. Okay. SDF is preloaded. I'm going to guess that my Toronto's preloaded too because it looked good the last time we were there. Now, if we want to, we could take just a second to just have a quick look at CYYZ.
United 954, Charlotte Control, good evening to you. You're identified. Climb line flight level
is there a
360,
Jazz?
October.
Here is a Jazz CRJ 9. A Jazz CRJ 9. And that landed at Pearson earlier. It did not give us A3. Doesn't give us a gate. How about another? Here's a CRJ 9 that came in for a Raleigh Durham. That was gate Foxtrot 84. So we should look for something around Foxtrot 84.
Ryanair 441, route direct to Latmo, Lima Alpha, Papa, Mike Oscar.
Ryanair 441 is now direct Latmo. And put that up at the top. And execute. Latmo, here we go. Nivek, today you have a day off in Sweden because it's Sweden's National Day. Yeah, I saw a post over on one of the social medias. Scandinavian Airlines had a post about Sweden's Constitution Day or something like that, I believe. So I did see something about that. Well, happy party day today, Nivek. Always really good to be able to do that for sure, to celebrate that. That's one of the cool things about Twitch is we get to celebrate each other's holidays. Okay, seatbelts going on. Seatbelts going on. And we're going down to 10,000 feet right now. Okay, all of this looks good. Let's see what's going on. Aha, Toronto appears to be awake. And so does SDF. Okay, SDF, still the 17s. YYZ,
Kraken 746, Shannon Control, very good evening to you. Christian, good morning to you. Squawk 2617.
Departure runway is going to be 05.
Ryanair 441, descend flight level 80.
Flight level 80 now for Ryanair 441. Okay, we're good to go there.
Kraken 746, Shannon, you're identified. Clear direct to Aluta.
Brit Bear, the bigger party in Sweden is in a few weeks, midsummer, and that's basically summer solstice, right? Brit Bear is midsummer, or is it like around solstice, which is, I believe, like 15, 20 days or so from now.
Subscriber confirmed.
A very nice
Top
resub
clearance
from Heavy
granted.
Equation. Hi, Heavy
Loyalty
Equation.
noted.
Thank you for being here for 18 months and some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on. Okay, 6,500 for transition. Let's ask the flight attendants to sit down. And landing lights and taxi light is ready to go. And 10,000 feet, starters to continuous. Mr. X says it's going to be a fun and big party. Midsummer is a tradition in Sweden. That sounds like a really fun party to be a part of. Those kinds of celebrations are just awesome. Let's see, temperature outside the airplane. It's 3 degrees. I'm going to do engine
Ryanair
anti-ice.
441, contact 7 approach, 121.1, good night.
0.1 for Ryanair 441. Thanks for some nice ATC. Have a good weekend.
You too, bye-bye.
121.1, Dublin, 1186 Tower, 118.6. Brit Bear says, is Midsummer also a party in Finland too? Well, who has the better beer? Sweden or Finland? Who has the better food? Dublin approach, very good evening. Ryanair 441 is at 8,000 feet, direct to Lampmo with information India.
Ryanair 441 Dublin approach, good evening. Identified information Juliet, runway to last, connect 1001, descend altitude 3,000 feet.
Now 1001 on the altimeter. Juliet is now aboard, and 3,000 feet is the descent for Ryanair 441.
With 2417, contact Dublin Tower 118.6. Bye-bye.
118.6 Tower, bye-bye.
And init ref, let's do a flaps 30 landing. 141 over the numbers. We could handle that. Auto brakes, we said auto brakes 2. Speed brakes are armed. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are set. That looks good. I heard that movie was not a really good representation of what Midsummer's all about. I never saw it. But, you know, that movie is sort of like...
Ryanair 441, via Lampmo, clear Dallas approach runway to last.
Ryanair 441, left turn, ILS, I thought right turn. I missed that part. But ILS is 28 left for Ryanair 441, sorry.
No problem.
Let's see. Rolls-Royce Spaceship is in chat. Hello, Rolls-Royce Spaceship. Welcome aboard. And Fornax says to descend. 28 left is all good. And I say flaps 1. Flaps are 1. I see the lights of Dublin up ahead. Hi, Dublin. Somebody call Art's Tavern. We're coming. Yeah, maybe don't. Art might call the police. Towers 118.6. 118.6. Looks good. So some nice late night ATC here in Europe. Altimeters.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
And I just reset
Loyalty
my
noted.
minimums.
Ryanair 441, vector is for descent, continue present heading.
Present heading right now for Ryanair 441. I just reset the wrong button. So we'll just use A. Oh, of course. Are we there yet? Amagarosa, welcome aboard. And Amagarosa in the middle of that also just did a really nice reset. Thanks, Amagarosa. Amagarosa has been here for 19 months, and thank you for 19 months of really nice support and some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan.
Ryanair 441, turn left heading 170.
Left turn now, 170 for Ryanair 441. We're making a turn away from the airport to give them a little room for the airplane ahead, I guess. I don't know. Usually, Tim J, it's the other way around. They see spies showing up and they kind of run the other way, saying, oh, God, not this person again. They're probably going to tell some dumb joke. And, okay, radar altimeter is set. We'll just do that. And all that's good. All that's good. Nothing else to worry about there. And we're going to turn off the dome for the arrival. Dome for the arrival is good. And 2,000 feet, actually 3 is where we're stopping. The altimeter is all good. Oh, this is great too.
Father 441, turn left heading 060.
Was that 080, the left turn for Ryanair 441?
Father 441 negative, left turn 060.
Left turn 060 for Ryanair 441. Doing a big old loop-de-loop here at the end of the approach. And there's 3,000 feet, altimeter's good, everything's good to go up there. Continuous restart, we can turn off anti-ice. It said the temperature is good, so we're not in the freeze zone. It's 11 degrees now, so no reason to worry about there. Total fuel is 4.1. Progress says we're going to have 4.0 to land. We've got plenty of fuel. No reason to panic.
Father 441, Brazil on navigation, clear direct to lap mode.
Nav, direct to Lapmo for Ryanair 441. Now, generally in airplanes, unless it's like the A319 2021 from Phoenix, I will do, instead of just direct Lapmo from here, I'm going to go ahead and use my heading indicator, especially with other airplanes, but even stuff like this. I usually will get in that direction and then go from
Father
there.
441, via lap mode, clear ILS approach runway 2 left.
Clear for the ILS approach now, runway 28 left for Ryanair 441. I got glide slope and localizer. Let's go ahead and hit the approach button. And continue that turn around. 15 miles out. .180 knots now. And do we have an airport? Not that I can see. Oh, there it is. It's way over there. I got an airport. Chris had a nice landing rate in the A350, a -39. You know, there are some airplanes that you can get some really, really nice. You can get some nice butter on the runway. In the A350, you can get a good landing there. On G07, Ion G, ongoing maybe? Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Just about to turn final here at Dublin. And flaps 5. Flaps are 5. Got the airport, got the runway. We're on the left side. Here at Dublin, we exit to the right. Flaps 10. Oh wait, this isn't a 777. 777 has flaps 1 and flaps 5. You actually get flaps 2 at a 737. Gear going down. And there goes the localizer. What a good airplane. There's the runway. Missed approach is set. Climb is 3,000 feet. That's already set too. It's going to be a little bit of runway heading first. There we go. That's good. Pronoia, you got a delay. You're already parked at the gate. There's 10-mile finals. Last click of the map. Next airplane, there's a lot more to do than this one. This airplane has a little bit to do. The next airplane's got a lot to do. Angry Wolf says we need to do a posture check before we land. Good call. Always good.
Father 441, contact Dublin Tower 118.6. Happy landing. Good night.
118.6 for Ryanair 441. Thanks. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Cambo, yeah, we got the iFly going. Dublin Tower, very good evening. Ryanair 441 is on about a 7-mile final for runway 28 left.
Ryanair 441 Dublin Tower, surface wind 24 degrees 5 knots, runway 28 left, clear to land.
28 left, clear to land. Ryanair 441.
2500.
Looking pretty good. We're in 2020. I'm going to go to 2024 for a CRJ run down to Louisville from Toronto next. AirQuid, yes, all the voices that you hear are real people either flying airplanes or doing air traffic control. We're on what's called the VATSIM network. It's all it's all real people here. 141, let's call it 145 to land. There's 5-mile finals. Flash duck, I haven't even thought about the weekends.
2417, I'll be disconnecting. Have a great evening.
145, flaps.
Thanks.
We'll be doubling the landing rate. Off-world is in chat. Hi there, Off-world. Welcome, welcome. More flaps. And we're going to go flaps 30. Full flaps on this thing turns it into a floating, float halfway down the runway. Okay, gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes, everything looks good. Exiting right. Autopilot off. Captain's got the airplane. AirQuid has over 1,000 hours in sim, and you never knew that. You know what? That's the thing, AirQuid, is it kind of catches up with you. It really kind of catches up, and all of a sudden you wake up and say, wow, I've got some hours on this thing. What's going on?
1000.
Wind is right down the runway. Getting blown off to the left here. That might not be too accurate.
Glide slow.
Yeah. Quit yelling at me.
Glide slow.
Captains are always looking for butter in flight sim.
Glide slow.
Pronoia doing the best we can for a happy landing.
Glide slow.
Ooh, a little bounce there. What was that all about? Oh my gosh. Look at all those hesitations on landing. That's another reason we don't do this.
Welcome aboard.
AirQuid just did a follow. Hey.
300. Approaching minimums.
Oh, horrible hesitations. Minimum. Landing. Or stuttering, I guess.
Glide slow.
Auto throttles off. Cap's got the throttles too.
Glide slow. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Reverse. Yellow, green, thrust. Reversers off. Speed brakes down. Manual braking. This airplane doesn't like my reverser setup. Flaps up. Yeah, they were having a little fit there, weren't they? Prophet Sierra 5. Landing lights.
Ryanair 441 taxi Sierra, Whiskey 1, hold short, runway 16, expect stand 125.
Ryanair 441, we're going to taxi Sierra, Whiskey 1. We're holding short of 16, expecting stand 125 for Ryanair 441. Not a realistic landing. It was slower than... Actually, the thing is that's kind of not fair to Ryanair. They actually do pretty good with their landing rates. We make a lot of fun of them because of YouTube videos, but they put more flights in the air than a lot of other airlines. They fly a lot of flights and they do really pretty good. Is my strobes? What happened to my strobes? Anti-collision, logo, something's flashing weird. Oh, those were the landing lights. Got it. Okay, so let's see here. Man, I'm so used to having this in the electronic flight bag. All right, so Sierra, Whiskey 1. We got to find Whiskey 1 here. Sierra, Whiskey 1, hold short of runway 16. We could do that. And let's go ahead and use this. All right, there we go. Now we got a moving map for that. I am not. No, I have a private pilot's license, but never an airline airquid. If I want to fly something big like this, I have to buy a ticket. Hey, minus 161. According to Flo, that's pretty good. That was a good landing rate.
Yankee 316, readability 5, I still don't have the flight plan from you.
There's Whiskey 1. Around we go over here. And we stop at runway 16. Hydrospace says to stretch now. Let's wait till we're holding short.
Ryanair 441, cross runway 16, taxi link 4, stand 125, PD4.
Cleared across 16. We're going to use link 4 to go to stand 125 for Ryanair 441. Okay, so let's see.
Yankee 316, just confirm
4,
just make sure your filing address call sign right, not coming fit.
125. There's 124. Okay. Link 4 straight ahead to 125. I see how we're going to go.
Limit Yankee 316, you're connected to the network. Is Limit Yankee 316, so that might be why it's not coming through.
Okay, there's runway 16. Angry Wolf. So I did get a private. I was halfway through my instrument rating. And I was probably in my mid-30s at that point in time. I also have always had a pair of glasses on my nose. I'm, nearsighted and stuff. And because of that, it was very unlikely that I was ever going to be able to get a job. At that point in time, airlines, this was before airlines had a pilot shortage, and they could be incredibly picky. So A, I wasn't going to be able to get a job because of glasses, but B, by the time I'm 30 years old, they consider me a waste of time and money to train. They really just, it's a waste of money for them.
216, Roger, cleared to Cork, 1106 for departure, runway 28 left, stop climb, flight level 900.
So that, that was just the economics of the day. Today, if I were 30, I'd probably have a rockin' career. A really good career at that point.
Didn't copy the departure, if you can repeat.
And nose light goes off.
For departure, runway 28 left.
We don't want to blind the ground crew.
So it's 28 left and 6 Alpha departure.
Ooh, we got gate guidance here.
And 2003 on the squawk, and departure frequency is 134.0.
Okay, parking brakes.
Yankee 116.134.260.
Parking brakes are on. Let's see. Transponder off. Everything looks good to go there. Let's get the generator on. Generators are on the APU. Engine number 1, engine number 2. That looks really good. Let's get the electric pumps off. Let's get the APU bleed on. Keep the passengers comfy. Seatbelts can go off. Cabin is now open. And anti-collision lights can go off too. And essentially, we made it. How about that? So this all looks really good. Nice flight. Nice to be back in this airplane. The stutters going into Dublin here in Flight Sim 2020. There's another reason why I don't do that very often. I do see some of the Captain Steve videos for sure. Eric Quaid, you tried getting the private pilot. You couldn't figure out what was left in the right time. Something was wired wrong. Well, first of all, math is incredibly difficult in some things, and time is incredibly difficult as well, too. So, you know, being able to handle that if you're trying, you know, figuring things out, you know, a lot of math is difficult, and you're expected to do a lot of that, you know, in your head, especially in the older days. I think today, Wabi, you would need a private pilot's license. It would be good if you had some sort of a degree in aeronautical engineering or some sort of a degree from a 4-year school. You're going to need that. But yeah, I think at this point at 30, you absolutely could. All right, let's go to Toronto. And we're going to be in a CRJ, parking brakes. I have thrust reversers set for this, and Flight Sim 2024. This will take a lot longer, a lot less time to load. So now that we've done that, we can turn on some jazzy tunes while we're listening. Cool. Let's go into our flight plan. We already know what runways to use. So while the sim's loading, let's do new flight. This is going to be a jazz flight. This is going to be CYYZ. Going to Louisville, KSDF. This is going to be a CRJ9. CRJ9, which is Air Canada Jazz. There we go. That looks good. Runways, it says 5 and 17 left. I thought, yeah, 17 left. We're not a cargo plane anymore, so that's pretty good. It's going to be kind of a longer flight, so let's go ahead and just get the airplane going as quick as we can. 15 minutes of extra fuel. That's right, a little jazzy music for a jazz flight. And it's going to be mix it down there. That all looks good. Looks good. Generate the flight plan. Okay, let's get a PDF file. And that was probably the weather cam disconnecting. Save that. That looks good. Sim brief. Let's do pre-file. Pre-file on VATSIM. Okay, pre-filing on VATSIM. 36,000 feet sounds pretty good to me. And file. We are filed on VATSIM. Okay, that's good. Let me change the titles and stuff while we're loading up here. Okay, CRJ. Here comes a new title on Twitch. There's a new title on Twitch. Here comes a new command with the correct flight plan if you want to be able to look at the same PDF that I'm looking at. You've got that in there now. Okay, this is all good. Finding a place to park. So a real jazz flight is going to be at Foxtrot 84. Foxtrot 84. Well, let's see. There's Charlie Gates, Bravo Gates. don't think we're going to be over on that side of the hammerhead. There's hotel gates. No idea about that. That's pretty weird. These maps aren't always the best, though. We could do a fast look over here. We're not going to use this navigraph because we're going to already have one in the airplane, so we don't have to use this one. But CYYZ, Toronto Pearson, charts, taxi. All right, there's Charlie. 102, 53, 63, 200. I don't even see an 84. Here's Alpha 4. Well, here's some. There is 87. These are so small. Okay, do we have an 84 over here? I don't see it. If it's there, I don't see it. There's Bravos, there's Charlies. Let's just grab whatever we can get. We're going to have to lose a level of immersion on this. We'll just lose some immersion. That'll be okay. Okay, so the thing about the CRJ, it's a fun little airplane. I generally like flying it in the sim a lot more than I like being a passenger aboard one. It's really not that fun. A little bit claustrophobic. Almost done loading. This one doesn't take nearly as much stuff to set up. What else can I do? We have beverages. Yep, we're good. Almost done loading our world data here. All right, here we go. I usually wait until, the scene changes. See if it's a nice smooth one. That means it's still not loading some stuff in. Just means the airplane is, the simulator is a little bit more ready to receive commands and stuff. All right, let's see if we can get a CRJ. Free flight. And we've already got a CRJ. Is that in Air Canada? I think that was the last thing I flew in this sim. The rest of it, that was last week. Okay, CYYZ. Toronto Pearson. Seems to be a little bit constipated tonight. All right. I don't see anybody. So there's the hammerhead right there. I don't see anybody there. Let's try this one. Pratt PT wants to know what NVIDIA driver is best for 2024. We said 127, right? Wig Bill says that the last driver is probably just fine. I don't know, it shouldn't take too long to load this in today. We haven't changed the airplane or the airport, so it should be good. Come on. It's time to work. It's time for flying. Uh-oh. The little circle is really hesitating a lot. Oh, maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's part of it. It may not have completely exited. 2024, I don't see 2020. So 2020 doesn't look like it's up. That's not bad, considering how complex Toronto is. Nope, not running in the background. Okay, that looks good. Let's see if Volanta will start. There comes Volanta. Let's see if FatSim will start. I know that's all of those seem to have those little things there. Okay, let's come on aboard the airplane. Looks like we got some lights on here. So Shift C gets us into the airplane. Okay, this is a JZA, and we are a CRJ 900. And connect. Okay, aircraft, cold and dark. There we go. Okay, chocks are in place. Ground power cart. Let's open some doors. Drop the stairs and get a jetway. There we go. All that looks good. We are at gate 157, not 127. 157. We need that. Okay, Volanta's up and running. And it's nice and smooth coming around here. That, if you're new to all of this, that airplane over there, that's not just eye candy or something to look at. That's another pilot flying Flight Simulator on this network. There's another airplane over there. There's somebody else too. So, yep, all that looks good. Here we go. All right, so we got the jetway. Everything's in good shape. Let's go to the flight plan and import it. All this looks really good. And let's go. And I do suggest using the actual PDF for this. And that flight plan didn't load. I need to get a better one. Hang on. It didn't save. Now it's saved. Now we've got our flight plan. There it is. There's all the numbers we need. Okay, first one. The mix-it departure, the D-lamp arrival. Let's go ahead and do charts really fast. Our origin is CYYZ. Our destination is KSDF. KSDF. Our alternate is KCVG. KCVG. Okay, now we got all of our airports in here. Let's come on over here and do YYZ. And this all looks really good. So airports, and this is YYZ. So parking gates, we are at gate 157. And we need airport, YYZ, we got that. And now we need our departure, which is the Mix-It 7. Okay, Mix-It 7, and they're departing on the 5s. That's the Mix-It 7, runway 5. And there we go. Make it dark. It's easier to see. And on the Mix-It 7, our initial climb clearance is 5,000 feet. It's always good to remember that. Okay, that takes care of departures, arrivals. Coming in Our arrival at Louisville is going to be the D-Lamp 8. There's the D-Lamp 8 arrival. And we are expecting 2817 left or right. So let's go ahead and get them both. Maybe we're going to be on the right side because we're... Now, maybe we'll be on the left side because we're a passenger jet. We also need the airport. And there's the airport. And there's the terminal. And there's parking. Okay, we got everything we need. Come on over here and hit the pin board. And now we have a stack of charts, just like the real pilots. Do I have trouble? They won't stay in the idle position. You do know you have to move them, right, Murph? You do. So the fuel cutoff's down here. You have to lift the lever and push it forward. And then the lever automatically falls back. Lift the lever and push that throttle forward. And then it falls back. Then you can put it back into idle. Do you know about the little levers, right? You'll see mine in operation when we start the engines, okay? Let's do power on the plane. Battery. Ground power, navigation lights, hydraulic 3 alpha light, windshield heaters, emergency exit lights to arm, no smoking to on, and we're going to go and move the overhead straight up, and we need recirculating fans. All right, while the airplane comes on up, let's come over here. Integrated lighting down here. That looks good. And some integrated lighting down here. And all that looks great. Come on down here. Position in it. My nav data is still weird. It didn't load correctly. We are at CYYZ. We are at gate 157. 157. Doesn't know gate 157. So what we'll do is go to page 2, grab the GPS position, move it back, and put that in there instead. Come down here and start the alignment. There goes the alignment. Let's come over here and get a clearance. YYZ ATIS. Well, we've only got tower. That's going to be a little difficult because they're also doing tower things. Radio 1187. Let's listen in there.
Chris, IFR, JFK. Endeavour 391, Toronto Tower, good evening, stand by.
Okay, all this looks good.
FedEx 148, welcome to Toronto, vacate left when able.
Let's go to flight plan now and set the payload and the fuel.
Delta 1524, welcome to Toronto, cross range 06 left, turn left on Charlie.
Look at the flight plan
Cross
and make sure the
06
numbers are
left
right.
on Charlie, Delta 1524.
Okay, number of passengers.
24 negative, you'll be crossing runway 06
82
left,
passengers
left,
are
turn
good.
left on
Cargo
Charlie.
is supposed to be 1.9. The
Cross
zero
that,
fuel weight,
Delta
30.8.
06 left. And
We're
then,
actually pretty close.
make
We'll
a
just
right
leave it the way it
on
is.
Charlie,
Fuel
Delta
is 5763. That's correct too.
Delta 1524
Let's load
negative,
it.
turn left on Charlie.
Airplane's loaded. Is that Dane
All
Flats?
right. It's a left on Charlie, Delta 1524. Apologies.
Yeah, FedEx 148, we just vacated runway 05 at the Bravo.
FedEx 148, thanks. Taxi FedEx apron via Juliet and Juliet Echo, cross runways 15 left and 15 right.
Okay, taxi to the FedEx
Let's open up
Juliet,
the APU
Juliet
flap.
Echo, cross runway 30 left.
That's a
at,
little
Juliet, FedEx,
hatch in the very
148.
back of the airplane.
FedEx 148, you'll be
And if you
crossing
look
both
right
runways
here
15
under
left
the
and
maple
15
leaf,
right.
you see a little flap
15
coming
left
up.
and 15 right, FedEx 148.
That's the APU air inlet.
Alpha Charlie Tango, fly left-hand circuits, report midfield down with intentions, wind 010 at 5, clear for takeoff,
APU
runway 05.
starts.
The left-hand circuit report, midfield down with intention to clear takeoff 05, Alpha Charlie Tango.
Toronto, good evening from Jazz 441. Information, India's aboard. We are at stand 157, requesting clearance to Louisville.
Jazz 441, Toronto Tower, good evening, stand by, number 2.
Okay. Let's get our flight plan
Delta
here.
1524, taxi Terminal 3 via Charlie, Alpha, Alpha
And
Tango.
just put that
Charlie, Alpha, Alpha Tango, Terminal 3,
in. And
Delta
just see
1524.
360. That's correct
Endeavour
too.
391, clear to the John F. Kennedy Airport via the Captain 3 departure, bump and transition, flight plan route.
Okay, we're doing
Depart
mix it to
05,
Gentry.
5446.
We don't need that taxi. All of that looks good. Let's bump this level up. Our big flight tomorrow is the D-Day flight. Avgeek Fozzie, welcome back. Tim Dog is over on SDF. We're on our way, Tim Dog.
Transition. Either flight plan route, departure runway is 05 and squawk 5446.
Verify that was Endeavour 391.
APU is up and running. That's good.
The call sign. Endeavour 391, the readback is correct. It is India. Call back for push.
Clear for push, Endeavour 391.
I believe there's someone checking in on the approach.
Airport Receiver 47 Mike.
Airport.
Speedbird 47 Mike.
501.
10.5, clear to land right 06 right.
246810.
Land
246810.
Jazz 441, clear to the Louisville Airport via the mix at 7 departure, Gentry transition, flight plan group, depart 0805, squawk 6517.
Jazz 441, we're heading on down to Louisville on the mix at 7 departure, Gentry transition off of runway 5, then is filed. Our squawk is 6517 for Jazz 441.
Jazz 441, read back correct, date is India, call for push.
Give you a call for push. India's aboard, Jazz 441, thanks. Okay, so all of that looks good. We can go and put in our flight plan. I was setting the arrival. It's 560. We need 501. So we need to dial this down. 6-4. That should be 500. That's as close as we're going to get. Avgeek Fozzie, we've got, there is a new CRJ pilot watching right now, and I wanted to fly this one so they can see buttons I'm pushing. Okay, departure and arrival. Whoops. Flight plan. Gotta put the flight plan in. Gee. Gotta do that. Details. CYYZ. We're going to Louisville. KSDF. Our alternate is KCVG. Nope. KCVG is our alternate. We are Jazz, JZA. Flight 441. Our first checkpoint is Gentry, GNTRY. GNTRY. Gentry. After Gentry, we're direct to Renat. Rennet. RINTE. Rennet, whatever. And that's our flight plan. Not long for the little commuters. Okay, that looks good. Let's go ahead and put in the rest of this, then we'll do departure and arrival. Flight level is 36,000 feet is our cruise. If we have to go to our alternate, it's going to be at 33,000 feet. And that goes in there. Come on over here. Go to flight plan, performance, copy performance data into the airplane, set bugs for takeoff, flaps 8, it's dry. And all of that looks good, and execute. Page 2, our cruise winds today are going to be 255 at 35. 255 degrees at 35 knots. Temperature deviation is plus 8 degrees today, summertime in the northern hemisphere. That looks good. Estimated departure time, it's 23:49:0005 is when we think we're going to get out of here. And execute that. We don't need to do VNAV. We look at it, 18,000 going out, 36, 18,000 going in. Performance. Over here, we're going to flex to 39 degrees. Save a little bit of fuel, so 39 degrees. And we'll get VNAV guidance on the map. That looks good too. Let's come on to the aircraft. We're going to close up all of our cargo hatches. There goes the cargo hatches closing. APU is on, disconnecting ground power. Ground power is disconnected. We can disconnect the power cart too. I'm going to get rid of the jetway and raise the handrails. There goes our jetway. Passengers are aboard. Seatbelts can go on. Seatbelts are now on. And we're going to close the door. We did get a squawk code. ATC says to squawk 6517. So radio 6517. That looks good too. It looks like everything is aligned and ready to go. That looks great. Passengers are aboard. All this looks good too. And departure and arrival. Expecting runway 5. It's the Mixit departure. There's Mixit 7 via Gentry. Execute that. Go back. Right now we are going to expect 17 left. It's going to be the D-Lamp arrival via Renette. And then is it going to be Vectors or Race Car or what? So on the arrival, it looks like we've got Lexi, Billum, there's Race Car over there. And so this puts us out, I guess Lexi is probably, do we have, yeah, we got Lexi. Do we have Lexi as an option? We do. Let's just use that. Execute that. That comes in there. And progress. We're 466 miles out. Let's get going. It's not 3 hours. It's an hour and 50 minutes gate to gate, and we've already chewed up the first half hour setting up the airplane. Okay, let's do aircraft. Closed, 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 removed. Parking brakes are on. Remove that. Flight plan is all good. Performance data is set. Over here to charts. And there's the map. Let's get pushback helper and we're off on our way to go. Avgeek Fozzie, really? I hope not. I will lose my voice in 2 hours. It could be bad. It could be bad. Let's get back on the radio and listen in. 157 YYZ. Information India still.
Verified left or right, and can we do a little early left right turn?
Alpha Charlie Tango negative, left downwind for runway 05, please.
Left downwind 05, Alpha Charlie Tango, no, we're doing 6 correction 5 left or right.
Okay, did we get rid of our chocks?
What?
Yep, we did.
But which runway are we lining up again, Alpha Charlie Tango?
Alpha Charlie Tango cleared low approach runway 06 left.
Okay, 06 left, Alpha Charlie Tango, thanks.
Toronto Tower, hello again. Jazz 441 at stand 157. Information India remains aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Jazz 441, push insert at your discretion. Suggest straight back onto lane 8. Use caution. There's a company RJ pushing off of 167.
Okay, we'll push back our own discretion. Lane spot 8, lane 8, and we'll watch out for the other airplanes. Jazz 441. So there's another CRJ pushing. Okay, it's that one over there. Sounds good. Shall we go? Beacon. Beacon is good. Passengers are good. The rest of our hydraulics are going on. Parking brakes off. Out we go. Fuel pumps. So straight back and we'll get on lane 8. Clear the gate area. Starting engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. There goes N2. Okay, question about the idle. So N2 is going up. We got fuel on. We just hit the starter. We got the APU on. 20% is what we're looking at here. 15, 16, 18, 19, and 20.
The tower is closed. For further services, contact departures 132.8.
Yep.
Bye-bye. Great one.
Parking brakes.
We were the Diamond yesterday. Thanks for tolerating us. See you.
132.8.
Canada 21, 24, turn of departures. G'day, the push, your discretion, call for taxi.
Good start. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. So did you see how it is that I got that going with the fuel switches and Murph? So we'll do it again.
Toronto, India Alpha Charlie Tango on the almost left crosswind 05 will do full stop.
India Alpha Charlie Tango, turn of departures. G'day, on our
And
left
20. Look over here, lift the red lever, push it forward. Lever goes down, then you should be able to pull it back down for idle. And that's how you get these engines started and how you get idle and stuff. We're squawking just fine.
Toronto, good evening. Air Canada 269 with the PTC identifier 843 Sierra. Information India, Park 819.
Air Canada 269, turn of departures. G'day, right back correct. Information India, call for taxi.
Call for taxi again, 269.
Canada 431, turn right, 030 to intercept, clear to left, runway 06 right approach.
Packs on, air conditioning on, taxi light. APU is going off. APU is off. And we're going to go to
Toronto departure, Canada 38,
10-36,
request to push to start. Canada 1383 departures, do you have a clearance?
We got a clearance from Tower feedback.
I don't, oh, the text, okay, I don't see it in my list. Can you spare about the squad code?
Our identifier is 9013 November, and squawk is
not raining, but temperature and dew point are pretty close, so we got a fair amount of moisture. We got a fair amount of moisture in the atmosphere.
Delta, welcome to Toronto, taxi, Cox, Juliet Kilo.
Juliet Kilo. Thank you very much.
Air Canada 431, wind 0205, clear to land over 06.
Toronto departure, hello there, Canada 44, Jazz 441 on taxiway number 7. India remains aboard, requesting taxi.
One jet. India Alpha Charlie Tango, wind 020 at 5, or number 1, clear to land, runway 05.
Land 05, Alpha Charlie Tango.
Jazz 441, runway 05, information India, the altimeter 3002, taxi via Tango, Echo, Golf Hotel, cross runway 33 right and 33 left.
Clear to cross 33 right and 33 left. Our taxiways today are Tango, Echo, Golf, and Hotel for Jazz 441, off to runway 5. So, Tango.
Air Canada 2124, verify squawking 3362, Mo Charlie.
Toronto Center, Porter 309er at Toronto Gate Bravo 15, request clearance to Echo.
Porter 309, Toronto departures, could I expect PDC?
Expect PDC, Toronto, Porter 309.
Uh-oh. I think I made a wrong turn here.
Air Canada 2124, thanks.
I think that's a wrong turn.
3002. Taxi via Sierra Echo Golf
Yeah.
Hotel, cross runway 33
Should have been the
right
other
and
way.
runway 33
We can make this work. Fortunately, this
2124, verify cross runway
this
33
turns
right
on
and runway 33.
sort of a dime.
Air Canada 2124, verify cross runway 33 right and runway 33 left.
There's Tango. There's Tango. That's what we need. Didn't see it there.
Short departure in Denver 391. I just got a PDT from you. I already got a clearance from Tower, but I think all the info is the same. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, no problem. You can disregard.
No, Avgeek Fozzie, we're doing our annual D-Day memorial flight. Okay, Alpha, it's Tango Echo.
Approach Air Canada 540 with you. Flight level
With you.
11,200 for 7,000.
Okay, 6,000 feet is our initial climb clearance, I think.
Information India runway
6,000
06 right,
feet
Air Canada 540.
on the mix-it departure. 5,000 feet, always good to check. Come on, airplane, don't stop. 6,000, 5,000 feet, very good. Okay, it's gonna be
281, so I got quarter 309, quarter
5, it's 057 is our heading off the runway.
Cover next information, the quarter 309.
269, fully ready on P1.
Air Canada 269.
There's Echo. Cross the runway and then it's Echo. 057. Now the real pilots aren't setting up the autopilot when they're taxiing. They are being good pilots and paying attention. And this should be Echo.
Taxi runway 05, Tango, Echo, Golf, Hotel, cross 33 right, 33 left, Jazz 7737. Roger.
Okay. There is Echo, Golf, and Hotel to the runway. Everything else is good. Okay, I've got speeds are set. I've got altitude. I've got heading. That all looks good. Let's hit the magic takeoff button. Good evening, Low-Vis. Magic takeoff button has been pressed. And flaps 8 for takeoff.
431 cross runway 06 left, join Charlie.
Okay. Trim.
Turn on departure, Canada.
Low-Vis, hope you are having an excellent night. Trim is going to be 7.0. Trim is set. Over here to charts again. And that's good. Low-Vis, hope you're having an excellent day. We are just getting ready to depart Toronto, going down to Louisville, a double VAT sim event.
Taxi via Tango Echo Golf Hotel, cross runway 33 right and 33 left.
Visit Mexico starts in an hour and a half. Well, this is hour 6 of today's live stream, so I'm kind of going to wrap it up after this one. I will probably not have much of a voice. And it's a little early in my week to get started. Okay, all this looks good. Progress, we're 466 miles out. Says an hour and 17 minutes of flying. Oh, you were kidding. I don't know, the Mexico flight sounds like fun. Everything's good up here. Nothing else to worry about. Minimum fuel, we better check that. This is a long taxi. 5.1 is minimum fuel. We currently have 5.6 aboard. We're going to have plenty of fuel. Louisville is going to take the max for MMD to M. Well, there's a lot of M words in that one. Flew the max today, was pretty good. The only problem I really had was the coming into Dublin just a bit ago in the max at the Flight Sim 2020 stutters on landing hit me pretty hard. Hi, cream cheese. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we're looking for Gulf Hotel. Gulf's that little angled thing, I think.
843, turn right heading 030 to intercept, cleared ILS, runway 06 right approach.
And those little wings, they do kind of bounce a little bit like that in this airplane. Cream cheese, there was an Air Canada A320 on frequency, chartering the Toronto Blue Jays to Minneapolis, St. Paul.
American 2804, proceed direct lob code, ascend 4000.
And there's Gulf next available left. This is going to be a heading and...
Air Canada 431, give way to a Jazz RJ9, right to left on altitude at Canada 843-10205, clear to land, runway 06 right.
Okay, map looks good. Nobody coming over there. And come around over here.
Air Canada 7031, front of departures, getting a read back is correct. Personal discretion, call for taxi.
We're actually doing American Truck Simulator driving to Louisville today. This really is a long taxi to go out here in Toronto. A very, very long plane. This is one of the few airplanes that I've got the Boris sounds on. 125775 is next. 125.775 is probably our next frequency. Let's put that into recall, and that's ready to go. It is a really big, Toronto's a big one. It is a big one for sure. And we're cleared to cross both of the 15s, right and left.
Gates your discretion.
Everything else is good. We're just ready to finish taxiing and fly.
Air Canada 540, descend 3000, cleared ILS.
Taxi speed right now, our ground speed's about 16 knots. That's not a bad speed.
Down to 3000, Air Canada 540.
Loviz wants to know if YYZ is the biggest airport in Canada. Cream Cheese says A380s are coming to YYZ at the end of the month. Got an airplane taking off. It's a little hazy here today. So got one taking off right over there, right in the middle of the screen. Up and away. Cream Cheese says that this is the main Air Canada hub, and AvGeek Fozzie says Toronto is the biggest. With a Tim Hortons in every terminal. Oh, AH Mike, yeah, I mean, it's what I got here. I don't have it nearly this bad, but AH Mike, yeah, this is low visibility from wildfire smoke. That's exactly what this is. Holy moly. I know, low vis, the more we know, right?
Seabird 579, Toronto arrival today.
I'm Geek Fozzie. We do have the ATR. I haven't flown it in a very long time, though. Cream Cheese says it's actually clear out of Cream Cheese window.
Okay, that's 1,900, flying 10,000.
Canada 2124 departures, getting your identified. Sorry, you said you're funding 10,000.
Okay, it's going to be heading hold off the runway.
That's all saying yes.
Heading hold is armed.
Say again?
That's all saying yes. That's all saying yes.
Air Canada 2124, climb 7,000.
9,600, Air Canada 354.
Well, very good evening. FedEx 1305 Heavy, 8th information, India on board, descending through Louisville.
Wheelchair Willie is here and confirms that CYYZ is the biggest airport in Canada. Hey Willie, welcome in. Happy Thursday, almost Friday.
Center totals the plan for 05. If we get 05, it's going to be a shuttle taxi for us, FedEx 1305.
1305, sorry, plan the ILS, runway 05.
From we have the 05 ILS approaching, FedEx 1305.
Seabird 579, proceed to direct loft, go to 4,000.
Down to 4,000, direct loft, Seabird 579. And there can be some better one in field at taxi.
That's 441, report airborne 10205, clear for takeoff, runway 05.
05, clear for takeoff. We'll give you a call airborne, Jazz 441.
Canada 843, cross runway 06.
Shall we go? Strobe's going on. NM Kozer. I hope I said your ring. Miko Kozer, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in.
Air Canada 2124, turn left direct 2 luck on course, climb flight level 230.
Okay, lined up. Landing lights on. Landing lights are good. And throttle's going up. Throttles are stable. Clock is running. And flex is armed. It's flying time.
731, runway 05, information India, altimeter 3002, taxi via Tango, Echo, Golf, Hotel, cross runway 33.
80 knots, steering with rudder pedals.
FedEx 1305, expedite descent. FedEx 1305, expedite descent.
V1. And rotate.
Air Canada 843, then Charlie, taxi, Delta, Alpha, and Alpha Lima.
Positive climb gear. Wow, look at that visibility. Eek.
Air Canada 2804 to wind 0205, number 2.
Eek, eek, eek.
Behind 321,
Not a nice day in the neighborhood.
FedEx 1305 departures.
Heading 047.
Alright, FedEx 1305 arrivals, send 5,000, expedite descent.
Speed, AP.
Jazz 441 identified, 1,800, climb 7,000.
7,000. Jazz
New recruit
441, just
detected.
giving you a call.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
What was that, 4,000 or 17,000?
69 Roger, runway 05, taxi via...
I think he said
Bravo
17,000.
Sierra, Echo Golf Hotel, cross runway 33 right and 33 left.
Alright, Bravo Sierra, Echo Golf Hotel, cross 33 right, cross 33 left.
Bravo.
Let's get our speed up here. This airplane, you really can fall behind fast. I think that was one.
You know, American 2004, taking the hold. American 2004, final punishment. That's 441, turn right direct Burley on course.
Direct Burley on course, and was that climb to 17,000 for Jazz 441?
That's 441, negative, climb to 7,000.
7,000 Jazz 441, got it, thank you.
Air Canada 628 on frequency.
7,000 and direct Burley. Right turn. This is also a really good airplane to do. Get yourself heading in the right direction and then start doing your direct twos. There's the turn to Burley. And a nice view of Toronto tonight. Mikoser just hit follow. Welcome in.
Beeper 579 descent 3000, cleared ILS, runway 06, right approach.
Descent 3000, cleared ILS, runway 0, right approach, Beeper 579.
Next 1305, turn right, heading 150, vectors for descent.
Okay, heading 150, vectors for descent, heading 1305.
Direct Burley. And direct Burley. And nav. Bug 250. Because we're only good to 7,000. There's 250, 7,000. That looks good. Flaps are up. Yep, flaps are up. And then we have to do our own throttles here. So we're accelerating to 250. And then we have to pull the throttles back ourselves, no auto throttle, which makes this a fun, challenging airplane. And there we go. There's about 250 knots, and we're not accelerating. Perfect. And we're direct Burley. Okay. Flaps are up. Speed brakes are down. Gear is up. After takeoff checklist is good. Brighton Man is... Hi, Brighton Man. Welcome aboard. We just took off from a very, very smoky, hazy Toronto. It's a little bit fast. We're accelerating. Pull the throttles back a touch. There's Burley. And we are now 463 miles from Louisville. It's a touch too slow. Out over the water. There is little Billy Bishop. Hi, Billy Bishop.
Arrival today, runway 06, right altimeter 3002, information, India descent 8,000.
8,000, 89, 59.
Wabi says it's the forest fires that are all in Manitoba right now. Yeah, we've got a little bit of that. Not as much blowing here. And time to bring that down just a little bit for readability.
579, wind 0205, clear to land, runway 06, right.
Clear to land, runway 06, right, Seabird 579.
Touch slow. And there we go. And there's our turn. Out on. And there's Burley, Vidra, and out we go.
Kind 68 descent 4,000, I put it 4,000 for Thank you. 1305.
And all is right with the world.
We're expediting 1305.
We've got like 1, 2, 3 airplanes to the right, 1 to the left. Then we're not going to see it in this. Oh boy, look at that. Can't even barely even see the shoreline there. Let's reset the heading bug just like a Boeing. Oh, speeding up. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Too fast, too fast, too fast. They're going to yell at us for speeding.
415, front arrival today, runway 06, right altimeter 3003, information Juliet.
Information Juliet, runway 06, right altimeter 3003.
So you're
441, climb 15,000.
15,000 now for Jazz 441. There we go. All right, 15,000.
United 816, identifier 896, Victor, ready for taxi.
United 816, front of departure, 3 back, correct, stand by for the taxi. FedEx 1305, on present heading intercept the localizer, cleared ILS, runway 05 approach.
present header in Jordan.
And speed and
United
climb mode.
816, runway 05, information India altimeter 3003, taxi via Alpha, Sierra, Echo, Golf, Hotel, cross runway
Up to 15,000 we go.
Air Canada, disregard.
I'm sorry about that. Are
Air
we getting
Canada
runway
disregard.
5,
I haven't heard that
Alpha
one.
and Sierra, and
Haven't
I'm sorry,
heard that
it's the
one.
second part.
Yeah, good old Toronto. I mean, it's really hazy here, Brightman, but the ATC, of course, is absolutely outstanding. Really is good. And there's a nice climb at 250
Alpha,
knots.
Sierra, Echo Golf, Hotel, cross 33 right. and
Coming up on
33 left.
10,000 feet landing lights. Nose light.
Canada 628, turn right.
Cabin call.
340.
Westjet 8959, descend 4,000.
10,000 feet. Increase our speed forward 270 knots.
Expedite descent.
Expediting. 95.
Jet 7737,
270 knots.
climb 7,000.
7,000, yeah, 77.
We're going to go to flight level
Canada
360.
415, descend 8,000.
And looking good here. And as our speed picks up, we'll see that time,
Canada
travel
628,
time
turn right
go down
heading
quite a bit.
360, Canada 60.
The CRJ has a working call button. I think it's down here, right?
Air Canada 1398, departure, 3 back, correct information. Juliet,
I
call
think
back.
it's down here. I just usually ring the bell.
That's 7737, turn left, correct.
That's weather.
Flight level 230.
Left incline on course, climb flight level 230, JL 7737.
American 2804, climb 6,000.
2004, and we're good to go.
I don't think it's down here.
Toronto,
It's
Air
under
Canada
the yaw
1383,
damper.
Hotel
Let me
6,
see how we're doing. It's under the yaw dampers. Yaw dampers. Oh, there we go. Chime. There we go. So it's under the yaw dampers, and that's a good cabin call. 13,000 going to 17 at 270 knots.
KLM 695, descend 4,000.
4,000.
FedEx 473,
No,
Toronto, stay runway
15,000.
06, correction runway 05, altimeter 3003, information.
Speed's
Juliet,
coming
5,000.
on up. Out of climb mode.
Alright, quick 05, copy the number, just down 5,000.
I'd rather hold about
441,
270.
contact Toronto Center 12577.
12577 for Jazz 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Air Canada 628, turn right, heading 030, intercept, clear dial, runway 6.
FedEx 2326, maintain Mach decimal 76 and then speed 280 in the transition.
76 and 260 in the transition, 2326.
FedEx 2326, speed 280 in the transition.
Correction, 280 in the transition, 2326.
Primark 4211, plan runway 06 right, descend 1000, Toronto altimeter 3003.
3003, 06 right, 1000, Primark 4211, thanks.
FedEx 150, plan runway 05, descend 7000, Toronto altimeter 3003.
Alright, we'll plan runway 5, we'll descend 7,000 for FedEx 150.
Toronto, good evening from Jazz 441 at Ancole and 15,000 feet.
FedEx 150, vector for traffic, turn left heading 020.
There we go.
FedEx 150, vector for traffic, turn left heading 020.
It's busy in Canada. Everybody wants to come
FedEx 150,
here for their for the Terrence and Phillip
FedEx
concert.
150, vector for traffic, immediately turn left heading 12020.
Immediately.
Immediate left turn 120, FedEx 150.
FedEx 150, negative, turn left heading 020.
020, thank you.
Etienne 5 Bravo November, descend 1000. Correction, Emirates 205, descend 1000, speed 250.
Hey, there's an Emirates coming in. Oh wait, it's not Emirates. There's an airline that is going to start A380 service
Center low jet
to Toronto.
7737, 136 climbing flight level 230. Jazz 7737, Toronto Center, hello.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Royalty noted.
It's Captain Moose. Hi. Captain Moose just did a nice resub. Hang on.
Air Canada 6175, runway 06 right.
Captain Moose, thank you for a 50-month resub and the great jet fuel in
right,
the flight
and,
plan.
1000.
And as always, thank you for coming in for the Moose Lodge with a generous tray of moose bread.
SES 5 Bravo November, contact arrivals 132.8.
Toronto, hello. Jazz 441 is north of Letter at 15,000.
Jazz 441, Toronto Center, climb flight level 360.
360 for Jazz 441. Thanks. And 360. Up and away. Captain Moose, I hope all is well and you are doing good. It's pretty good here. And it's flight level 360. Yep. On our way. And there is flight level 360.
FedEx 150, turn right direct Newber.
Small little numbers there.
Newber will join the arrival. FedEx 150.
November 835 Bravo Alpha, resume start published speeds, contact arrivals 132.8. Good night.
Resume published speeds, and then over
KBM
132.8.
Evan is in chat.
Thank you, have a good night.
Flight level 360 is our final climb today. We are 415 miles from Louisville. 18,000 feet, standard altimeter.
Speeds, contact arrivals 132.8.
Standard altimeter. And I already did the other one. And reset the heading bug. And over here,
heavy request for descent, getting a little high on the profile.
FedEx 2326, flying runway 05, descend 7,000, Toronto altimeter 23003.
so here we are going out, and Louisville is right down here. Domestic flights in New Zealand only go to flight level 310. SDF information Echo still on the 17s. Still on the 17s. So there's our route. We have got 754 people flying on VATSIM right now. Okay, what do we got here? We have got 21,000 feet. Let's go ahead and let the flight attendants know that, oh, I got a call button. Hit the chime button. Let the flight attendants know that they can get out of the seats and start getting the beverage carts ready to go.
Turn left heading 010.
That's 010 for 6 French plane.
Delta 212, Toronto Center.
Nice puffy
Toronto
clouds here.
Ready to descend flight level 250. Correction 240.
And there is our Air Canada Jazz CRJ 900.
FedEx 150, reduce speed 250.
250, FedEx 150.
You do call. I'm just ringing a bell to tell them, you know, it's 10,000 feet, okay to get up. Those are the ones that you do. I don't think that they actually call them and say it's 18,000 feet. You know, you guys can do your thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you do. Maybe you do that.
Delta 212, plan runway 06 right, descend 7,000, Toronto altimeter 3003.
So there's a call and a chime. But I do appreciate you chiming in with that information. Thank you. 24,000 feet.
FedEx 2326, reduce speed 250.
Speed 250, Center 26, heavy.
Sorry, Chris.
Toronto Center, Air Canada 8896, we're at 10,000, you want us to reach
Oh,
250.
really loud.
Air Canada 8896, resume start published speeds.
Resume published speeds, Air Canada 8896.
FedEx 2326, turn right direct Newber, resume the arrival.
Right, they're at Uber.
Okay, we're gonna wait till we get to about Mach point.
Air Canada 2124.
Usually I wait till about 7.2 or so for a climb like this. So we're at Mach 0.67. About 7.2 we'll switch over to Mach on the climb. And just a nice, easy-going departure here.
Delta 101, Toronto Center, good evening, clock head in.
And it's slowly climbing. We are 391 miles out.
9497, yeah, I believe I sent you a couple minutes ago. Contact
Oh,
arrival
wait,
132,
yeah, I kicked my speed up now, 280 knots in the climb. At 27,000 feet in this airplane, I'll add an additional 10 knots of speed to the climb.
Heavy Toronto Center, hello, Toronto Formation Juliet, plan runway 05. Altimeter is 3003.
And again, this doesn't change the throttles. The throttles remain locked in climb mode, but it's just lowering the nose and raising the nose to hold the speed that I tell it to do.
Toronto Jazz 77.
It's as close as you get to an auto throttle in this thing.
26 near North Bay via Tibble.
There's 280, and now we're at Mach 0.71.
Jazz 7737, Roger. Advising you have the information uniform at Sudbury, or correction, North Bay.
We have uniform 7737.
Jazz 7737, Roger.
And there we go. We got a nice little tracking map that works really good.
Cleveland. United 1084, Toronto Center, hello, Toronto Formation Juliet, when ready, descent level 240.
Alright, we got the information, and sorry about that. We're just in the 240 United 1084.
Air Canada 8896, arrival is unable to take you right now. Turn right heading.
I think we're going to be kicked
right turn
over
200, Air Canada 8896.
Cleveland Center. There's two Cleveland Centers out.
150, arrival is unable to take you right now. Turn right heading 200, stop and descend at 8,000.
Arrivals can take them right now. Wow.
200 will stop descent 8,000, FedEx 150.
FedEx 2326, arrivals can't take your, actually, stand by.
That busy. I've never really heard that before. Arrivals can't take you right now. Turn to something. I've never heard that one before. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've heard something like arrivals can't take your screwing around anymore, but that is a first.
Delta 101, clock head in.
Not a lot to see, except all of our nice little clouds out there.
10,000, right 180, Central 26. And you're here again, 31.
Air Canada 7031, Toronto Center, hello, Confa level 360.
360, Toronto Center, good evening, Delta 4943, flight level 270.
Looks good. Just wanted to look at legs.
Delta 4943, Toronto Center, hello.
I don't know that this fixed page works like the fixed page in the Airbus and everything else. I don't think you can draw range rings and stuff in the airplane. Moose says, sounds like an FNO a few years back flying from Fort Worth Center to Albuquerque. One controller disconnected abruptly and they basically closed the airspace to aircraft and not to enter. You had to go into holds or divert for 45 minutes. Really? Wow. They don't usually do an awful lot of holds here in the US. Okay, now we're at Mach 0.75, and now I'm going to reduce my climb speed to Mach 0.74. Moose, wow, I haven't heard about those things. The biggest thing that we ever had was, well, not really controllers checking out, but I think it was everybody had to divert going into Zurich once.
FedEx 1332, turn left heading 240, expect to hold.
Mustafa, holds tend to freak out the children of the magenta line. Yes. That is an important skill in every airplane to be able to do a hold. You've got to be able to do it. And in fact, one of the reasons that I kind of changed the flight plan and I fly on Mondays now is so that we can do vectors to Copenhagen, which you guaranteed have to do a hold. You're going to do a hold. And that gives you so much practice in setting up your airplane to do that and to track your fuel and make sure you're not going to run out of fuel. Really is a pretty cool deal.
Ready to copy, 8896.
Air Canada 8896, clear to Newburgh via press position direct, maintain 7000, hold southwest on a 070 inbound course, and expect further clearance 0105.
Wow. You really don't hear that in the U.S. or Canada that much. And that's kind of cool.
And then maintain 7000, 070 southwest, and we'll expect further 0105. Air Canada 8896.
Air Canada 8896, read back correct, time now 0034.
That gives the pilot, a good indication.
FedEx 150, hold clearance when ready to copy.
Oh, wow, they're putting a whole lot of people in holds right now.
FedEx 150 clear to Newburgh.
I guess Thursdays in Toronto means holds coming in. That's okay. Gonna have to fly into Toronto some Thursday and practice our holds here.
All right, we'll proceed direct Newburgh. We'll hold southwest 070 inbound. Maintain 8,000.
Of course, you know what that means. If Moose comes along, then Mustafa will have to sing the Fleetwood Mac song, Hold Me.
Jazz 441, contact Cleveland Center, 11987, good night.
11987 for Jazz 441, thanks, have a good weekend.
Checking in, call sign only.
Okay, that's 752.
Air Canada 757, Toronto Center, hello, turn left heading to
26,000 and clear that.
There's another song that I remember playing, Hold On. I don't remember who does that one. Hold On.
2577, Southwest 420, thanks man.
Air Canada 1566, maintain Mach 0.77.
Moose After Dark karaoke is Sunday night tonight at the Moose Lodge. So if you like that, that is definitely something to put on your day planner so that you can do that. There's a link to the Moose Lodge right there for Moose karaoke after dark.
There's some other controls talking my ear.
Okay, speed. Now we're going to kick it up to Mach 0.81. We've got to our climb.
I'm going to give you around 3, and I was going to give you the restriction across Nook and maintain 5310. Cross Nook at 310. Yeah, 1015, Roger 3 is approved. Make it quick. 1 second.
I can't take credit for any of that. That was Polyot. Really super super creative.
Jazz 441, Cleveland, you look.
Jazz 441, just try dialing you in. Flight level 360 at Gentry.
Jazz 441, Cleveland,
Okay, letting our speed come up to Mach 0.81.
Canada 1566. Maintain Mach 0.80 for steady speed.
0.80.
Okay, and now we are 336 miles, 54, and that number will go down just a little bit more as we kick it up to Mach 0.81.
Canada 21, Cleveland.
Okay, we're done with YYZ. We're going to get rid of those charts.
Canada 21, Cleveland Center.
And there's Gentry. And we can sit back and just chill. A little travel jazz. Iced tea and lemonade. Dreaming about what's for dinner tonight. I've got a little bit of leftover guacamole. I could put that in something.
Club 170, looks like
That
Cleveland
would be good.
Came on. I did not know this. Contact them 124.0.
Okay, coming up on our speed. So we wanted to hold 0.81. I left it actually in climb mode. So we'll go ahead and pull the throttles back just a touch. There we go. Now we're in cruise mode. And as long as there's a little pink line above the white line, that means we're accelerating. So as we come on up almost to Mach 0.81.
Making 490, contact Chicago 134.87.
And I'm looking at the number up here. It's Mach 0.88 is actual. This is target. So we'll just leave the throttles where they're at for the moment. 89.
Delta 5167, the wind 0406.
And 81. Inch the throttles down just a touch. There it goes. Now it disappeared. Usually I pull it back too far, but looks like we're settling into Mach 0.81 just fine. Now we have to keep an eye on that throughout the whole flight. But we are 320 miles. We have 51 minutes to Louisville.
14 Cleveland.
And there is our airplane right there. So we're going over a Great Lake right now. Obviously, the passengers, their biggest concern going over the Great Lake is, of course, those Great Lake alligators can be deadly.
Delta 179 ready to go, 3 bucks. Delta 179.
And then come back over here and just make sure you're still at about Mach 0.81. And we are, so we're good to go there. Our ground speed is 431 knots. We've got a 46 knot headwind. 46 knot headwind.
United 15, contact Toronto 125.7.
And top of descent is at 187 miles or 26 minutes. Wigbill says it could be eerie going over the Great Lake. As you can tell, we have a superior sense of humor here. Okay, that looks good.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
DMK just came in with a really nice resub. Hey, DMK. Thanks for your resub today. I really appreciate you coming in. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on here at SPY-HQ. And we'll just open the door and maybe the flight attendants will bring some pizza up to the front deck. Axel, we are in a Air Canada Jazz. This is a CRJ 900. You're on a roll. All sorts of Great Lake jokes tonight.
179 heavy when able.
But you can see we are on a long CRJ for this flight. If you were in earlier and this is your first time you saw us in the DC-3 practicing for tomorrow's flight to Normandy on the 81st anniversary of D-Day, we usually do
hello, it's Pilot Club 73, flight level 3.
Those flights. So normally, though, we fly airplanes like this. Let's see. Erie, Superior, Michigan. Lake Michigan. Lake Michigan is the one I don't think that we did the joke on. Mach number. And Ontario, yep. And Lake Ontario. Mach number. Come on, Mach number.
Air Canada 2124 cross Emma and maintain by level 320.
It looks like a really nice big cockpit, but this airplane is really kind of narrow. So two full-size normal human beings sitting up front, you kind of got to squish yourself into the seats here on this airplane.
Cleveland Center, Citation 1 Fox, Adam, flight 123 for 178 is exit.
Citation, 1 Lima Foxtrot, Cleveland Center, descend via roll into arrival. Runway 6 left, Cleveland altimeter 3001.
Runway 6 left, descend via roll into 1 Lima Foxtrot.
Now we're actually outside the cockpit door. So you see that latch right there. There's the cockpit door right there. So we've actually kind of pulled back a little bit. That's the actual door. So there is the flight attendant's chair. There is the phone and the flight attendant control panel. We've got lighting up here.
Now turn left direct to Emma.
And then there is a curtain that they usually will put over the door. So they'll usually put a curtain over the over those. I don't think that's modeled there.
You can descend whenever.
So they have that one there, and we've got a nice little galley here. Of course, there's no really good food for us. And then there's storage over here. And I don't think they do have a lavatory up front and one in the back because it's so long. You have to have a certain number based on your passengers. And not a bad looking little cabin. If you're new to flight sim, one of the things is you're saying, hey, wait a minute, where's all the people, right? So one of the things is flight sim draws the airplane, it draws the seats. All of the numbers in the simulator, basically, all the numbers in the simulator are this airplane is loaded with people and cargo, according to our flight plan. So, according to the flight plan we have 82 people aboard the airplane right now. 82 people. Thanks, Wig Bill, for loading that in. But to save system resources, the simulator doesn't draw people and stuff. So that's why you don't see anybody, but the airplane is flying and behaves as though it is loaded with 87 people and 1.9 kilos of cargo aboard. Now, there is a little app that you can go and get called GSX, and GSX does have something that it will put passengers in your airplane. And they actually look pretty good. In the past, people in airplanes look like axe murderers in flight sim. And they walked like zombies. It was really pretty bad. We're going to go do seatbelts off. And yes, the seatbelt sign in the simulator actually works. So you can see the seatbelt light is now off. No smoking is on. But yeah, that actually works in the airplane. That's right. It's only going to work with certain airplanes. Dad Game Time. Glad you got that video. It only works with certain airplanes. It's got to be one that's got a profile so that GSX knows where the seats are, knows where to put people. Okay, all that running around, we need to check our speed, Mach 0.81. We've accelerated slightly, not a big deal. We are 268 miles from SDF. We're going to have 3.8 tons of fuel when we land, and we've got 45 minutes of flying time. We are now 140 miles from top of descent, 19 minutes for that. So we get a little bit of chill time here. Coming in over here to prepare for the arrival. We're going to come over at Lexi, and that's going to be 6,000 feet. Good to, good to keep an eye on those, know what your descent is. And then over here, we'll also look for ATIS. We're going to KSDF. Hey, SDF ATIS. ATIS is available here in vPilot. So we got Louisville Information Echo. Winds are 200 at 4, 10 miles visibility, a few clouds here and there. It's 28 degrees, the altimeter is 2996, ILS is 17 left and right. Simultaneous approach is in. Simultaneous departures, increased bird activity, hazardous weather for Kentucky and and Indiana is available from the flight sim, and a bunch of taxiways are closed. So the other thing we would do is take a look at our charts coming in. We are currently expecting runway 17 left. So there's 17 left to the runway. My guess is they're taking them off on the right side because it's longer. ILS, our minimums are 699 feet. We could preset that. So MDA and 699. 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's 699. Let's just make it 700. Sparkies is back in chat. Welcome back, Sparkies. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in.
Sorry, descend and maintain flight level 310. 310 now.
Is that a bird watt meter?
Canada 1825 contact.
Oh, the yellow thing on the big camera? The yellow thing down there by the YouTube, by the pillows there, that is not a watt meter.
November 1 Lima Foxtrot contact.
That is a very, very old school civil defense
FedEx 3714 contact Cleveland Center.
Geiger counter. That is a very, very old school Geiger counter. My favorite class in school of all time was physics class.
21 negative.
So I've spent far too much time reading about all things nuclear. That's mostly a collector's edition. It does actually work. It runs off of 4 D-cell batteries. It has a test element on the side, so you can check it and calibrate it, and it works just fine. The only thing that I can't get to work is the clicking. I've checked the test sample on the side though with my Gamma Scout, which is a more modern Geiger counter that you can buy, and the Gamma Scout is a little more accurate than that old thing. The Gamma Scout measures alpha, beta, and gamma. That's only going to do gammas and betas. I don't think it will. I don't think that will measure alphas. It's been a while.
Canada 1566 contact Toronto Center 125.77 p.m.
Mustafa, Dad Game Time wants to know, do you have All I Ask of You in your karaoke machine?
Pilot Club 73 contact Cleveland approach 124.0 cm.
Looking pretty good. 110 miles to top of descent. Mustafa says yes. Yeah, about the only song I think I would ever attempt is The Legend by Jerry Reed. And I would probably have to have adult beverages in me to do that. That is also a volleyball over there. Oh, you mean you're surprised I'm not? Well, you can't do UPS flight. If you're going to have volleyballs, that's FedEx. Remember, Tom Hanks worked for FedEx in Castaway. I would not volunteer to sing. I couldn't do that. Yeah, when you're hot, you're hot. I don't think I'd try that one either. I don't even think I remember The Legend anymore. See, you heard about The Legend of Jesse James, John Henry, just to mention some names. Gear Jamming Legend down the South GA, a man called Bandit. South of A man called Bandit from Atlanta GA. Yo, I hope they don't. Although there was a VATSIM event recently, it wasn't at a big airport. It wasn't the controllers were not super busy, but to get your takeoff clearance, you had to tell a joke. You had to have a joke. And I thought, okay, that's nice. It's not a big, busy airport. It was a really good idea. I still remember that. That was awesome that day. Okay, you want your takeoff clearance, you know, you gotta come here with a joke. And ground control prepared us. ground controller preparedness and say, listen, when you talk to tower, you got to have a joke.
441, contact Indy Center now, 128.22. Yeah.
128.22 now for Jazz 441. Thanks. It's 225. 128.225. There we go. It's Indy. It's Stu. Indy Center, hi there from Jazz 441, level at flight level 360. Looks like we are 49 miles north of Rennet.
Jazz 441 Indy Center, welcome aboard.
Wait, Bill, you remember that day? It was around Memphis. Yeah. You got asked to sing? That's right. They had to haul Coors east of Texarkana. There was a time in the United States where you could not buy and possess Coors beer east of the Mississippi, I guess. And so, yeah, that was a thing. If you wanted Coors beer, you had to either drive out west or you had to... Some of the liquor laws here are a little weird. Okay, 200 miles out, looking good. Nothing really to worry about here. Airplane's in great shape. Fuel for landing still at 3.6. The flight plan says panic fuel is 2.2. I boarded an extra 15 minutes of fuel. 11 minutes to top of descent though. 11 minutes. So we've already done we already know if they tell us to descend at pilot's discretion on the D-lamp arrival, they're probably going to say Louisville landing south at Rennet. So if they tell us to do that, we know that we can go down to 6,000 feet. So we're all prepared and ready to go for that. And then we are also know, as we get here to the airport, assuming it's 17 left, we're going to exit left here at Delta probably. We're a CRJ, we may actually make Gulf. If we can exit here at Gulf, that's a little congestion point there. But if we can get at Gulf and come around here, then it would probably be Gulf Hotel into the terminal there. And then if we want to rabbit hole a little bit, we can come over here and take a look at some arriving traffic and see what comes in here. So Louisville, KSDF.
Jazz 441, clear direct vid high.
Jazz 441 is now direct vid high. I think it was zid high, not vid high. There we go. Okay, let's see who flies in here. So do we have an ACA? There's Ash, there's Southwest, American, Republic, Delta. My guess is there wouldn't be an Air Canada Jazz or anything like that coming down from Canada to Louisville. There might be some UPS, but that's about it. So any old gate will do. And we are direct zid high. It is. It's Stu 222. Jay, the exit to be is Gulf 1 and 2.
Indy Center, November 44, Kilo Charlie.
Gulf 2 and Gulf 3, Tim J, is that what we're going to try and do?
Long ground, Cincinnati, looking for clearance down to Louisville.
Top of descent in 23 miles, it says.
Louisville Airport as filed. Maintain 3,000. Expect 1 to 2,000.
Over to progress.
Departure. Departure at this frequency.
Tim J, it's a little weird. What? The airport map? It's a little funky.
Clear down Louisville, file 3,000 on the initial 12,010. Departure with you and 5556 for the squawk.
4 Kilo Charlie, read back correct.
Uniform Center, just on cargo 1862, climbing to flight level 230.
Cargo 1862, Indy Center.
Yeah, I think that they probably had a couple of other runways that they're not using, and they made some changes.
Indy Center, American 1674, level 320, 24 miles southeast Hazard.
1674, Indy Center, radar contact.
Still got a little bit of time. I think our direct 2 has messed up our top of descent. So we've still got the little top of descent indicator on the map, so we're not gonna get jumpy about that. Tim Dog says that there's a Beluga departing. Are they going across the pond? Tim Dog, is it a Beluga XL that's cross the pond capable? If the airports were to work out, it would be fun to take a Beluga across the pond.
380, contact Cleveland Center, 119.87.
Cleveland 119.87.
It's nice flying during the daylight. No, they are not named. You can't read. It goes G1 Echo Delta G2.
For the cargo 1862, turn right direct query.
That's weird. So Tim J is looking at the you're looking at Gulf, right? So they've got a Lufty Cargo is flying over here too. FedEx is over here. The G exits go on where the other go to other taxiways. You're talking about these are the ones for runway 29. I don't think I've ever used runway. So there's Gulf 2. There's November, there's Gulf 3.
441, descend via the D-Lamp 8 arrival, landing south, the Louisville altimeter 2996.
2996 on the altimeter, descend via the D-Lamp 8 arrival for a south landing. Jazz 441. Okay, 6,000. So that means we're cleared to 6,000. It's kind of a messy airport. It is. Now then, so at Rinnet, let's go ahead and since we're not really clear, I'm going to go and stop it at 21 just to make sure that we don't go too far. This airplane will handle these descents and constraints. They're just not very good. Chris Wangs, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. So we're coming up on Zawaldi, then it's Archer, Anchor, I guess. Anchor, D-Lamp. There's Anchor, there's Zindi, and we're direct to Zindi. So we want to be at flight level 210 at Zindi. We're at flight level 360. Let's do squishy math. So we're at 36,000 feet. 36123, and we wanted to be at Zindi. It's flight level 210. So minus 21 times 3 divided by 1,000 means we need about 45 miles to do that descent. So over here, it's 81 miles from Rennet to Zindi. So when we're about 50 or so miles out, 55 or so miles out from Zindi, or Zidai, I guess. It's a little Star Trek-y name there for you. So right now, we are 59 miles from Zidai. I like Zindi better. Let's go ahead and start it now. So I'm going to reduce my speed. We're at Mach 0.81. I'm going to reduce my speed to Mach 0.77. This is just a bug. It's not an auto throttle, so what I'm going to do is pull my throttles back now. And we're going to go ahead and reduce our speed. And when we hit Mach 0.77, I'm going to hit the speed button and we'll start our descent to Zindi. And there's 79, 79. Okay, almost there. 78. Looking good. And now we're about 50 miles, so based on our squishy math, we're in pretty good shape. Speed. Descent speed is Mach 0.77. Pull the throttles back even more. And that gets us started. We got a little star coming up here, so the airplane's now keeping track of our descent. Now we're going to add a little bit of thrust here because we slowed down a little too fast.
We'll be right back.
Okay. Our descent's about as good as it's going to get. Now, basically, with this airplane, the way you descend it is you don't really use speed for descent. You use your throttles and you use vertical speed. I'm using this until we get out of Mach, below 30,000, 29,000, 28,000. When we start to get into indicated airspeed, at that point, that's when I'm really going to go and start micromanaging it even more. And we got a little banana line here that shows us, hey, if we can put that right on top of Zidai, which it should be about on top of that, that means we're going to make our descent just fine. Now we're a touch high, descending a little too fast. After Zidai, it's 17,000 at anchor. Drumma says that 2024 is behaving. You gonna stick with it? Yeah, I really found now in the DC-3 and doing the D-Day practice flight today and also going into Dumont and stuff in the DC-3, Flight Sim 2024 handled it great. But when we got into the 737 MAX, boy, was it cranky. Especially going into Dublin. There's 30,000 feet. Okay, now it's shifted our speed over to 280. So now what I'm going to do is, now that it's the airplane shifted over to airspeed, indicated airspeed, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start using vertical speed. The airplane is suggesting a vertical speed of 1,700 feet per minute, and we're at 280. Now what we have to do is look over here, and at anchor we have to be at 280, and we stay at 280 at D-lamp. So we're going to hit our constraints pretty much spot on now. I think we're going to get Ziddy good, so I'm going to go ahead and go to my next altitude, which is 17,000 feet. because I know I'm not going to blow through that constraint, that altitude constraint, so we're good there. So now we'll go to 17,000.
55 heavy passing through 10,500 for 12,000.
55 Indy Center, climb maintain level 230.
And that's perfect at anchor, so that's good too. And it's 280 knots, we're indicating about 280. And now for speed, I have to do that with my throttles. We're a touch slow.
TBM 44 Kilo Charlie, ready to taxi here at Longton.
So we're gonna bump those throttles ever so slightly up.
That will take runway 7 if we can have it.
280, and so far so good. But this airplane really is a cool challenge along those lines. Now, that being said, I would not want to take this into Friday night ops, where there's 20 other airplanes, and you've really got to work. This is not an airplane to take while you're tired. Not an airplane to take while you're tired and cranky, because this airplane will get the best of you really fast. Okay, now the airplane says reduce rate of descent just a bit. And if you do decrease your rate of descent, you'll have to bump your throttles just a bit to maintain the speed that the descent wants you on. There's 26,000 feet. Well, the flight attendants didn't bring us any pizza.
2422, direct query.
Seatbelts. Now we're going too fast.
406, right.
Told that the CRJ pilots, basically the pilot of flying, is almost always just got their hand resting on the throttles, and all they're doing is adjusting the throttles.
We're at 8,000.
Always these micro adjustments to hold the speed.
1517 Indy Center, welcome aboard, climb maintain level 230.
Up to level 230,
little fast.
United Consent.
Descending pretty good.
Yeah, 4 Kilo Charlie, ready to go, runway 7.
And number 4 Kilo Charlie, the winds are calm, flat runway heading runway 7.
Okay, looking good there.
All right, runway 7, clear for takeoff, and runway heading, 4 Kilo Charlie.
And all this is good. Nothing to worry about there. All of this is good down there. Nothing to worry about that. It looks like we're going to hit anchor just fine.
More agents joining
B the
this
Gamer
spy
just
flight.
came in with a nice raid. Hi, B the Gamer. EMS Ben. EMS Ben. Welcome in. Thank you for coming by. B the Gamer, thanks for the nice raid. Welcome aboard. We are on our way into Louisville. We're flying a Air Canada Jazz CRJ. So a little more work to do in the cockpit in this airplane. We're right where we're supposed to be. We're going to hit our next altitude constraint. So I'm just going to go ahead. I think we're going to hit it pretty well.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
But let's
Stay
just
sharp.
go ahead and continue to let it go down. But it's managing pretty good. So we're going to go to 14,000 now. EMS Ben just followed. Thanks for the follow. Be the Gamer, thank you for coming by. It's nice to be here. Nice to be flying with friends. $23,000 feet.
Contact Louisville approach 132.32.
132.32 now for Jazz 441. Thanks so much. Have a great weekend.
Good day.
132, that's going to be a 325. Looking good. Louisville approach. Come over to your V-pilot. Hit ATIS. Information echo is now current. Louisville approach, hi there from Jazz 441 on the D-Lamp 8 arrival with information echo.
Jazz 441, Louisville approach, Louisville Center 2997. Expect the ILS runway 17 left approach.
2997 on the altimeter, expecting the ILS now. 17 left. Hope I got that right from Jazz 441.
Confirm, all correct.
Good, we got it correct this time. And a little bit fast. So pull the throttle back. Okay, that's looking good. Coming in over here, we should start. There's our airplane coming in. We've passed Zindi, and then it's anchor and D-lamp. Our slowdown. No, it's 280 for most of this. And then 250 between Spooky and Niebuhr. Let's bring in the map click. It's probably too much for now. Reset the heading bug. If you stay ahead of this airplane, it's going to be fine. If you don't, it's going to be, you'll fall behind a lot, really, really fast. My guess is this is an area of wildfire smoke too. I'm guessing because there was a bunch of it in Canada. Here's the NWS smoke map. Well, yeah, I think so. There's Toronto. So if you look, we've got a little bit of that here south of Toronto down to Louisville. So that, I'm going to guess that that's a little bit of that. If you haven't seen this yet, this is a really cool map, and I just put a link in if you'd like it. Jersey Pilot, welcome aboard, Jersey Pilot. Thanks for coming in. Showtime's here with pizza and beer. Tim Dog says, yeah, it's smoky there too. We've got a little bit outside here. It's not nearly as bad as a little further south. Okay, the altimeter is 2997. Altimeters are checked and set. Our descent is pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and just let it continue down now to 6,000. It's managed the descent very nice. Tim Dog says that Louisville's pretty much on the edge. Now, we do have a slowdown of 250 knots coming up here. So we've got to manage that. There's 17,000 feet going a touch slow. So now we're going to have to bump this up a little bit. On the other hand, there's not an awful lot of people behind us. So I'm going to just use this bug to remind me that I've got to go to 250. We'll just do it that way. There's nobody behind us. Let's come over here and bring in the map click. Jersey Pilot, it's called Travel Jazz. It's just stuff from Epidemic Sound. But yeah, I kind of just call it Travel Jazz. Even if the VAT sim is crazy, we like to keep it chill. There's 16,000 feet. We're right around 280, so that's good. Altimeters are checked and set. Let's ring the bell and let the cabin crew know. Time to start getting the cabin cleaned up for landing. Okay, we need to be between 16 and 14. We're going to be between 16 and 14 at D-Lamp, so we're really good. Travel Jazz 441. A little bit faster than 280, so let's pull the throttle back a bit. And we need to reduce our descent by about 100 feet per minute. And really, it's just this constant little dance between your rate of descent and your speed. Jersey Pilot, hey, you can't be on Twitch? Well, Jersey Pilot, I hope everything turns out well. And, you know, one of the things is when it's stressful and crazy for you, if you can just figure out a way to go and take a little flight, even if it's not on VATSIM or something, it's just a really great way to tune out of the crazy in your life. And so, you know, I almost say that flight simming's a little bit therapeutic. And there's our turn over there. And we're coming around here. And we're going to put ourselves out at Lexi. So let's see. Indianapolis, we've got Indy approach, just one. Well, we've got several here. So it's probably too early to do that. We've also got Indy ground, 121.9. I'm going to make that my recall number off the runway, and everything else will have time to do that. Average Canadian got to go to a school party today. The current track is a, yeah, I was able to get things that are a little bit like that. Reset the heading bug straight up. I mean, everything. Wig Bill's got to call it a night. Good night, Wig Bill. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for putting a few links in for folks. Have a great evening. We'll see you next time. Okay, let's see. Now we're coming up on 10,000 feet. So I'm going to actively try and get my speed down to a good 250. And the airplane says descend now at 1,300 feet per minute. That'll help slow us down a bit too. Our next flight tomorrow departs at 1800 Zulu. We are departing from a very small airport called Barford St. John, and we're flying the route that the first airplanes across the channel on D-Day 81 years ago took. I'll have the complete flight routing over on Discord. I can get you, if you're looking for a few things, some YouTubes to watch. I've got a few of those things for you. So this is going to be what it looks like when you get it over on YouTube tomorrow, the whole flight plan. I do have a spy video for you. I'll just put a link into that. And if you'd like to see something very retro, this was a U.S. military video called Drop Zone Normandy. Both are free on YouTube, and you can see all of that. 10,000 feet. So, cabin call, landing lights, and all that looks good. Now that I've got that 250, I'm going to bug for 210. That's my next speed restriction. And I'm just going to kind of let it coast here. I don't see anybody behind me. We're supposed to be 7 to 9. We're in good shape there. I need to slow down. We got a couple of tight turns here.
Liner 63 Lima Tango, Louisville approach, welcome back, open 299 from your direction, Anya.
We are picking up the localizer, but I'm going to let the airplane do its thing here just a bit more.
Lima Tango, cross on the outer above 3000 at 90, clear the RNAV approach runway 21.
Let's reduce our rate of descent a bit.
Cleared, Nunya at about 3000,
yeah, I would have given it to you earlier, but...
And our throttles are now at idle. Continue reducing your rate of descent. That'll help slow us down a bit.
And Jazz 441 at Lexi, clears the ILS runway 17 left approach.
Cleared for the ILS 17 left at Lexi for Jazz 441. We're below 230. I'm going to go flaps 1 and arm my reversers. Reversers are good. And we're going to try and hit 210. And there's 210. And we're going to hit 6,000 there just fine. Reduce our rate of descent even more, which does help slow us down a bit.
Tree Lima Tango,
We're right spot on where we need to be. If you stay practiced up in this airplane, it really is pretty, it works really good. Okay, landing speeds. VREF is 144, bugs are set. We're gonna go for 150 for our landing. Inside the box is SDF arrivals. Hi, inside the box. Thanks for the ATC. We're on our way in. Okay, there is. We need some throttle here to hold 210. And reduce our rate of descent just a touch more. There was a Delta 767 that flew over the island of Jersey a few days ago. Really? Oh, it was a special. It was special for veterans, so they could fly low. That was really nice of them to do that. Did a 6,000-foot flyover. That was really cool of that airline to do that. Inside the box, thank you for coming in and saying hi. Welcome, welcome. And this is all looking good.
Louisville approach. Good evening. It's
I'm going to go ahead and continue to let the airplane do its
10.3 for 8,000 direct to Louisville.
To about 4,000 now. Because we're good to go for that. We're cleared for the ILS approach, so we can do our thing.
17 left.
All right, ILS for 17 left, 4 coach road.
Okay, 17 left. There is our turn in there. That looks good. Let's do the obligatory posture check and get ready to do airplane stuff. We're at 210 knots. That's good. And I'm going to go ahead and set my heading bug straight up. And that looks good. Heading hold. And now we need to come over here and switch the nav source. Localizer is now set. I've got glide slope and localizer. Get some help from the approach now. Because you're busy enough. I have the airport in sight. We're on the left side. We're still at 210 knots. 18 miles out. Looking pretty good. Airplane is being very good. Up, picking up a little speed. Slow back down. Okay, lights are all good. Cabin crew, seats for landing. Now, I'm gonna bug 180. There is 180. And now let's go ahead and let it slowly slow down there. We're about 15 miles out. We have SDF towers 124.2.
At 441 at Slugger, contact Louisville Tower, 124.2.
124.2 at Leather. Probably Racer for Jazz 441, thanks.
It's Slugger.
Slugger, thank you for that, Jazz 441. 124.2 over there, and Slugger. There's Racer, Mork. Oh, there's Slugger. Okay, give him a call there. Speed's coming down to 180. Flaps 8.
United 3422, contact departure 13.
And look at the lights of Louisville. Now, this is one of the things that's really nice. This is part of the reason why I really like to stick with Flight Sim 2024. The lights at sunrise and sunset coming in and out of places, even with all of the, smoke and haze we got here, are really spectacular. Really, really nice. And flaps 20. Now you best go ahead and bump those throttles up about now, otherwise you'll end up too slow. Louisville, good evening. Jazz 441's almost on top of Slugger on the ILS, runway 18 left. Gear.
Jazz 441, Louisville Tower, wind 1905, runway 17 left, clear to land.
17 left, clear to land, Jazz 441. Okay, looking good there. 180, gear going down. Come on over here, reset the bug. Come on over here. Missed approach, takeoff. Missed approach 3,000 feet, climbing, turn to the left and go out to the Louisville VOR. If we have to go missed, over here, we're going to go for Gulf taxiway there. And now let's go ahead and have this track in for us there. All right, everything looks good to go there. There's 180. We decided 150 to land. All right, let's go ahead and bug 150. And we don't want to go any slower than that. That gives us about 5 knots or so to not end up going too slow. Flaps 30. Bump those throttles up a little bit. Still letting the airplane do the work for me for the moment because we still are busy. Ground is already set. 121.7. Exiting to the right. Ooh, speeding up. There we go. And there's 5-mile finals, so now we actually slow down to our final approach speed. And we get one more click of flaps in a second. Check the wind. Wind is from the right, blowing us to the left, so it's a direct crosswind. Flaps are set. They really hang down a ways on this airplane. Okay, looking good there. And make sure we don't go too slow. Throttle's coming up. There we go. 150. Autopilot's done its thing. AP is off. Captain's got the airplane. Definitely keep that speed up.
200 minimums.
Landing. We're going to be long. We're not going to make Gulf.
November 528 Mike Charlie, Louisville Tower, wind 1905, make right, close traffic, report midfield downwind each pass, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
Welcome to Louisville.
Just 441, welcome to Louisville. Make a right on to Delta and contact ground point 7.
Ground point 7 after the right on Delta for Jazz 441. Thanks. There's Delta over there. Let's turn off the big bright lights right now. Let's turn off the strobes. And 121.7. I had 0.9.
What was the quick push start?
Push starts at your discretion.
All right.
Push start at my discretion for call for taxi at 422.
Louisville ground, hi there from Jazz 441, just off of runway 17 left on Delta.
Jazz 441 Louisville ground, you going to the terminal?
Heading to the terminal tonight, Jazz 441.
Jazz 441, you can taxi via Delta Lima across runway 11 at Delta.
Delta and Lima cleared across 11 at Lima for Jazz 441, thanks. Okay, let's see. Open up the back flap for the APU. All the lights are pretty good. And looks like we got everything here. Got to get our flaps up, though. And flaps are down here. There goes flaps. Disarm the reversers. Reversers are disarmed. There is Delta. And we get to cross at Lima. Actually, I think we get to cross at Delta, and then it's Lima to the gates. But how is the landing? Volanta says minus 336. No way. No. 336. What a horrible. Where's so much for butter on the runway? And I was still in the zone, so I had another set of hash marks to go, but 336. 1.03 G's, though, so that wasn't bad, but still, geez. Okay, there's Delta, there's Golf, Lima's up to the top. Oh well. It wasn't over 500, so that's the good news there. Let's see, we could use a little bit of floodlight over here. Just a touch. There we go. That looks good. There's the terminal. And let's do APU start. APU is starting. So we'll have some nice AC. So there's Delta and Lima. So we come on up here, Lima into the terminal. I think we can handle that. Passengers. I know, absolutely robbed, Chris. I thought that was such a nice landing, too. And this is a really nice scenery. If you are flying cargo for UPS, a huge UPS terminal down there. Passengers, they keep up on the north side of the airport. And we are coming up here. And our taxi speed is right around 14 knots. That's not bad for a long taxi like this. And really, if you look outside, you can kind of see how fast things are going. This is a taxi speed. Vinyl Rabbit, very nice flight down from Toronto. Lots of wildfire smoke haze modeled in Toronto today. Nice flight in here. The landing was a little on the heavy side, probably because I was going outside the airplane. Okay, there is Delta and Delta 5, and that's Lima. So next turn is ours. And we'll kind of come around in there, and there's the terminal. That says Papa. That it? I think this is supposed to be it. Well, we're kind of turning. No, that was not it. I think that's that does not match. Let's go the other way. This doesn't match. Tim Dog, you switched over to ground. Eyes on the end of the runway. I know, instead of going out. Yeah, it's a shortcut over the ground. There's supposed to be a taxiway there, and there isn't. Let's try this one. That says Delta 5. It doesn't say Lima. So there's no taxiway here, and there's no Lima on this scenery. I think that's Lima over there.
Channel 4041, where are you going?
Well, our scenery doesn't match the charts here. So we think we finally found Lima, but where Lima was supposed to be, there was Delta and then a patch of, swamp. So I think we're making our way in there.
Yeah, that's all right. I just had to give you a hard time.
I didn't realize that Louisville had O'Hare disease.
United 510, Heavy, runway 17
this
left,
is, I
taxi,
believe, yes, this is
the,
Flight Sim Dream Team, Loviz.
Kilo
It is.
Delta,
Yeah, it's Flight Sim Dream Team.
Louisville, ground radio check.
5 back out.
Say again, taxi instructions for 510 Heavy, please.
510 Heavy, Kilo Delta.
What do you
runway
say?
17.
Let's come on in here.
What's up, lefty?
We have airplanes right in front of us.
Louisville ground, good evening, Southwest 2275, looking for a ride for clearance to Baltimore, ready to copy.
And nose light off. APU is ready.
Southwest 2275, are you able to fly the EVA 1 departure off the coast of
There we go. And parking brakes are on. Parking brakes are good. Come on down here. And transponder is off. APU is ready. So, engine number 1 and engine number 2. That looks good. Fuel pumps can go off. That looks great. Let's see. Probe heaters can go off. Those are off now. We're going to do 3 hydraulic pumps but leave 1 on. Seat belts can go off now too. Beacon can go off. And over here, we'll go to the aircraft. Let's put in chocks, ground power, doors, cargo, stairs, and call a jetway. And here comes the jetway. And there is a very big 787 departing out. And you do open the door on a CRJ before the jetway comes into place. Otherwise, the door can't flip down there. And we made it. Welcome to Louisville. So yeah, this is the A3, this is the Flight Sim Dream Team. And there was one area, so Lima was not existent on my scenery. So, well, there's Lima there. There was Delta. So as we were kind of coming in here, as we were coming in, Delta, 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 right over here, there was nothing between Delta and November. And then all of a sudden it picked up. Now it looks like they've got something over here that was a bunch of X's, so they probably ripped up something. But, you know, there we go. We could drone over if you like. Am I not droning on and on about this enough? Okay, so we come on over here. There is... Okay, so there's Lima right there. So here's Lima. That's November. So there's November. And oh my gosh, look at this. Spy wasn't crazy. There's a patch of swamp here. There was a patch of swamp. And that, I believe, is Delta. So there was Delta. There's Lima. We're supposed to come up here. There's supposed to be a link from here all the way to there, and that's gone. I think they need to do an update. So, yes, indeed. I was not crazy. I did not take a wrong turn. There we go. So, not a very good landing rate, but vindication nonetheless. Well, we did it. Tomorrow we're departing at 1800 Zulu, and we're departing out of a small airport called Barford, St. John. And that's going to be a little bit of a longer flight for sure. Our flight tomorrow is recreating that one route, the very first routes of the D-Day invasion. It's 81 years tomorrow. So the departure time is going to be 1800 Zulu. After we do that, we'll probably want to do just one sort of a VATSIM flight. We'll wait and see what there is. But that's really a long flight. And the C-47 DC-3 is just not the greatest of airplanes as far as that's concerned. Yeah, low vis. Ironically, ORDT, Chicago O'Hare, is also a Flight Sim Dream Team. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate the support. Thank you for being secret agents, special agents, and double O's over on YouTube, on Patreon. I appreciate that. I did have a link that I will be putting up first thing tomorrow morning for a YouTube video, which is a pre-flight briefing that should still work out really well for you for our flight. If you haven't gone and gotten the DC-3 and flown it a little bit, definitely want to suggest that you get an opportunity to do that particular flight. And I will look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Our departure time, again, 1800 Zulu. I think I heard Stu was doing some of our ATC today. So why don't we go over and see what's happening with Stu over on where is it? There we go. And where's that? So yeah, I bet Stu's live streaming. Stu is also doing ATC for us there. Actually, no, we haven't seen Moose in a while. I think Moose is just getting going. Let's go see Moose. I haven't seen Moose for a while. Thank you for coming in today. I really hope you are doing well. Thank you for coming by. As always, I hope your Thursday is going to lead into a great Friday and you're ready for a fun weekend. I can't wait. Inquiring Minds had Stu tonight. A different kind. Inquiring Minds, I'll bet it was tasty. Yeah, I got to figure out what we want there. All right, let's go see Mustafa. Thank you for coming in. Have an incredibly good evening. As always, please, please, please stay healthy, stay safe. I can't wait to see you in the friendly Sim Skies tomorrow. Have a really nice evening. I hope you've got something tasty in the refrigerator for tonight, too. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate you coming and spending some time with me. Have a great evening. See you tomorrow. Cheers.
My main screen in 4K, and I'm running a different screen. Oh, here comes 77 Spy with all his friends.
Not very productive. You got it.
Hey, Spy, thank you so much for the raid. We're just getting started here in Harlingen. I think it's how it's pronounced.